Boys, good morning. I hope you're all having an absolutely beautiful start to your Sunday. It's like, it's not warm, but it's not cold type shit. You know what I mean? It's not the worst, but it's also far from the best. It's, you know, it's a little bit of a whole thing here, but I made food, I ate food, I chowed, I have arrived, and now we conquer. Healing Hand is OP now. Try it. Is it the no cooldown? What'd they change about it? Wait, what? Oh. Oh. I was like, wait, why is my Healing Hand still ticking? I was like, oh my god, it has a heal over time now. Wait a second. God damn it. Okay, okay. It wasn't a heal over time. It wasn't a heal over time. What up? What up, my goat? Wait, so Healing Hand does go crazy. Healing Hand does go crazy. But yeah, the no coolie's fucking insane. Also, this with the no coolie, there's no like internal stat count on it. Grimes. Oh, what up, my goat? What up, my goat? We just got all the pallies over here, though. Because I feel like we just got every single paladin up in this bitch. Okay. Let's get caught up real quick before we get too into anything. Because I want to run up and I want to gold farm a little bit to start the day. I got to get myself like 50,000 or so I can gamble some pieces. Because I do still have a couple more pieces to assemble. Now, I will say, encouraging thing. Shit's going through? Like, am I... That's not lost on me. That is not lost on me that things are actually going through and functioning today. Chat, has everybody been smooth at this point in time? Like, throughout the day so far, or what are we looking at? Yes, it's been smooth today? Because that's fucking massive. Also, Leon, the 435-day streak is absolutely ridiculous, brother. Absolutely fucking insane, if I do say so myself. You are a legend. It's good today. Animal, what up, dog? I hope you're having a beautiful day. That's encouraging, if I'm being honest. Good today is very encouraging. Don't worry, dog. I got you. Happy to help, brother. Off I go into the night once again. Oh, goddamn, wait. We're zooming. Level 20 max? Yeah, level 20 was their intended max. However, it got fucked up at the start of playtesting, and people were able to go past 20 up to 26. So basically, they turned off the experience gain yesterday, and a lot of people were still not at, you know, at 20 in the first place. So not everybody was able to get up to 26. Some people were kind of down bad in that regard. So I myself am stuck at 20. If I had been able to get to 26, I would have had an abundance of skill points. I would have been able to pump my build even harder than it currently is. Of 100% crit? Wait, did you get 100% crit as well? Yo, it's fucking stinky. It's fucking stinky. I gotta get the rest of my gear situated, but yeah, getting the 11 on the sword was what put me on. I got the scar last night. Oh fuck yeah. What time did you have to kill it at? I think that's one of the goals for us today. We should try to get as many people's scars as we possibly can. Ranger annoying as fuck. Droid is range, but our crits are like 300 on 3k. Oh yeah, I mean, the Ranger's bugged right now. So charge shot's a bug. Anybody that's just like running around that's like charge shot pew pew spamming is like low, right? It's gonna get fixed. It's not gonna be around for too long. It's hitting hard, but it's entirely built around something broken. So I wouldn't necessarily, you know, base too much of what you're feeling off of that. I think Ranger overall is kind of like, I don't want to say weak without that, but I've fought Ranger multiple times and I outside of the infinite charge shot spam, I haven't exactly fought one and been like, God damn, this is crazy, you know? Is there any chance you collab with a small streamer? I mean, I usually don't do a lot of collaboration stuff in general, if I'm being completely honest. Like, with much of anybody, I usually just chill and talk to my chat all day, man. I'm not like the largest collabby guy, but I mean, I'm not like opposed to collaborations. It's just like, I never really, I'm not like a social butterfly. I kind of sit in my corner, you know what I mean? Bacon, I hope you're having a good day, dog. Sad the level got capped because I don't know what to do now. Optimize the shit out of your build. Future tests will be NDA'd. Wait. To what extent? More playtest NDA'd.
Will there be more play tests after this one? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely, there will be more playtests after this one.
Right, monthly.
One thing that is important, the next tests will definitely be under NDA.
Oh, that's cooked.
Why? Because we want to make sure that we test in internal doors and understand the improvements, and then we will wait until we're 100% sure that there are no bugs and stuff, because we understood that people
That's rough.
don't get the idea of technical alpha test. Well, very few people actually do.
I think that cooks the game. I'm not gonna lie. I think that cooks the game. This title was relatively not in the spotlight at all until other titles died and they went public with an actual playtest. If they put that back under NDA, they lose every single streamer community they have, which is most of their larger communities, because they'll just go stream something else. Like, there are not many players over here right now. I think that, honestly, I hope that that's like not a hard set thing and it's something they're discussing, because that kills all of the hype of the game. So you've already got this public, right? This isn't going away, even if you NDA it in the future. And if you NDA this in the future, you stop all of your progress from being seen. So the second you come out and this is your impression for everybody, and then you stop anybody else from seeing the actual progression, you cook it. Like, nobody can get a new sentiment around anything. I think with language barrier, he meant some tests will be NDA, not all. I don't know, man. The way that he's saying this, I'm gonna listen to everything that he's saying without background music. Hold on.
Like, be more play tests after this one? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely, there will be more play tests after this one. One thing that is important, the next tests will definitely be under NDA.
The next test will be under NDA.
We want to make sure that we test in internal doors and understand the improvements, and then we will wait until we're 100% sure that there are no bugs and stuff, because we understood that people don't get the idea of technical alpha test. Well, very few people actually do. Like 20 to 30%.
I'm gonna address this again.
Get fully the idea of technical alpha test, while 70%
I'm gonna address that again.
That if there is a character that moves and it can swing the sword, the game is ready. Which is not true. The game is far away from ready.
Okay, so like, on this topic, right?
30%, I would say, get fully the idea of technical alpha test.
If you look at the sentiment that's being put out by content creators right now, at least the ones that I've seen in the directory when I've been lurking, versus the sentiment in the Discord, you do not want the Discord side being your testers. I'm gonna be completely real. You want the content creators that are coming in educating people, hey guys, this is a technical alpha, which is not a game. Discord and Reddit's never the source of testers you want. And this is a response to Discord and Reddit. Like, I'm gonna be completely honest. I'm gonna be completely real. Of course you say that. Nah, I'm gonna be completely real with you, dog. Discord is the worst place because there is no way to vet or verify anything that anybody is saying. Whereas me, as a content creator, if I say this build is stupid, these are the things that are stupid about this build, I can legitimately show live to many people what is going on with this build. Myself and my community have worked directly with the developers to bring balance to not only this class, but multiple other classes. I'm passing feedback up to developers daily based on my entire community compounding what we have for feedback. Not to mention all of the other communities that are content creator based that go with the content creator, and all of the, oh, hey, I haven't seen this game before. What's this? Snowball effect that this has, right? I feel like going back into an NDA, you just kind of like lose momentum. I'm not quite sure. I feel like they might not be looking for momentum, but if they're trying to early access Q1 of 2027 and they feel like it's bad enough that they have to go back into an NDA, then that's not Q1 of 2027 early access. That's not that time frame. So, do you have to do the quest line to get the scar from the boss? No, but I got mine before the quest line went that far. I'm not quite sure. All eyes will leave with the current first impression and be much harder to convince to come back. Correct, and it's going to be way harder to get active information out to those people. So you're not going to have content creators that are coming in that are able to You're not going to have content creators that are coming in. They're able to articulate like, hey, these are the problems. These are the good things. And when you're looking at it from, again, the state of content creators that are doing it and bringing in large communities with them, a lot of those content creators want to not only educate people that they are bringing in about the actual state of the game, they're putting that live gameplay out while hopefully talking to people about, you know, this is a pre-alpha tech test. This is a very early server test where it's not actually about the game. It's not about the balance. It's not about, oh my God, this is one-shotting. That's one of the things in the future, and it's important to help them get that like on track. But the big emphasis here is like, oh, today I can actually cast an ability. That's progress. That's great. Imagine if 2 days in, they went back into an NDA and then this update with server, you know, stability came under an NDA. Nobody would know. Nobody would be able to tell it. Like, no content creators would be able to make content about it. Nobody will be able to educate anybody about it. The updates will not be seen. I'm not certain that it's a good thing for the future of the game, if I'm being completely honest. And I think from my perspective, right? I like the game, but brother, I'm not taking time off stream to play this with my community when it's NDA'd on a monthly basis. I'm not doing that. You're not going to get the 13 hours out of me. You're not going to get time out of me. Like, you're not going to get time out of a lot of content creators, nor will you get time out of their communities. And you won't have those people coming in. You will have basically an unvetted group of people that are coming in with an unverified amount of credentials at completely random. You won't have content creators distributing keys to people that are actually getting their keys instead of the key drops, which have been seemingly not all going to people. Some of them going to, you know, some clankers by the seam of it. It's a little unfortunate, I think. I really hope that that's something they're open to not immediately falling back to. But for streaming, it does cost you your living if you go under NDA to test. Oh yeah, no, I won't do NDA stuff. Like, Geralt, what up? Hope you're having a good day, brother. I literally won't do NDA testing. It's just, I did it during Ashes, because my viewership was so healthy during Ashes, and it was like a week of NDA testing to then have concurrent servers after. So I just used a VOD to cover my screen, and it was only a visual NDA, and they were like, yeah, you can stream the game and tell people about it while you're playing it. That's absolutely not a big deal at all. But I'm not doing that again, bro. I'm not gonna lie, like, an NDA effectively kills all of my immediate interest for the game, which means that our community, which is, like, I'm gonna be real, like, half of Sacred Order at any point in time, won't be here. And unfortunately, like, there are obviously a lot of other people that are gonna give feedback, but man, we have put out a lot of feedback, a lot of direct repro steps, a lot of shit over the course of this entire community, not just with cats, but with all the people that just come in and bring like, hey Dusty, you seen this bug? We throw that in a spreadsheet, everything gets sent up to devs. Like, that level of, I guess, immediate filtering and troubleshooting, because over here we found repro steps for bugs too over the course of people. I don't know, I feel like that's gonna be a hit to the testing more than anything else. They could have given more keys to give out through streams IMO. Personally, I think the early server stability was a big thing that stopped them from getting keys out in a meaningful way, right? But I do also think like, aside from that, right? The keys have been such a large problem in a lot of people's minds, where it's not even necessarily like, bro, people that aren't getting in, if you go in the Discord, half of it's just like, my god, somebody got a key to a server that was barely functional before I did. My god, it's all bad, it's all terrible, everything's falling apart. My god. It's such an overreaction to everything as they're sending out more and more keys as server stability ramps up. Like, people are just very short-sighted with it, and I don't think any of that's going to change if they go back to the Discord community. Like, I don't necessarily know. From this test and the new NDA info, I'm thinking Q4 2027 or early 2028. Oh, that'd be for anything to come out about the game, like, realistically. And I'm gonna be honest, the longer you go under wraps, you want to know what else is under wraps and is developing faster with more? The Riot MMO. Like, I'm having a lot of fun, but do we think if the Riot MMO goes into public testing at all in 2 years, and this goes back public in 2 years, that this has a chance? A stylized, cartoony MMO with immense world building, probably a very fun combat system. I feel like their clock is ticking more than the Riot MMOs is, and I feel like the longer they put it off, the more they're encroaching on Riot's territory, which this is very likely from everything that we've gathered, by the way. Hear me out, hear me out. The Riot MMO, considering Riot wanted to acquire Ashes of Creation and Intrepid Studios in 2020, has a good chance to be an open world, socially driven MMO around the lore of Runeterra, with the different districts and the different regions and the different races. And they may go any fucking direction. Right, MMO not coming out for another 5 years minimum. In terms of a launch, you may very well be correct, but you could see it come out as a playable product in terms of early open tests far before its 1.0 launch. That's the big thing. This is also a 0.03 build. Ashes was far from a 1.0 launch. New World's 1.0 launch was far from a 1.0 launch. Sorry, New World. Sorry to any New Worlds in the chat. My bad. My bad. But yeah, I think any MMO right now is on a ticking time clock, because hear me out. Riot, Classic Plus, WoW 2. The longer it goes, the harder it gets. I'll be real. Oh, they do open testing. Riot gives a vibe they're waiting to show something with polish. They've already flown content creators out to look at the game. They flew Esfand out to look at the game. They've flown a couple others out to look at the game as well. They have given content creators looks at the Riot MMO and brought them out to the studio for it. So they have something there. Sam, what up, dude? Hope you're having a good day. Uthin, what up, brother? How's the game going today? Actually, quite smooth. Quite smooth. We're discussing Venelin saying that future tests would be back under NDA. And we very vehemently disagree with this. Very vehemently disagree with this. We think there is a lot of bad that comes from bringing it back to the NDA state. Not only cutting off a lot of your communities that are here, you know, as content creator communities, which there are some very large content creators that have come through and brought communities. Cannon's been here every single day. He's got a lot. So, what do you do in the future? I don't know. It's for me to figure out. I just press start streaming, and then I yap. And then I figure it out. I've been streaming for 10 years. Not really planning on stopping anytime soon. This was a playtest regardless, right? So that's, you know, we were going to inevitably bounce around game to game, which is why we started shaping the community in this way, where we have the retail WoW leads, we have the classic WoW leads, we have raids going on both sides of that, right? And then from there, we also have, you know, my side of it, where, you know, Crix is heading up the WoW side, and we make sure everything's running super smooth, make sure they got everything that they need, and he's got great leadership over there with him to make sure it all works on both sides. I'm gonna be bringing a lot of the community around on this kind of like grand voyage of MMOs, so I don't really exactly know what like immediately I had planned, if I'm being honest, because I'm not much of a planner, if I'm being real. I kind of hate planning. It gives me anxiety. I very much like just going with the flow, and that's something that, you know, streaming has been very good for me with. You know what I mean? Fupo! Thank you for the 190-day streak, friend. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Beautiful, beautiful day. This game makes Ashes look very polished. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Ashes was much further progressed than some people would have liked to admit. But keep in mind, this is also marketing itself far, you know, before where Ashes was in the timeline. So effectively, with Ashes, you were looking at an early access launch that had all of this, you know, server infrastructure stuff sorted. This is like when Intrepid was just making IntrepidNet, and they were getting the server workers themselves just barely functioning. This is where they're at here. So, have you seen Forever's? It's pretty good and it's releasing next week. I have not. But I'm a very large, what up, boo? I'm a very large community enjoyer, and if I do not have community accessibility, right, and shit to do with the comm, then I get very, very, very bored and isolated very quickly. And it becomes a little less than fun. You know what I mean? Steen, thank you for the 60-day. Fupo, thank you for 190, by the way. That is absolutely massive. I appreciate you. I hope you're doing very well, friend. I have a list of Lego and Pop Mart stuff I need to buy when I go down to Boston. Prepare your wallet. Hoofsy! Hoofsy, you want to go to Boston? I don't know. You could show off the new car. Hoofsy! We got a big business expense coming for the LLC here. DM me when. Wait, unironically, do you want to come to Boston? My mom might come. We're gonna go see Gundam Hathaway 2, so Anne Hathaway in a Gundam suit for the second time. Kind of fire. First one was really good. Way less Anne Hathaway than originally expected. But we're gonna go see that in Boston and then probably get some Fuge. I'm thinking Fuge somewhere. I don't know where though. But some delicious Fuge. But yes, chat, Boston trip. Who the fuck's from Boston? Actually, if you're from Boston, don't come. People from Boston are usually really fucking loud. Like, really fucking loud. Oh, in Beantown? Yes, sir. Ski, why, Phoenix? You from Boston? You from the adjacency? Ash was much more polished. Many people realize that too late. I mean, the thing about Ashes, though, is it was also like, I got a second scar, but I don't think you're gonna have two. Wait, how do you get a second scar? What do you mean you got a second scar? Like from the World Boss? From World Boss again? Whoa. From doing the quest? Or what do you mean? Yo, Bane, what up, dog? How's the game so far? Today has been the smoothest day of it so far for gameplay. the first couple of days, they had some really rough server issues, and they could very well pop up at any point today as well. They're trying to figure out some lag around abilities, right? So important to keep in mind. I've been telling everybody this so much I sound like a parrot, but like, it's a very, very, very early server test as their largest emphasis. So it's not like we're coming into it expecting everything to be perfect and polished and put together and peachy. It's definitely going to be a little bit janky and a little bit weird, but it's got better day over day so far, which is quite nice. Also, Lesh, good day, my friend. What I miss now? So basically, Venelin said that future playtests will very likely be under NDA, which I think is effectively a nail in the coffin for the momentum of the game in like the short to midterm, like at all, if they do follow through on that. Like, just to be completely a buck, I don't play NDA titles because I have to stream. So that's my forefront of it. I won't be bringing my community to an NDA title, like, and not to be like, oh my god, take it away because of me, but I was genuinely enjoying the game, and the feedback that we were able to find was huge so far. I think there are a lot of detriments from going NDA'd, where a lot of your established communities that are here very likely be pushed off by that. When they had NDA testing in the past under their original, their original goal set, their NDA tests were far, far, far smaller than these were. And this was, by all means and measures, their largest point of hype around the game. So if they have that large point of hype around the game, and then they're just like, oh, hey, we gotta go back to square one, I truly think that kills most of the hype that the game would have had. And I don't know that it recovers from that negative sentiment that would come back from the, well, it tried to go public, now it's NDA'd again because Discord and Reddit got mad. They still have 8 days on the playtesting period. If I'm being honest, I feel like the decision to go under NDA is probably a little bit hasty right now, but I'm not a consultant. I'm just a streamer, right? It seems like a little bit of a snap decision. Game needs a lot of optimization. They should have put a $10 test fee for EA so they can hire someone to fix it. But this isn't EA. This isn't their early access. Their early access isn't planned until next year. This is, I'm gonna be honest, this is part of the reason why Venelin is saying they're going under NDA. Because so many people are like, well, the early access should be more polished. Despite them saying that this is a pre-alpha, not early access server test that is designed to get people in so they can break the servers and test them and then improve them. But so many people are just throwing around terms that they themselves as a studio have never even said. Like, it's rough because this is truly meant to be a technical test, and for a technical test, this is serving its purpose. Like, this is doing its job, and this is what any technical test is supposed to do. Yet you have a lot of people that are freaking out, saying that this is like, oh my god, this beta's terrible. They're planning on releasing this next week. Holy shit, there's not even a game here. Brother, we haven't even got all the content planned for this technical test. Like, I feel like everybody's freaking out. I feel like Venny, as a first-time game dev, is probably a little bit scared to just be like, hey, y'all gotta just shut the fuck up and trust. And I'll say it for him. Y'all gotta just shut the fuck up and trust, man. Like, they are the game developers, we are the consumers of the game, and we are here not to critique them on how they're making every single one of their moves, but to provide feedback on the racetrack that they have designed for us. We get on the track and we drive it and we say, oh, this bank here could be a little bit higher. When I'm making my left turn, I graze up against the wall. And so when I make my next left turn, my car's a little off balance. Like, we drive the track and then literally tell them, what we think of the track, and then they adjust the track if they want to. We're not out here reinventing it. We're not out here designing the track from scratch ourselves. We're simply trying to provide feedback. I just see posts on Reddit complaining about the Discord mods. That's been a big point of contention from the community, I'm not gonna lie. Isn't that what Ashes did? What's that, in terms of going back under NDA? So Ashes, instead of going back under NDA, basically had two different, like, timelines, if that makes sense. So they had their public, like, production server, it was called, which was Genki server number 1, and then they had their NDA'd private test realm that they would put up from time to check out future builds. And there were times where those overlapped, but the PTR would typically come up when they were transitioning, like, a big build out to live and they wanted to focus test. So it had short periods of NDA testing, but once they came out of that initial large NDA, right, and they went public, despite the jank and the bugs and the servers not working and sieges not functioning and no settlements not leveling and level 10 gear being the meta for level 20 plus progression because you were just enchanting it. It's actually level 0 gear or something. Anyways, there was just so much that they went through that was jank. I mean, honestly, worse than this at this point. Like, this for a technical alpha has actually been fun to play more than most other technical alphas are. I don't understand necessarily where all of the, I don't know, even all of the immediate, like, hey, we need to get this back under NDA is coming from. Now that the servers are peachy, I'm having fun. I'm sitting here farming up gold. I got 10k gold, and I'm gonna try to save up gold today so I can do some gambas. So I'm gonna sit here, kill some gobos for a little bit, smack some shit. I'm not getting XP or anything. But once we get gold, I go gamba. I try to improve my gear a little bit more. So, Leon, thank you for the hydrate, brother. They have to go NDA. The shit we're seeing right now is bad for the game. I disagree. I think you are going to have to go live with a product and visible with a product at some point in time. And it's like saying No Man's Sky, right, should have been under NDA for its launch. No Man's Sky wouldn't be No Man's Sky without the history of, oh, it had a really rocky start and Hello Games stuck with it, and now everybody's excited as fuck for every No Man's Sky update, the next Light No Fire, like everything that Hello Games does is now regarded as like a saint blessing the earth because they had the passion to stick out something that was initially rough and not shy away from it and just cancel it, you know, close the studio, just be like, ah, we fucked up, GG. Like, they stuck it out. Right now in gaming, people aren't expecting something to come out and be flawless and perfect and better than WoW systemically and, you know, completely shored up. They just want something fun. And I think right now the largest issue, right? If they had not already gone public, then I would agree. But the fact that they went public, I don't think that you can feasibly go public and then pull it back into an NDA long term and then go public again and have people trust that you're not just going to pull it back into an NDA long term again. Like, that breaks so much trust in the community. That is going to alienate so many of your communities who have been putting in time over here that may want to be able to share their gameplay, that may want to be able to establish that. Issue is users don't care if it's a technical test or alpha build, should remain public since it already is, so people can see the progress made between builds and playtests. I agree. I think no matter how much you educate people on, you know, this is tech test, this is alpha, this is what this is, people are always going to misunderstand no matter what. Interesting. Is it just giving you the drops? Oh no, maybe we just brick drops there. But no matter how many warning labels you put on something and say this is hot, somebody's still gonna burn themselves at some point. It's inevitable, right? Sometimes people just don't read. Sometimes people just hop into something without expectations. Sometimes people get too excited and sip from the coffee just a little too early without opening up that little flap on the lid and blowing into it like... Anyways, once you actually go out into that public realm though, like I said, I think pulling it back does so much bad for the overall vision, right? Where you're realistically now, again, going to lose the trust of the communities the next time you do go live of, oh, is this going to be long-term or not? You're going to lose the potential to say, hey, all of these bad things, right? The example that I used is like, yeah, their first couple of days of testing were bad. What if they were like, okay, we're NDAing the rest of testing, you know, starting today? Nobody would have seen that the servers were running smooth. The last day of testing, it was unplayable for some people. Like, it was really bad, and it's still a little laggy today, but like, this is nowhere near what it does yesterday, or what it was yesterday. So how are they going to be able to show off any of their progression other than like a once weekly Venolin stream where he shows off something during 2 hours? Like, I don't get why people cry it's a technical test, because people's expectations are so cooked. It's like the people that are porn brained, except they're people that are AAA brain gamed, where they expect every single game to have the polish, the finesse, the finish, and the final coat that 20-year-old WoW does. All of the, you know, years of data and expansions and world building that Final Fantasy XIV does. All of the long-term community building that OSRS has brought about. All of the sentiment of players in casual community that 14 and Guild Wars have, all combined into one pre-alpha technical test. It's really unfortunate. Really unfortunate. Would expect them to use data from this test in good art for like 3 to 6 months as they iterate heavily. I just don't know how much like data they're going to gather like up until the 11th. Because right now we haven't even been able to gather much data other than the fact that, like, yes, every build is broken, right? But that's also not the big thing, right? The TTK and the balance is not a big thing. The server infrastructure is the largest aspect of it. And with server infrastructure, like, how the fuck are you going to stress test your servers past 200 players if you're under an NDA playtest? Like this, the Ashes of Creation PTR, which, keep in mind, Ashes of Creation had a much larger community footprint than Scars of Honor did, reached a couple hundred players peak. If they go under NDA, they're probably going to have 50 to 100 peak concurrent players at most during their NDA testing. The fuck are you gonna do? Ask everybody to get their parents online? Like, it's not. When you're testing server infrastructure and you're trying to have large scale infrastructure tested, how are you gonna do that without people? PTRs were only populated when they took down the live servers. And even then, it was a few hundred peak concurrent. Like, a few hundred. Not a few thousand, a few hundred. What are they going to do to push server infrastructure at that point? PvP at World Boss? On my way. On my way. Good comm, sir. Here I come. Mr. Dustyverse. NDA PTR servers were Ghost Town? Yeah. And the largest issue with this right now, in my opinion, I'll be real, the gameplay's fun. It's not like their gameplay is actual ass, right? If it was, I'd be a lot more concerned. But like, the servers are what's been the crux, which this is the point of the playtest, right? They want to stress the servers. So I just don't necessarily know, man. Say they go forward with a dungeon playtest, right? That dungeon playtest, if it's under NDA, will have a few groups of people running the dungeon instead of, even if it's 1,000, got 200 groups. Like, it's not inconceivable to, I think, understand the importance. Fuck, I gotta cover some ground. To see the importance of, like, players in this scenario, right? But who knows? Maybe they're seeing something that I'm not, but part of me thinks, just as a gamer, right? I know the attention span of gamers. I know the attention span of my community, of many other communities, right? I don't know how many people are going to be like just vibing and staying and hanging out the entire time. Without balance changes, dungeons could probably be soloed. Oh, yeah. Oh, God, yeah. I mean, especially with all of the zero cooldown stuff that there is right now. I could probably, with mana pots existing and functioning, I could probably solo the world boss at this point if it doesn't have the 1 damage bug. Just because I have so much sustain. Like, I can just exclusively use mana on healing. I can pop mana pots and sustain. Although if my camera does that, I'm gonna get fucking lost. Jesus. That random camera jitter is so cooked. My healing hand's doing about 5k per heal? The fuck? Oh, did you go down and get the improved healing hand talents? Down to the bottom of the tree? Because I didn't get those because, like... No? The fuck? Why is your healing hand doing so much? Is that when you charge it up? Like when you spam it? Because if you're spamming it on yourself, check your stats. So basically... Heal increased by 20% and target gains 10% strength and dex for 10 seconds. Dex gives us one spell power and 1 attack power per dex. So, I will show you something absolutely hilarious. Ready? So, you just basically... Whoops. 1, 2, 3, pop a pot. 4, pop a pot. 5, 6. We'll spam it for a sec. Get it up to about 7k. Hey, the fuck? Wait, who's down here? Somebody down here or up here? I think they're up here. Who's up here? What's going on over here, sir? Why do I see a red triangle? Parkour! Uh-oh. We need you a world boss. Yeah, I'm gonna be just a second. Alright, I'm on my way back. Now on my way to world boss. Less fucking around this time. I understand the errors of my ways. Where is that guy? It's like a sniper on the roof up there. I don't even know where the fuck he is. Oh. Fine with me. He's not bothering me. Off to the world boss I go. Lots of red. Not for long. If it's red, it's dead, brother. Wait, I can actually run my cav build today. Wait, I have my cav build. Why don't I have cav on my bar? Whoopsies. That's my bad. Alright. It's Cavin time! The servers have been too bad for me to try to hit big cavalcades. But if I can hit a fat cav or two, then I'm going to be incredibly excited. Oh, that's why my stats are a little low as well. I can push stats higher if I drop cavalcade and just go absolute blaster. But cavalcade for large fights is so fucking good. Fully buff cav. Who's using fully buff cav? The fully buff cav is crazy. See, my original build that I wanted to do for large team fights, like with balance in mind and everything, if balance were in mind right now, slower TTK would be like a wings cav if it was a little less clunky. I like the wings uptime, I don't like the cast time. Wings cav would be such a good like full initiate team fight build. It's just the TTK is too fast and too, I don't know, too resetty right now. Keep that on me in PvP. We're unbeatable. Wait, which one? My heal? Oh, wait. Yeah, because it is just on targets. That is so true. We could just have 2 people buff up one of our DPS and then blast them. Yo, Sir Alwyn, what up, my boy? I hope you're having a beautiful day, brother. What you getting up to? All right, I'm coming in. I'm coming in. Get ready for Papa. Get ready for Papa. We're sending it. Oh, I got the fat calf. I got the fat calf. We need to get in. We need to get in. Everybody in. Everybody in. Everybody in. I just got to keep the heals going. I get my bubble up. I get my bubble up. I get my bubble up. I get my heal off? Why can't I bubble? Wait, brother, I'm full HP. My bubble no worky. Oh, I didn't have mana. Right, because Cow takes all my mana. Fuck, I hate that so much in the UI that you don't get like a no mana noti. So, personally, this is one of my largest grievances right now. Your bar should blue out. This is such a small thing with the UI too. But your bar should blue or gray out your abilities when you don't actively have mana for them. Because our mana just drops so fucking fast right now. So quick. I can look to jump in. +1 kill. Alright, brothers, get ready to walk forward. We go. We zoom. We ball. We floss. We sauce. I play LOS. Oh. That tree does not LOS, apparently. That... Chat, just be aware trees do not LOS. Apparently trees do not LOS. Chrono, come left with me. And then we can drop down on him, because I got Cav again. One tap? Oh, the TTK is borked right now. Yes. But it's on both sides, too. I one-tap them, they one-tap me. It's all just a lot of one-taps. Oh, okay, that just didn't grab them at all. No, that's fine. So it turns out Cavalcade might be butt. I'm not gonna lie, because I just hit a big cav there, and I don't quite think that it did anything. I think we might just have to go berserk on the back end. I'm not gonna lie, I don't think cav's worth it. I hate to say it, but it only hit for 700 damage also. Yeah. Is a relatively large investment. For, in my opinion, not a ton of payoff right now. I don't use it. I want so badly for it to be good. Alas, it is not. That's okay, though. Bye. Alright. We have the height here. All is well. We can start picking them. We just gotta play around this. If they come back up. Peep. Oh, shit. Yo, 100% Grayville is goofy. Sir. It's a shame to see you caught out like this. Really hate to see it. Wait. This is bad. This is not ideal. I think this gentle sir and I may both be in a little bit of a predicament over here. Yo, DZ, what up? You got stuck? I may understand your fate. Chrono, I wouldn't recommend coming over here. All right, everything's fine now. Sorry. That's my bad entirely. I need the mana pot to go off. No, my mana pot won't go off. I hate the keybinds. Bro, I want you to know, you can't rebind anything just within the native binds right now. I have to hit function with my thumb across the keyboard and then 3 because I have a 60% keyboard. This is one of the saddest, like, keybind dilemmas that I have ever experienced in my entire existence. Looks like a PvP build in New World fighting PvE DPS builds. Bro, that's the TTK with everything right now, though. Like, the time to kill is just so fast. It is borderline impossible to not get shattered. Draw! Uh-oh. Yep, see? Like, I heal up to full, and then everything's just a one-shotty. But that's also, again, it's kind of what makes it fun right now. The jank is fucking huge. The function's only on the right side of the keyboard next to my mouse? Yes! No, brother, that's literally, I either have to quick hand off the mouse to hit that shit, or I have to stretch my thumb like crazy. I have to stretch my thumb like I'm showing off a long cat at a cat show. It's absolutely wild, makes no sense. Sorry, sir. Terrible news. Excuse me. Like to heal. I'd like my abilities to go off. Por favor. My abilities. Okay, there we go. There we go. Everything's fine. Everything's peachy. We push up left, and then we start working this flank. Ear! Thank you for the biddies, brother. I appreciate you. Much love, much love. All right, what have we here? We have a couple of stragglers out and about. I might be able to get a drop in from the back line. This little, like, tracking on the map is so fucking stinky, dude. The fact that I can see them from this far away is wild to me. We got one coming over. We got three coming over. I'm gonna try something really silly here in just a smidge. I got silence. We're good. I'm actually cooking. Holy shit. We're cooking so hard right now. The servers are smooth, boys. The tank is clean. The tank is clean! We're so up! Hiya! We just gotta keep the heals going. Play off of this a little bit. Just a smidge. I gotta pop a pot. Alright, we're back, man it up. We're ready to go. The tank is clean! Just click the potion. I would literally rather use my penis to hit the hotkey than click on stream. I'm not gonna lie. I would rather do just about anything. Oh my goodness gracious. The jump in actually worked. It actually worked, boys. Also, Chrono. This is our tech. This is our tech. Ready? You stack up your heal, and then we jump in on their clump. Just heavenly dive. That's the tech. Coco, good morning, brother. Good morning. I hope you're having an absolutely splendid one. Well, good evening for you. Hold on, Coco. I'm going to show you something funny. You want to see something cool? Hold on. Wait. You just wait. Not that. Not that. My bind's got me all fucked up now. It's not this. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. The 100% crit build is, brother, it's working. Let me tell you what. Let me tell you what. This shit's going well for me, if I do say so myself. 3k heal? Okay, well, when I show you my gear, it'll make sense. That'll make sense. But yeah, you nerfed the fuck out of my healing, by the way. I noticed you put a 50%, like, negative 50% healing modifier on everything I had. I know what you did to me yesterday, and I know why you didn't show your face. I was busy. I know. I know. I lose one heal. By the way, chat, I figured out what happened to our heal. Any of my Paladin enjoyers, our heal that we lost yesterday. So, apparently our cast heal was meant for the world boss and not us. Just slight confusion. Apparently they saw me coming to play and they were like, oh, we gotta get Dusty some love over here. Gotta give him a special little ability. Got a 100% crit. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. There is nothing to see here. There is nothing. Whoops. Bro, I swear to God, that was just a brain fart in the highest degree. I'm so used to hitting function now. I just had my fucking thumb stretched across the entire keyboard because I'm trying to pop a mana pot. Also, my goddamn mana. My goddamn mana. I will tell you how I have 100% crit if you promise to fix Paladin mana issues, because good golly, I can cast like an ability and a half and then it's GG's. Watch this. Ready? Uh-oh. That didn't work. Yeah, don't watch that. Don't watch that. Don't watch that. Do not watch that. Yeah, it's not even the CD. So the 100% crit scaling is just gear, honestly. You guys kind of made an oopsie. So everything is just additive. Just very simply put. So in terms of additive scaling, right? I have 10 on my helm. I have 10 on my neck. I have 11 on my sword, so we're at 31 chance. I have 41 with the 10 from my shield. I have 7, so I have 48. Let's see, values are too generous by a lot. Yeah, by a lot. So I have 48 there, 6 more from my rings, so 54 native just from my karmic second follow. 54 native just from my gear. World boss scar is 25%, 50% damage. So that's bringing us to something. And then some more through the tree. Could be up to 70%, excluding guarantee crit from talents, but it's not working. That makes sense. That makes sense. Even still, I wonder... 70% then from talents. Push up into the 80s. I'd probably still hit 90. I get 90 plus off that, but they're not diminishing returns. For stats right now, nah, everything's linear, which is something that I would expect to maybe see change with like soft caps coming in. That's something that Ashes did to stop the, you know, the steepness of the scaling, to stop it from just because this time to kill is very similar to like a phase 2 in Ashes of Creation. Oh wait, all of my abilities grayed out. This TTK is very similar to like phase 2 in Ashes of Creation, where it's truly just like a 3-2-1 draw, and then the first person to actually get their abilities off just dies. So, are servers better today? Oh yeah, servers are the best today that they've been. But we also heard some very bad news during a Venelin stream that apparently they're looking to NDA future playtests. Which, if you know me, you will know that I very much think that that is probably a bad idea, if I'm being honest. Like, I personally think that that is... I think that's going to kill a lot of the hype of the game. I think once you've gone public, you've just kind of got to tough it out in the public eye. Like, if they're planning on extended playtesting in the dark, I think that's going to cook a lot of perception. Too late to NDA? Yeah, the negative perception is already going to be there from the players that aren't able to differentiate. And NDAing, that's just going to stop people from seeing the progression that the game is actually making from a reasonable standpoint. So it's a little bit cooked. I very much hope that they reconsider towards the end of the playtesting phase. Like this, you know, this still has what, 8 days, something like that left. Goes until the 11th. And with the progress the servers have made literally just today, I don't see it being a point where it's just completely unplayable all across the board. I feel like by the 11th, they might feel like they're in a spot where they don't have to. But at that point, it's also like you're flipping flopping like crazy, right? So heals, more heals. I'm silenced and stuck on a rock. Step bro! Step bro! That's bad. Very bad. Everything's fine. My bad, I couldn't get over to you. That's on me, but also probably on you, probably. I ain't gonna lie. Thank you, yo dude. I appreciate you, Maiko. Maybe get a little pot. Can I get a potion off, please? How long is the cooldown on pots? It's like 17 minutes. It doesn't say there's one. I'm gonna heal myself. I could have saved you. Show this MK healing hand. I can't. I don't have fucking mana. This class doesn't have mana. If they do it, the perception will end where this playtest ends. Honestly, the perception won't even end where this playtest ends, because a lot of people have already felt like they have hit their point of like, okay, I'm good with this playtest type beat, right? They've hit their point of completion, so to say, for this. And they were waiting to see more in the future. I've even interacted in chat with a lot of people that were just like, hey, Dusty, like, you know, it's not the greatest right now. Come back, check it out, next play test, see what's up, right? Fix mana issues for Dusty. This does not mean make them worse. This does not mean make them worse. Mana issues being worse would be very sad. Very sad. Although, maybe blood magic. Now, I feel like our mana values are just too high on our large coolies for our base mana pool. Now, that's also without additive mana scaling from crafted gear, so I can't really speak too much on what it feels like there, because we are, as paladins, the only class that actually can't masterwork craft armor and shit. So that's a little bit rough, but fix camera issues? Oh, no, goodness gracious. That shit still hits flicks like it's a peak COVID Fortnite montage. Oh, it's crazy. As a druid, I don't even notice using energy, let alone running out. Yeah, as a paladin, I can effectively get the calm out of my combo, and then it falls off after the fact, which is part of the reason why I can't even run like Wings Cavalcade build, because I don't have the mana to sustain Wings and Cav. So, I feel like all basic attacks should recover some mana. That would be nice. That would be really nice. Also, something like with the cooldown on healing hand, I feel like Paladin is already playing kind of crit oriented. I almost feel like a Holy Pally in WoW where you're getting a refund on critical hits, so you scale up to that crit point, and incorporating more stuff with the element of crit scaling as a Pally. Because it's going to be that lottery machine, right? Where non-crits are really underwhelming. When I had 98% crit, back in the struggle days, back when I was in the streets, I threw a hammer at somebody once, and it didn't crit. And I was sad. So I said, damn, I really got to get up to 100%. But that 2% chance to not crit caused that hammer to hit for like fucking 400 instead of 17 million, which is okay. No, that's fine. Which is a substantial game changer. I like crit builds. Test doesn't have the on crit procs, but it's planned. Yummy. I love hearing that. Hi. Hey, what? How are you alive? Fuck. Fucking rat. How the hell did you survive that? It's the fucking boy who lived. He's a chosen one. Goodness gracious me, am I? You still doing key giveaways? I do have more keys to give away on this fine day. Yes, we will be giving some away a little bit later into the stream. I have some goals that I look to accomplish first. Imagine how much more talents I'll be able to add with that. Oh, dude. That'll be wonderful. Like, on crit procs, an on crit extension of avatar duration. So you pop avatar and you just go in and it's like just balls to the wall all the time. This is extremely rude of me, but you want to see something funny? Oh god. Wait a second. Did their blink just kill them, or was that one of you guys? I didn't even get the chance to cook them. Brother Berserker D3 flashbacks. You know what I'm inspired by. Big clutch heals there. Big clutch heals. The big 3K. But yeah, that all in just going in and bruising would be nice. Even with the extra duration on the 12 seconds, right? It just, I don't know. It feels flat, so to say. But that's also with TTK being so fast right now, which naturally is something that won't be an all-time thing with just going around and everybody one-shotting each other. There are so many things facilitating that. But I do think there will be more value in things like our avatar, our cavalcade, as we get into a slower TTK. Just, bro, right now, I can one-shot people with a heavenly dive. Like, granted, that part's kind of bug abuse, because I'm stacking up my heals. But I'll show you something a little funny. So because of the movement bugs, I can zoom fast as shit, right? I zoom fast as hell when I have my auto run on. Because I can pop my Holy Defiance as well. First you can one shot with that. Listen. The dumpy giveth and the dumpy taketh away. But mostly the dumpy giveth death. So I'm gonna stack up. This is gonna be really unethical and I'm sorry for this. Also, don't camp the respawn goobers. I just want to show this. Motherfucker, why do you move? It's rude as hell. Literally rude as hell. How's combat feel? Combat feels really good right now. Like, I don't want to say it feels flawless, but comparatively, it feels really good overnight. I've still hit some small instances of lag and shit along the way. But it's feeling way better. I mean, you can see my spell latency in combat right now is a lot better than it was yesterday. Just like night and day. Hello, sir. Motherfucker, why can I never hit that? Warp strike is fixed? Wait, what was wrong with warp strike? Orb feels so good with good servers. Then I'd get familiar with the orb build. Chat, my mages. How are we feeling about Ice Lance? You guys liking your Ice Lance? Just being able to, you know, insta-cast like 2,000 damage? Grappling Warp Strike causes you to be locked out of casting. Why'd we have to fix that? Like, am I wrong to not see a problem there? Maybe that's just me as a melee player, but like, no. Forever. Yeah, okay. I'm picking up what you're putting down. I'm just not seeing the problem. Just not like, just not seeing an issue, I guess, just at the core. Like, doesn't seem like a problem to me at all. Seems good, if I'm being honest. Like, honestly, what if we just take away all the mage abilities too? And then just make them use a wand or some bullshit like it's Harry Potter. Like, just the wand. No abilities, no telestomps, no love. No hope, no future. What's going on down here? Yep. Yep. That's the infinite healing on the Pally side, but everything's just playing like a god tier build right now. Legitimately, everything is playing like an S tier build. It's just, it's too strong. Hold on, I'm funneling. I'm funneling you. Hit somebody for 1 million. I need to see how much you hit for. You are my knight. Uh-oh. Excuse me. Put a selfie a little bit. I just made this man god for about 3 minutes. Sorry, DZ. My bad, my bad, my bad. What? If this was 25 spell latency, I live there, I'm just saying. I healed while the proj was in the air. I was faster than the proj. Still waiting on a key. Goddamn, why? In exchange, we delete Pally? What if I told you that I would happily trade Paladin for a very, 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 very fun pirate class? If I can make a buck build that has me start out in range, right? Pop somebody in range with a charge up like an aim shot, right? So I'm thinking, just as a theory craft, as a hypothetical, right? You load up a Blunderbussington, and then once the Blunderbussington's loaded up, TZ, no! Hiya. Tom Brady. So basically, you're sitting on the back line, right? And you have to channel to load your Blunderbussy, and you like, tung, 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 tung. And that's your intro from range, right? And then once you hit the intro, you go to your melee tree and you hit him with like a and shit like that, right? So you have this range burst, movement, melee burst, which is really fucking appealing. Blunderbussy? Blunderbussy. Yes, Blunderbussy. Yes. I'm back. PVO still going? Yes, but I think the domination is out of people. So I'm almost thinking we go farm their goblin spot now. I think. Plunder that pussy. I think it might be time to take their gobble farm. Sorry, lads. Genuinely so sorry. That's slightly unfortunate. Sleep against the entire order. I respect the shit out of it. I respect the shit out of it. I think we go take their goblin farm, though. That was one of my goals for today. I wanted to go over into the domination side because their goblin farm is a questing area right next to one of their towns. And I want us to hold down their goblin area today so they can't get it. Your shitbones for 2k damage? 1k-ish. My hammer's what hits hard. Honestly, seeing the damage of other classes, Hammer's hitting for like 3k on a crit with the triple. Ice Lance is hitting for 2k on a crit as a spammable ability with way less than a 15 second cooldown. I almost don't think Hammer's that imba comparatively to Ice Lance and shit. When I look at, obviously Power Shot's supposed to have a cooldown, right? So that's not, or Charge Shot, whatever it is, Charge Shot, that one on the Ranger. That's supposed to have a coolie, so that's not intended, but kiddo, thank you for 4 months, dog. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. CDs are broken at the moment. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting stuff going on at this point in time. I mean, prime example is just being able to spam that. Someone following us? Who's over here? What are you doing, sir? I wonder if I can get this guy to hit me. If he hits me first, Then I get to dispatch him. Oh no, it's me. Just a lone Sacred Order player in the middle of all of these domination players. Oh no, I hope I don't get hit. Oh no. Oh no. I hope I don't get blasted by this guy. He's reaching! Sorry. Sorry, my bad. That's entirely on me. I saw him go for the waistband. You do not know what he has in there at any point in time. You have no way of telling. Sure, Tissue, I have no idea of knowing what he reached for. I'm just trying to keep me and mine safe. It's either him or me in these mean streets. Who's getting his Benjamin? Who's about to dap me up with a fine Benjamin Rapinski? I do feel bad. I do feel bad. He might not have been reaching for a weapon. I'm not, maybe, it literally might have been tasked for an autograph for the 100% crit build. I'm not quite certain. Oh, speaking of which. Little Penny for Lopez, little Penny Hardaway with the alley-oop to Shaq in the prime. Goodness gracious, brother. Goodness gracious. Straight up death by Susu. That ain't a bad thing. It's kind of how I'd like to go out. I'm only 630 right now in terms of my spell power. That's low. I still need a couple pieces optimized, but who's up here? Looks like somebody's about to Swanton bomb us. Really looks like somebody's about to Swanton bomb us based on the direction they're looking. Uh-huh. Right. I see you up there, sir. Are you... What you doing? Oh, he's PvPing. Or PvEing. Okay, we're good. Is Druid any good? Druid's like the largest healer right now that doesn't rely on bugs to heal. Druid's the largest intended healer. So, Paladin we thought was going to have some very good healing despite the dev saying it wouldn't. Primarily because we had 2 heals, one of which was apparently not meant for us and was instead meant for the world boss. Explains why it felt so good, if I'm being honest. So I really actually did like that style of the 2 heal healing. It was like a Flash of Light, Holy Light type beat. But actually it was like a Flash of Light and Holy Shock type beat. But I digress. So, Druid is like your true healer right now over anything else. Other than that, like Pally has some supplemental healing. Mage and Ranger are pretty much just pew-pew and sometimes watching out for yourself, but effectively very little to no group play. Brother. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. What's the strongest DPS? Everything right now. So, for perspective, like, this isn't, you know, early access. This isn't like a pre-launch or anything like that. This is just a tech test. So, anything class-wise, everything's just so busted. There's very little balance right now. And it's almost like that everybody's a god type scenario. However, the defensives are not lining up with the offensives to allow people to survive. Like, we just don't have the base HP pools. And offensives are just outscaling so much, right? So, hold on, don't kill this guy. Don't kill this guy. Everyone just come stand around him. Don't kill him. I wonder if he's AFK. Nope. I think... I think Big Bro is scared as shit right now. Oh no. Wait, he swung. The fuck? You rat. That's rude as shit. That's rude as shit. Reminds me of the Wild Wild West. Whoever shoots first wins. Oh, brother. Yes, that's legitimately it. So duels, PvP, everything is like a 3-2-1 draw. That is legitimately the entirety of balance at this point in time. Which, it's comical, right? It's funny. Obviously, it's not the long-term goal to have everybody just be one-shotting each other off the face of the earth. But it is funny as shit. So, in the long term, slower TTKs, I think, pretty much always prevail. But, also, Town Guard should be stronger. Because those things are not really doing too much. And just walk in and give them off the face of the earth. Excuse me, pardon me. Where are the most goblins up in this bitch? I feel like yesterday we were over here. It was a really good hold down. Because this is just clams. They're coming for a quarry gold. Oh yeah, this quarry has been closed for inspection today. Unfortunately, Sacred Order will be holding down this quarry at all points in time today. Make sure we're all in groups. I think we can probably get 2 groups going. I'll get Yo Dude in mine. I don't know how many we can have, but it's OSHA. We've come to inspect your quarries. Make sure everybody's wearing hard hats. No hard hats. That means you must be dispatched. Hello, sir. I'm here to inspect your mining operation. Wait. I feel like that's one of ours. Butcher? Butcher, where are you? I think that might be one of ours in chat. Yeah, so, part of this is economic warfare. So Sacred Order is already very far ahead on this server, which is our faction. We have a lot of very geared degens because all of our, all of our information is being just directly shared in the stream and everything. Everybody is compiling builds. Everybody's like, hey, go here, vendor, gamba this today. We hold farms down for each other so we can gold farm and item farm. So what I want to do today is effectively make sure that Domination cannot farm in this area at all. And just make sure that they physically don't get any money. It's kind of nice. Rob, what up, brother? Hope you're having a beautiful day. And something small like this, right? It's not necessarily something that's, detrimental. It is detrimental because they lose their gold farm. Because this is like their best gold farm. But, anyone got room? I think groups are tweaking right now. Is this a new server? Nah, this is the old server. We could re-roll to the new server and start fresh over there with a huge group of people. And it wouldn't take too long. But at the end of the day, we've already gambit and stuff like that. I like this. Long term, this cool as fuck to me. Yeah, so this is the entire prospect of this game that I've been interested in is the open world PvX, right? This is something where you have an implication on the rest of the world through this. So something as small as us knowing that right now, right? Goblins drop the most gold in the game. Gold is used to get your gear. So through vendors, you can find different vendors in town. And those different vendors in town have rotating stocks. Depending on, the day, it refreshes every server reset. We can all just spread out, by the way, and then just take a few spawns. Everyone should just be able to smack whatever's around them. I think there's a spot, like, up here. I keep trying to ping, by the way. I miss having a ping. But yeah, so something as small as this, right? Coming over here and controlling this shit. It's fun. The PvX element of it. Uh-oh. Well, I'm here for 20 seconds. The PvX element of it. Being able to say, hey, anybody that's in chat that doesn't have good gear right now, we're holding down the, chest island for you guys to come through and grab all the gear that you might need. Make sure you come through and farm while it's available, right? Because we'll just go lock down an island for a little bit and let people farm. We'll come here and we'll lock this down and we'll tell everybody from Sacred Order to come over here so we can farm up some money and we'll get everybody thousands of gold while locking Domination out of their own, their own moneymaker. Stuff like this is fun for me. This is something where now on the Domination side, if they don't want us to keep getting stronger, then they effectively have to get a raid together, get an equal group of people, and then come in and start clearing this out before we're able to get more people over. And the longer we hold this down, the more we lock them out, the more benefit we get for ourselves. It's fun. It just brings in more of a, connected to the community vibe than so many other titles do, especially those that are heavily instanced. This is what I came here for. Is it normal for quests to just disappear? Everything that seems weird is surprisingly normal right now. If I'm being completely honest. Like it's it's tech test. So there are a lot of bugs, there's a lot of jank. And anytime something's like, is it normal for this to happen? For now, it might be. They have the bug report down here, where if anything does disappear like that, just open this up and then fill out a bug report for it. That's going to be the largest thing that everybody can do with repro steps if you can get them, but just, what quests you were on, what you were doing, how it disappeared type shit. Me and Mech traded? Where Mech? How do you say they catch back up if they're too far behind to compete, even with more people since happening before they started playing the game, talking long term? Outlets, basically different parts of the world to farm in. So in an ideal scenario, there is I think a mix of competition that forces us into the best areas, but also outlets into like less good areas, if that makes sense, right? So effectively, oh no, this is a new player. This guy's brand new. He has 900. Don't kill Dursey. Don't kill Dursey. This guy's brand fucking new. Brother's just auto running through trying to come vibe. Goodness gracious me, oh my. But I think that's a little bit of a game design thing, right? So when we're looking at it from that standpoint, there should be the most... Motherfucker. Came up a little short. There should be the most competed for areas on the map. Your exclusive content that people want to fight for to have the best stuff. And then there should be outlets on the map where people can, you know, fight over a lesser tier of thing. So that way, say you come here and you're just like, oh, I guess Dusty's got this locked down, right? You then have an option to either fight us for it, or if you don't want to fight us for it, you can just be like, oh, well, there's another goblin area over here that we can go to. And in the long term of this world, keep in mind, we're just playing in one of the zones, and we don't even know how much more of the map is in after this. So there's the entire element of like S tier, A tier, B tier, C tier grinds. And from those grinds being established, you get what I call like tier content, right? So with like tier content, you have an element of knowledge of who you're fighting against, right? So if somebody comes over and they're like, oh, I'm a brand new player, and this is a fucking freak that's getting every one of his paladins on a 100% crit chance build, so they just one-shot us everywhere we go. I can't fight this. It's fun. Resource Mafia, the Devil Sword Mafia, baby. Exactly. And that's a reputation within a server, too. So you have, yes, your world building and your storytelling of the lore in the game, but you also have your player-driven storytelling that's associated with the actions of the player base on each respective server. So some servers will be your, you know, your kumbaya, everybody works together, everybody has fun. Some servers will be your absolute bloodbath servers. Some servers will have people who like fun content. Some servers will have people who like oppressive content. Hogger. Oh, we raiding, boys. We raiding. Hogger, sir. Quick little drive-by. You just taunt me? Oh, no. Sorry. 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 That's my bad. That is entirely my bad. He did not have the gear to compete with that. That was... It's a little one-sided in terms of scaling, if I do say so myself. We got another one on height up here. In angle. There we go. Who's up here? Rap. Rap was at the PvP earlier. Kobe Bryant! Oh. There we go. That one was a little delayed. That was slightly less than ideal. But we must lock it down. So this to me, right? Back on the faction balance thing, by the way. Just having outlets, right? When instance content comes in, instance content, in my opinion, is one of the best ways to serve as an outlet to this. Where regardless of faction imbalance, you can always have some form of accessible content. And I think the games that in this realm, not even just MMOs, but open world player interaction based games, those that succeed are often featuring very, very, very hard exclusive content that the best players will compete over, while also having very, very cushy, just chill content where in Rust, you may have your people that are raiding every single day that are just going crazy on the competitive end, that are speed running every reset. Then you're gonna have your people that are like, hey, look, I made my base look like a penis. Two types of players. And then there's gonna be the Venn diagram of how many raids can I successfully complete with dick base, you know? Oh, that's a mistake. That, I don't know who that was, but that didn't work out well. I got another scar and I re-rolled it and it added the same scar on top of my old one. Now I have 124% crit chance and 284% crit damage. Wait, what do you get the other scar from? What, did you just do the quest for the scar? Like at just the same boss? You just got a last hit on him again? No quest. Oi! Stop. Rude as shit. If you reroll, it gives you 2. Wait, so are we supposed to go over... Should I go over and get the last hit again? So I can get 25% more crit scaling? Although, at that point, it kind of seems excessive. At that point, it's almost like... What else could we get? Is there a movement speed one? Because movement speed would be fucking hilarious for us, but what would that cost us? Because if it's costing us crit, then that's no bueno. Kind of insane, it doesn't really add much. Right. Wait, you got an amulet from him. What was the amulet you got? Was it Lego or purple? Are they gonna nerf crit damage and crit chance because it's gonna ruin BGs and dungeons? In the short term, who knows if they'll push a fix out for it. The values on crit are very generous and they don't have their 70% cutoff like their diminishing return point working on them right now. So you're able to just scale up additively with no point of resistance, which is why I'm at 100% crit chance, right? So I also have a few less than optimal pieces of gear right now. And I don't mean less than optimal as in like their ass, more so less than optimal as in like I could switch out a roll, right? So one of my rings is Vit, big int, crit, which is great. And then my other one is int, crit, strength, which strength does nothing for me. My amulet doesn't have Vit on it. My helm doesn't have int on it. So I do have ring chests are stacked with people right now. Which people? Our people or their people? But yes, my prediction. You on New York server, Chicago? We're on Chicago. New York server is a fresh start server. Ours? Okay, that's good. Well, as long as people are farming them. Yeah, I mean, I said last night, as soon as servers were stable, people were going to start to play throughout the day. And servers are stable enough to be playable right now. How that feels a little bit down the road, we have yet to determine, right? That's going to be an entirely different set of circumstances. But for right now, servers are actually feeling quite stable today. And depending on the holdup of them, right? If they don't completely deteriorate over the next few hours, then player base could be solid today. Because honestly, I feel like that's been the biggest holdup. This looks like it's going to be a dungeony area, if I do say so myself. Servers are playable, games not. I mean, I think if your expectations are right, it's very playable. I think if you're fully expecting a game where you're expecting balance and PvP to have the perfect time to kill and no abilities to be bugged, then like kind of have the wrong expectations. It's like coming into this stream and being like, Dusty, why are you not in the fucking US Virgin Islands with speed right now? You know what I mean? Dusty, there's a cave. There's a cave underneath it, right? But yeah, I feel like people just have to get their expectations tempered, man. And I keep saying this is why Venelin is right now freaking out about having to go back into an NDA. I really think that that is something that's probably been facilitated by the improper expectations of the community that's coming into play it primarily, which as a result has led to very negative feedback and backlash on things that realistically people should have expected again coming into it. I don't know, man. I think the community is one of the most beneficial yet simultaneously detrimental things to any game, where they're now in a catch-22 of like, if they go back to an NDA, they lose many of their dedicated communities that were here and were testing over time, including very likely every streamer community, including this one. Like, we just wouldn't be able to play it under NDA. I wouldn't be able to make the time commitment. Keelan guy, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. I wouldn't be able to make the commitment. I wouldn't be able to spend enough time playing it off stream to do anything related to feedback. Just be literally impossible. So they would lose a lot of their, you know, their core communities that are, you know, here providing a lot of feedback right now. The NDA itself, every NDA is always going to lower player base. And I can't say what their NDA numbers were the last time they had an NDA server, but I can definitely say Ashes would go from thousands, plural, peak concurrent to about 50 to a couple hundred on their NDA PTR, because it just didn't have any form of excitement around it. Like, it's tough to get people excited in an NDA. So brother just got taken down by my Secret Service. Goodness fucking gracious. Now that you played, does tank threat generation make more sense? Not really. I think it's all just taunt based, if I'm being honest. Like, on a single target, it's fine, but only Blizz titles can afford NDA tests with big numbers. Exactly. Exactly. And, like, Venolin saying today that future tests were going to be an NDA, I'm just like... I don't know how large the tests were before it went public, but from everything I've gathered, this has been, by and large, the most interest that there's ever been in the title. And I think an NDA right now with a smaller title, just, it kills all momentum. And, like, sure, today there might be a lot of negative sentiment based on the last 3 days, but this is day 4, right? And day 4, we're already noticing playable servers, albeit there still needs to be improvement, right? But that's the point of this. We're noticing growth over time. And what an NDA does outside of alienating some of your player base also immediately stops anybody that does have negative sentiment from seeing, oh, look at what they've fixed. Look at how smooth the servers are. Imagine if it got NDA'd yesterday because Venny was just like, oh, everything's shit. It's all bad. It's all cooked. People wouldn't have seen the servers today. I've had like 5 people from my own community, like my guild, come in and be like, Dusty, server's better today? And I'm like, yup. And then they logged in. Immediately. If it was under NDA and we couldn't spread that, we couldn't show that, we couldn't share that, that's not going to go out to people. Now factor in people that aren't in my guild that are going to come through my stream, Canon's stream over the course of the day, all of the other streamers that are here putting out content that are like, oh wait, it's playable today? All of the titles in the directory that are like, server's good? That's what the NDA is cooking. And even leaning into that, right? Say you cut out some of the public negative sentiment. Who the fuck cares? You could drop the perfect game with 0 bugs and somebody is still going to say the art style's stupid, this ability is stupid, this class is too strong, this class is too weak. And it's not always going to be valid criticism. You cannot let criticism in a public-facing position sway what you're doing or push you off track. And I really hope that that's not something that's happening here. If I let people come in and just say, Dusty, why are you playing this game? Brother, I wouldn't be playing this game. I wouldn't have played Ashes. I wouldn't have stayed on New World. I wouldn't be a full-time streamer if every time somebody was like, oh, Dusty, why are you playing this shit? I was just like, you know what? You're right. And then I stopped playing. I wouldn't be playing anything because you're never going to make everybody happy. And I feel like right now there needs to be a stance taken where it's just like, hey, we understand that you guys are feeling like the product isn't where it needs to be, but also your guys' expectations aren't where Venolin needs them to be. Venolin needs us as players to not look at this as, oh, this game's imbalanced. Oh, this game is not working properly. Oh, this game. It's not a game. It's a tech test. It's a tech test. It is far from a game. Yet so many people are out here like, oh my god, can you believe that they don't have water physics in this fully finished, polished, put together game? Oh my goodness gracious me, oh my. I don't like that I can't rebind my keys or move my UI. I don't like that I can't rebind my keys either. You know what I'm doing? I'm fucking using control modifiers now. I got used to it because it's gonna change at some point. Some people just need to be more open-minded. Some people need to stop always needing something to complain about. Some people just always want to have something that they are upset about without being able to say, oh, it's really not that bad. And without having the perspective of, you know, shit's probably going to get fixed within a couple of days. Everybody freaks out and acts like something's a quit point, like the servers being bad for the first 3 days of a tech test. Just, they're like, oh my god, this is a Doom game, this game is DOA, I guess that's why the servers are cheap. Like, and now the servers are running relatively smooth. Focus group harvesting is a big problem for me. Yeah, that's something that I definitely think could be looked at, because that locks out other gatherables too. I've personally thought about not having, and not that I've personally done it like I'm a developer or anything, but just from a, you know, a Dusty Craft standpoint, having separate node spawns for group gatherables and solo gatherables. That's my take. Industry's ruined, alpha and all other kinds of tests, since AAA games does tests and have 5% more content for actual launch. Or they drop an early access that is or they drop an early access that is like 22% of the game and they're like, we'll have it out in 3 months for you guys. Looking at you, Path of Exile 2. Looking at you. Game has some very noticeable design issues. Hope to see fixed for next alpha test. I mean, this isn't even in the design point of the game, but yeah, no, I agree. Like, 2-faction full force flag PvP is definitely going to be utilized in force. That's also why we're here, though, right? This was something where they weren't even planning to originally do the full open world PvP, and they were thinking about just doing, you know, no PvP whatsoever for the first one. Eared. Thank you for the 1 year, brother. I appreciate you. Much love. So, effectively, like, you can double stack crit scar. Can we triple it? I don't know if we need any more crit, if I'm being honest. Like, there might just be a better utility in somewhere. Someone throwing a snowball at me? The fuck? Someone just throw a snowball at me? Willie, thank you for the follow, dog. I'm stop stream. Still gonna keep my Steam fingers crossed for the next couple of days. My thoughts and prayers are with you, brother. My thoughts and prayers are with you. Drink key giveaway every 10 hours? Every 48 hours, brother. Every 48 hours. Put around a bit. Scores of honor. The one thing I want to see. Ah, he did end stream. He did end stream. Hey, yo, Mr. Venelin. Hope you're having a beautiful day, brother. Raiders, hi. My name's Dusty. If you guys haven't been here before, I've been covering Scars of Honor for, unfortunately, more hours than I would like. I was here for about 2 weeks before the technical alpha test went live, doing a deep dive on all things system and everything in between. Oh my god, Hoofsy. Hoofsy, thank you for the 20, brother. I appreciate you. Goodness gracious me, oh my. Goodness gracious. So I was here for about 100 hours before the tech test went live. I have been here every single day for 10 or more hours. I've put in about 40 hours the first 3 days. All testing, even with the servers being jank, so I'm happy to say that servers today are the best that they have been. Right now, I am focused on completely breaking the scaling of this game. So, Coco decided to nerf my class, and that made me very angry. I did not like that very much. So effectively, when Coco nerfed my class, I said, fuck it. I'm going to make the balance of this game hell. Sorry, Coco. So, I have achieved 100% passive crit hit chance with no exploits. This is without double stacking the Scar. This is without any infinite scaling. I don't even run the additional 10% crit on Precise Vindicator Strike. I am absolutely fucking stacked. Now, my goal is to optimize my gear set over the course of the day a little bit. Right now, we are actually in the domination side of the map on the Chicago server, just completely holding down this goblin area with all Sacred Order. We have a bunch of people over here that are just killing, farming up some gold and chilling along the way. I'm probably gonna get myself maybe like 20k or so, and then do a little bit of gear gambling today. So, trying to sort out everything remaining with the build. I do only have a few pieces left at this point that are not like disgustingly hard bis, but skill tree needs a lot of love. So, we've actually been talking about this a lot today, in terms of just like general player expectations and stuff. It's been a hot topic lately, as it always is with tech tests and with pre-alpha products, right? So in terms of looking at the, you know, what the game needs immediately, all of the balance, all of the UI issues, all of the content issues, the, you know, the force flag PvP obviously being a pain point for some people because the exploitability of just sitting on respawns, not having an alternate respawn or a home respawn when you do respawn, so many glaring things, right? But this is also the point in time where those glaring things aren't really necessarily the largest emphasis. And it hasn't really shifted towards that, you know, let's tie up loose ends, let's get the knots all taken care of, let's cross our T's and dot our I's and make sure everybody's happy playing it. This is where they're trying to get everything on a baseline situated. And if they don't get that taken care of, sorry, I'm gonna just let him farm unless he hits me. If he starts hitting me, then we have beef. But I'm gonna just let him exist. I'm gonna just let him exist. Okay, key here, we will do some marbles races throughout the day. So basically, I give everybody a chance to hop in. We do them randomly through the day, usually sometime after Venny ends his stream, we'll do one, and then we'll sometimes do one later in the day as well. So we did get blessed up. I've got plenty of keys to give away to people today. So we will have that going throughout the day. I do also have a huge desire to actually play the game today with the servers being functional. That has been the largest thorn in my side at this point in time for the servers so far. Just simply having 10-second spell delay as a melee in PvP made me want to cry a little bit. So I am very glad that things are functioning a little bit more smoothly now. I mean, we can still see, obviously, it's 244 milliseconds. It's not perfect, but it's a whole hell of a lot better than it was in the past couple of days. The progression, I think, is something that should be on display and something that should be talked about very frequently, because that is, again, that's the forefront of what I and so many other people are here for right now. Hi. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I promise. You're safe. Don't run, brother. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's okay. I just want your gold, not your life. I'm here for extortion, not murder. Please. Please. A simple man. What are you here for? What are any of us here for, really? When we all think about it, Henry, like, what are any of us here for? Is it money? Power? Bitches? 'Cause none of us here get bitches. But it might be weed. Fat. I can agree with that, brother. I can agree with that. Gonna go dozen on them gobos. I consider myself more of a Karamanis out here. I'm more like the front line, the enforcer. I'm out here, and when people see me, they turn around because they know there may allegedly be a hammer coming for their jaw. Allegedly. Bro, we have the name floating around in community of Baramanis, and those that know the reference will just look at it and be like, Jesus Christ, it's all going downhill. And those that don't know will not know at all. It's so beautiful. One day hammer will look like one and not the spectral blade. Yo, Coco, I was dueling one of my mages yesterday, and you know the Spider-Man meme where they're like pointing at each other? They spectral bladed and I hammered at the same time, and that was exactly how I felt. That was legitimately the exact instinct. Seemed like a guy that likes to dig deep into games. Do you think the plan have a lot of depth to this, or is it more of a mini clip tune or braid off type shit? Much more depth than we're seeing right now, right? This is effectively in the house building process, right? You're looking at the foundation being poured right now. And honestly, the foundation isn't even poured yet. This is like the groundwork. This is, excuse me, I had a burp. Buying a plot of land, clearing the trees, and actually prepping, you know, Caesar. Hello, sir. My goat. What up, brother? It's not safe in these streets. This is like clearing the plot of land and everything, waiting for the foundation to actually be poured out. I'll go over here. You're chilling over there. Don't blast Caesar, boys. He's vibing. This is a PvP zone. Yeah, the entire world's a PvP zone right now. But Caesar's one of my friends, so I can't blow him up. I'm very geared, and this is like a questing area for new domination players. But these goblins drop really good gold. So we're over here right now, just basically like economic warfaring the domination side, because we're farming up a lot of gold here, which we'll then use to increase our scaling. We're cutting off one of their questing areas and stopping them from getting the gold, while also opening up the Sacred Order side of the map for more Sacred Order people to farm. So in games like this, I really enjoy the PvX loop where it's like, okay, I can be getting gold, right? I could be sitting on chests in the Sacred Order side that are completely safe. I could be, you know, on my side of the map playing super safe. Or since I have a lot of gear and can get a raid of people over here, like we have multiple people over here that are just farming this right now that can respond at any point if something goes south. You know, we just run over here with more risk and then make a more impactful play for the, you know, the server state and the world state. So I got a key finally. Oh, did you? Oh, did you? We're about to have some keys in a little bit here. I got blessed up today once again. So we'll do a couple big marbles races, couple large boys. Does gear in progress save or no? Oh, you're gonna get me passionate again. You're gonna get me ramped up again. So there's a clip today that we saw that made us very sad, because it not only, like, we knew that everything, you know, playtesting wise was going to be you know, was absolutely going to be wiped, and every playtest was going to be unique. However, what we didn't expect was the potential for NDAs to return after this initial playtest, which we as a community, of course, like a streamer community especially, an NDA effectively cooks the game for us. And like, outside of any, you know, do we want to play it? Do we get into it? An NDA makes it so we can't get into it, and makes it so every other streamer will also not be able to provide any coverage to it, which some people out there are like, fuck yeah, NDA, hell yeah. Which, fair. I don't really like many streamers either, despite being one. I think most of us are cringe as fuck, myself included sometimes. But there's been talk of an NDA for future testing, and pretty much everybody that I have talked to, again, this is just a small corner of the internet and a small corner of even this community. But effectively, everybody that we have pulled, both people in my community and outside of my immediate community, are all in agreement that an NDA will very likely shrink the concurrent player base down under 100 and will not allow them to get the testing data that they need. We don't feel like the game has enough, like, headway at this point to go dark again and have everybody with a positive sentiment that's come in passing and seen the game and not stuck it out, which would be the people that you're NDAing it to protect against anyways. And we feel like it just lose a lot of momentum for the game, where effectively during the NDA period, they go dark and it just, you know, it just fucks up. It just, we heard NDA today being passed around for future playtests, and a lot of us have been a part of games that have gone in and out of NDAs in the past. And we can say from experience, anytime a game of this size goes into an NDA, the restrictions of an NDA hurt more than preventing any like negative visibility or anything like that, because not only is the negative sentiment already out in existence, but it's also like, if you NDA it right now, how are you going to show people the progression? If I make a bad choice and I just disappear, then nobody will ever know that I've changed as a person to improve on that choice. If you have a rough start to something, the perseverance through that start is what establishes the consistency. Hello Games wouldn't be Hello Games without No Man's Sky failing at first and then being poured love and invested in until it was in a good playable spot. And that sentiment, even if they cooked it, even if they pulled No Man's Sky, that would have followed them. The only reason Hello Games has people excited for Light No Fire is literally because No Man's Sky was such a passion project. And I feel like taking away the ability for people to see that passion come through and be on display, the improvements in the progression of the game. Something I've been saying is, like, if you watch my stream yesterday, I streamed 10 hours yesterday and I couldn't play the game because my abilities weren't going through for 10 seconds. And that's not an exaggeration. Today, it's much better. Obviously, there's still input delay, like there is still spell latency, right? But the progression here is something that has been on display today, which if they went under NDA yesterday because the servers were bad, nobody would have been able to see the servers improve. I don't necessarily like the prospect of an NDA outside of the selfish, of course, like this cooks me as a streamer and my community as a streamer community. I feel like it cooks a lot of the potential of momentum that Scars could get with a little bit of improvement. Are you on the new server? Oh, come over to Chicago. We're on Chicago. Go to Chirac. New York is the new server. You guys want to come to Chirac. These streets aren't safe, but we will protect you. We got you guys. We got you guys all checked in. Caesar checked in with the hood, and now he's safe. So, main reason there are people for NDAs is they think it'll stop the spread of information, giving certain people an advantage at release. Issue is NDAs are only good if someone reports a violation. However, in MMOs, this rarely happens because people will tell their community and keep it undercover, so only their community gets the advantage. No NDA is honestly the best route, so streamers show the full gameplay. Yeah, I mean, outside of that too, right? Just the extra hoop to jump through of something being under an NDA is going to be something that is a deterrent for players, even if it is a free-to-play. That extra hoop to jump through where people can't talk about it anywhere, people can't share any of the information publicly, that is a deterrent. And again, even in the Ashes scene, right? That's my most direct comparison of it, because that's the most similar evolution of game that I'm seeing, right? It's a new upcoming MMO targeting a niche audience, not trying to be a zeitgeist, and you know, they have a lot of issues to work through on the baseline. They've got server issues to work through that can make the game borderline unplayable at points in time. They have very obvious things that are in, very obvious things that are in testing right now, right? So in terms of, you know, faction imbalances and game imbalance right now, I have a 100% crit build. That is not intended. Now, am I abusing an exploit to get 100% crit? No, I'm just stacking the shit out of very optimal gear. We noticed that the scaling went high, so we all said, okay, I guess we keep the scaling going higher, right? So, in terms of that, like, there is, in my opinion, no expectation of this being a playable game at this point in time. We are here to effectively be a part of the earliest part of it, right? When you're looking at a walkway or a cement foundation that's poured. Oi, what the Hellington? My brother in Christ. All right. All right. I have terrible news for you, brother. I have terrible news. Now, I must prevent you from existing for the rest of the day. I didn't even see brother coming. I was just minding my own business. I hadn't seen a domination person in fucking 14 years. Back we go. I like fell asleep at the wheel, bro. I was just fucking farming gold. Goodness gracious. I had a crit and dropped from 33 to 26 on my mage. What'd you lose? That seems odd. Did you take something else out? Because that's definitely intriguing. Give it a little try. It's not a game right now. I mean, honestly, this is a thing too. If people keep, again, just having the sentiment that everything is supposed to feel like a game and be a game right now, it's not. You're basically taking a raw chicken breast off of the countertop in the kitchen and then complaining to your mom, wife, partner, whoever, that the chicken breast is raw. You see that it's raw, you know that it's raw, yet you're still complaining that it's raw after eating the raw chicken that very much has a "this is raw" disclaimer on it. And I feel like a lot of people are not able to temper their expectations. ETA for release is less than a year. Tell me again that you don't know what you're talking about without knowing what you're talking about. The ETA for early access is Q1 of 2027. And the actual 1.0 launch is far after that. So again, uneducated and confidently wrong is the worst kind of wrong to physically be. They're looking at not a 1.0 launch in Q1 of 2027, but an early access pre-1.0 launch that doesn't have everything. Yet you're over here saying, they're saying it's done in a year! They've never said that. And you're mad about something that you made up in your own head. Brother, you gotta fucking chill. Like, if you don't like it, then just don't play it, but you don't need to go around and be confidently wrong in public forums because you don't know. You can literally just watch dev streams. Like, early access, a pre-1.0 build is Q1 of next year. Their full launch is going to take months after that, best case scenario, if nothing else goes wrong. And the timeline for early access has already shifted from Q4 of this year to Q1 of next year, which indicates that it's a fluid timeline and is not a hard lock of we promise this will be here. Yet, part of the reason they're feeling forced into an NDA is because there are players like that that come in, have completely incorrect expectations, think that they know everything without doing any smidge of research, and instead of asking questions, just try to plug their ears and yell the loudest and be angry about something. When, I'm gonna be honest, brother, if you read all the disclaimers, you don't have a ton to actually be upset about. Like, you just don't. It's really not that terrible, all things considered, for the 4th day of 0.03 build of this game. People that bitch and complain about an alpha shouldn't play alphas, yet they will so much. They will so much. It always amuses me when you have so-called experts on this stuff when they've never worked a day in the industry. I just don't understand why people can't admit that they're not experts on it. It's like the pirate software dilemma, bro. I don't work in the industry. I am a streamer. I have had the pleasure of communicating with many game developers, but that does not make me one. And even from my perspective as a consumer, I can sort out that I read that this thing is not ready for public consumption, right? I'm watching the chefs prepare my meal, and I'm getting a little tasting menu while the chefs are preparing my 5-course meal. Just because I'm getting a tasting menu doesn't mean I'm like, oh, this is all I'm getting? This is the whole meal? What the fuck? No, I'm literally watching the chefs cook while I'm having little mouse-sized snacks along the way. That's fun to me. I might not have the entirety of the combat system. I might be at 100% crit chance because the scaling's broken. But when you expect things to be broken and you say, I'm going to go into this and have fun making the most broken build I can and trying to get something nerfed, then you try to improve on that. Can you only get one scar? You're supposed to only get one scar. However, people are reporting that you can stack up multiple from the world boss. I haven't gone over today and tried to farm up a second one for the world boss. However, I'm interested. But apparently it's a rare bug. It's not a feature. Yeah, who would have thought? Who would have thought? Current test is to break the game so you can report it. Bingo. And the more stuff that we find that is very broken, the more reporting we can actually do and the more they can fix. And people have to understand, like, we can give sentiment and feedback without being angry about it. Was I frustrated yesterday because the servers literally were unplayable in PvP? Hell yeah. Was I like, man, I'm never fucking coming back? No, I was frustrated in PvP, but when people would ask, Dusty, is this game dog shit? I'd be like, no, I'm frustrated because the combat's really fun when the servers work well, but the servers are not working well, you know, as of yesterday. They're doing better today, still not perfect, but I'm able to say what is bugging me about it without a semblance of, well, I'm never coming back to this dog shit fucking game. I hope fucking Bulgaria gets bought by, I don't even know what's next to it, Bosnia or some shit. I don't even know what, Siberia? Something. I don't really understand what's next to, I'm not good at geography, but I'm not really going too crazy with the sentiment, right? Bulgaria bought by Intrepid. Countries of creation. Jesus Christ. Most people don't use the logic you use, which is weird because I'm not really a logical dude. I mean, apparently I am, but I'm just some stoner that likes video games and yapping all day. And I feel like I shouldn't be the only logical one in the room, yet for some reason I feel like I'm talking so many people off the cliff of, well, this two-faction system is fucking broken. There's so much wrong with it. And I'm like, do you know that they're just testing the open world PvP because we only have one zone right now and it was kind of a game time decision to turn it on? And then at some point they're going to have battlegrounds and arenas, so all the PvPers just go there instead. And they're like, well, it's going to be so bad. Have you tried it yet? They're like, no, but I know it's gonna be bad. Like, bro, it's just, some people, man, genuinely some people, the internet is where nuance goes to die. Fucking banger. Fucking banger. Like, actually. And I think it's sad that the negative sentiment from Discord, Reddit, and honestly, public forums where you have no verification that people are even playing the game is weighing in on the developers at all. To the point where Venolin is now being forced to consider pulling the game back to an NDA, which I think would kill the game. I'm gonna be completely a buck. I wholeheartedly believe that if they go back into an NDA at this point, most of their communities will not come back to the game at another point in time, because the entire time that this is in an NDA and people can't display it and can't play it and can't show it consistently, people will find something else. Streamers aren't going to stop streaming. And some people may want fewer streamers in the, you know, in the directory and in the game. Teach their own. Teach their own. But even outside of that, NDAs are known to absolutely butcher player bases. Absolutely butcher them. I genuinely feel like an NDA cooks it. I think it kills all the momentum. I think it takes all the weight out of their sails, or all the wind out of their sails. Even if it might be some headwind right now instead of a tailwind, you still need the wind. And a tailwind isn't always what you're going to get, but you have to push through the headwinds. Sometimes you have to steer the ship and correct it, but you've got to go with the winds. And right now I feel like they're listening to a siren song and they're getting led in a wrong direction off of a siren song. And at the end of the day, it's their direction. But I've seen too many games that have a negative sentiment and then they just say, oh shit, this is cooked. You do a small NDA weeks with some people and do the open one. What I have seen successfully work in the past is production and test environments. So basically, production environment would be the one that we're playing on. Prod environment is your live environment where things get pushed, right? And then your test environment is where your experimental changes come in. So your prod environment is your safe one. And even if it's early on, who's behind us? Darcy, what are you looking at? But even with like prod versus PTR, if you're at a point where... What? God fucking damn it. They changed that item was usable while moving. I think you can cast while moving for everything, right? I've been able to cast while moving anyways. I also feel like people get so negative about certain games because it's the only thing they play. And of course, they're gonna get bored of the game. But they demand a crazy cadence of content to remain engaged. Yeah, it's also the expectations. Like it's so much on the player. There are things you can't cast while moving. Oh, I haven't had any of those. I only have a couple of casts though. Maybe my avatar. I actually don't think I can move during avatar casts, but I haven't been using avatar, honestly. But yeah, I don't know. What do you mean the point of the NDA? Out of the fact you did an open test, genie's out of the bottle. That's also a big point of it, in my opinion, right? So if they NDA'd after this test, whatever they can get in this test is going to be the known sentiment about the game for a while. There's no longer the mystery, right? So this is Dream after the face reveal type shit. This is not Dream with the mask on. The face is already revealed. What happened when Dream tried to put his mask back on? Everybody said, you can't unface yourself, Dream. And Dream's career changed forever. Forever. So, they said this wasn't the most recent build. Maybe the NDA will be a final build. That's amazing. I mean, the NDA is not going to be the final build. It's still going to be far from any final build, like in terms of the 1.0. That's going to be so far out. But, like an NDA'd PTR, like a private test realm, would be a good place to really show what your experimental build is going to be and what your less refined build will be, and have this come in as your more refined option, right? After you put things on the NDA'd PTR, then you troubleshoot it there, then you put it to live, and you have the live concurrent or even up in set times. And I feel like just going full NDA it doesn't seem to me like it would like hit what they wanted to hit. Official release supposed when? TBD. Honestly, their estimated early access, which is a pre-release build, was Q1 of 2027, but that had already been pushed back once from Q4 of 2026 to that. So my personal guess for release would be end of 2027, early 2028 at this point in time after playing it. Again, they're making solid progress on server side stuff and some infrastructural stuff. But again, it's early. There's so much that needs to be built on. So I feel they're going to push more too. Yeah, timelines are always fluid. Like always fluid. Look at that range. Bro, they tried so fucking hard to get creative. Oh my fucking god, they snaked so far around. That was so good. Holy shit. Holy shit. Goodness gracious me, oh my. Oh, that was beautiful to see. That was beautiful to see. I asked Arm today if he's happy with the combat and being a bit static. He said definitely not happy and many things will change. I think a New World style combat system could go well with what they're looking for, honestly. Just a full action. No, then you'd have to worry about projectiles and hit reg and shit like that, which is incredibly difficult. Keep in mind, in terms of like action combat systems, dog, it's hard. It's hard. Like, it's really hard to have server registration be smooth on an action combat. You have so many more quite literally moving pieces that all need to register properly, that all need to be in place. You need to have hitboxes proper. It's tough when you go action. Tab target is, like, by all means and measures, yes, kind of like a cop out, but it's also safer. Newer, I can use a musket for the life of me. Yeah, I'm a career melee player, so I don't have to worry about that. But let me tell you, I did a sub goal one time to play Fire Staff and some Outpost Rush, and Fire Staff was absolutely insane. So I still got kills, but it was all abilities that were getting my kills. It was not my basic attacks, bro. I could not hit one of those to save me, like, at all. I looked like the worst quarterback in the NFL type shit. Who's creeping up behind me? What's going on here? Who this? Djibouti and Citric. I think they're just vibing. I kind of want to swanton bomb these boys. Action combat not doable in proper MMO. Hybrid tap targets best. don't mind action combat. I actually really like New World's combat system. It was genuinely like one of my favorites that I have played in any MMO. But problem with Tab Target is also that there's already MMOs with it. Action combat market wide open for taking now. Yeah, something that's truly like, I don't know, socially driven, more engaging combat. I also think that's what's going to be needed to break into the younger generation of MMO gamers. I feel like when you look at it, not MMO gamers in general, but of gamers in general and bringing them to MMOs, when you look at MMOs, it's a very aging population, and a lot of games have struggled to attract a new audience, a new generation audience. It's a lot of players that have been retained and a lot of the same recycled, you know, multiple millions of players from early on in MMOs, the early days of WoW and everything in between. So looking at it from that standpoint, there's just, I think there's a lot that goes into MMOs right now, right, in terms of the market shares of them, but you definitely don't see many MMOs at all successfully incorporating new players. Who the fuck is hitting me? Alright. Alright. Sir, cannot condone doing this. This is a little bit rude, if I do say so myself. Once these abilities go off, you're cooked, buddy. Once these go off, you're absolutely fucking cooked. But for whatever reason, they don't want to go off. It's okay. Everything's fine. There we go. There we go. All peachy now. Alright, that was kind of rude of them. I am not gonna lie. That was incredibly rude. And I'm just trying to mind my own beeswax over here. I'm being fucking done dastardly. Druids are the new rogues. Yeah, you really truly hate to see that. Really truly hate to see it. I can't wait till assassins get in the game. We're gonna see some absolute fuckery. But yes, druids are that, they're worse than rogues. Druids are like the player in a battle royale that, you know, when you're playing Call of Duty or some shit, like any of those battle royales that don't have building, the ones that just sit on roofs and in like super cheeky peaks and shit like that, and don't actually go out and like play the game or roam around or try to frag out. They just kind of sit in one place. That's the druid. Druid range fix supposed to be a next patch. I've played too many in development MMOs to be confident that it's ever going to get fixed. And I think realistically speaking, we're going to see probably a global no target needed hit everybody in a global AoE augment coming into it before we see a proper nerf to it. But that's just my thought. You just talked about it on stream. Yeah, they tried to push it last fix, but that and keybinds didn't make it in last fix. I think they were bugged when they tried to implement them. So, you know, thus is life. Thus is life. All right, hold on. I'm gonna fill up my coffee real quick, and then chat. You wanna do a key? You wanna do a key? You wanna do it before the PvP fixes? Yeah, that'll be nice. Keep in mind, guys, like everything's gonna change and evolve so fast. Genuinely so fast. Everything will continue to evolve rapidly. And those that forget that or do not keep that at the forefront, I feel like it's going to be a very bad time for them. And those that do keep it at the forefront and understand, like, yes, this is a pain point, but it's a temporary pain point, right? I think there's still a lot of fun to be had here, man. And I really hope Venny chooses to not go the route of an NDA. That, like, I'm gonna be real, I think that cooks, again, the entirety of the game's premise right now. Or at least the momentum that it has. I really feel like that is such a detrimental action to the interest in the game. So, shows your talent build? Yeah. Talent's there. Hold on. What am I missing? I don't know why those were missing. My bad. My bad. So I'm 650 spell power, 100% crit chance, 235 crit hit damage, 15% spell pen. And then some solid gear around it, but this is what I run right now. RNG keys are no stupid. Been signed up for this since they opened the sign up. Still haven't got a key, but seeing people who literally signed up last night getting them. Yeah, I mean, RNG is always going to rub some people wrong, but there's also, like, positives and negatives to both sides of it, if I'm being honest, right? Like, if they don't RNG it and they do it based off of, you know, consequential, or not consequential, consecutive, like who had requested, you know, when chronologically, that's going to be susceptible to bot waves getting all of the keys for drops, which again, bots are still getting drops. But say I hypothetically have 5,000 bots that have requested keys, right? And they're just going in a chronological order. All 5,000 of those bots are going to be getting those 5,000 keys in the same drop, and it's going to be a huge wave instead of the RNG sporadically being able to, you know, combat that a little bit. But I don't really think there's a perfect way to approach it. I also think the server infrastructure hasn't really allowed them to hand out keys at the point, like at the rate that they want to. If I'm being honest, they had said they had 9 servers prepared. They've only put out 4 servers, with the 4th one coming up today. So there's really like, there's no way that they can do it perfectly, especially with the jankiness that the servers have run into so far. If I could word it lightly. The first 3 days being relatively unplayable is an important thing. Are the characters server locked? Yes. But the first 3 days being relatively unplayable, like, you know, it's what it is. It is what it is. But at the end of the day, everything is currently based on, in my opinion, the structure of the servers and the stability. It's dated and horrible. I disagree. I personally think when you don't have factions matter in a faction-based game, then you might as well not have factions. If you don't have servers matter in a server-based game, then you might as well not have servers. I really enjoy when servers are in their bubble and not going out of that bubble with cross-server stuff, primarily because it shapes the story of that server through player-driven actions. But I'm also somebody that really enjoys PvX loops, where I want my, you know, my reputation. I want my guild's reputation. I want the player actions on this server to tell the story of the server in addition to the world building. So it's like, you know, welcome to the world of Aragon. You have blah, 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 and this dude fucked this chick, right? And that's your lore of Aragon. Probably more to that. But at some point, somebody fucked. It's just bound to happen. But within that, you have your, okay, well, on this server, you have your Sacred Order that is just way overpowered. They got... Why are there so many red around me? Seems as though there be a couple reds in the area. But you know, the social actions and the player-driven actions on every server are, in my opinion, a big part of what makes the servers themselves interesting to be a part of. I'm lagging like crazy. I literally can't play the game. Okay, we're good. All we gotta do is believe, and we self-heal. I just jumped in and got hit with the craziest lag, but that is okay. Everything is perfectly fine. Everything worked out in the end. We truly love to see it. Oh. Are they trying to touch our butts now? I have a feeling they're trying to touch our butts now. Good day, sir. Okay, the range on some of this shit might need to be tuned down, bro. I can't even get a range before people die. Using block. Keeps fucking disappearing off my bars randomly, and it's kind of meh, if I'm being honest. Like, I personally haven't, at any point at this time, found, like, validity in block. Should negate Icelands completely. Yeah, it's also just, like, in the time that we take to block, there's still so much damage that's going out. Press it all on proper keybind. I wish it was anything other than that. That's also a big part of it. Not control 5. Well, maybe if I could rebind my binds, Coco! If I could rebind shit, then we'd be just peachy. However... Seems a little bit too much to ask for. Is that really floating away? What the orb doing? What? Genuinely, what the orb doing? Okay, I don't want to be on their spawn. I'd like to get out of here. We can't bind? It's a bug. They tried to push it for last fix. However, it did not make it for last fix. So they pushed a set of hot fixes yesterday and today. So more shit will be coming. More shit will be getting fixed along the way. Uh-oh, this bug's back. All of the spell effects. All right, we're going in. That was weird. As soon as I took damage there, I just got cooked. No! No! Everything's fine. No, go through, you stupid heal. No! Why? Why? 4,000 second delay. It's okay. Server dessert. Yeah, we're gonna do a kick away in a second. Maybe physical target. Yeah, I'm with your right. Well, I know that. I know that. It's just clunky. I don't think the channel is like... I don't know. I don't think the channel's a play on it. Anytime I've attempted to use it, it's a net negative scenario regardless, right? So taking the time, even if I'm auto run strafing and then holding block, taking the time to rock that without like any form of pressure or anything. I mean, latency's hard to get big. Latency, lack of binds. But I also feel like any good players, if I'm being honest, right, in PvP, they're just going to see that go up and not target somebody, and then it's useless. If I'm being honest, it's not like this is an ability that's going to work against good players. It's like the I got your nose. If you do it to a baby, they're gonna go, but if you do it to an adult, they're gonna be like, brother, give me my nose back. Right? It's gonna be completely different. And I feel like here, right? If I have a big ol' you can't hit me, you can't hit me, you can't hit me, any good player, which is who a lot of your PvPers will be fighting against, will see that and they're just like, okay, it's useless ability. Personally, a percent mitt for a timer or something like that, I'd prefer that a little bit more, but should be able to block mid-prod fight. Yeah, even then though, like 1v1s maybe, but good luck with the timings. Yeah, timings are gonna be rough right now with the ping. But even then, like in 1v1s, sure, that's cheeky, but anything other than 1v1s, which 1v1s are going to be such a small percent of any actual, like, PvP content. It's not really going to be ones, so, you know, we'll see, though. We'll see. I think binds are such a big thing that are lacking right now, I'm not going to lie. The clunkiness of PvP and like the lack of fluidity provided by not having binds has been really rough, even for people to get like natively comfortable. We have people that are re-WASDing and shit just so they can feel a little comfortable, but I done some passive block passively if you XYZ. Yeah, passive block, like just a character passive block is an interesting one. Like maybe on a shield or something. Although the channeling part, yeah. That could be a solid alternative as well. The channel to me seems where the clunk is, you know? Maybe if there was a cooldown refund on the channel, if that makes sense. So where it's like, if I full channel, it's the entire cooldown. However, if I just bring it up as a quick, like, you know, as a quick this, then I get some of my cooldown refunded. I don't know, though. I don't know. As a tank main, I can't imagine anything worse than active block. I think active block can be fun in certain combat systems, but off of like a channeled ability, I'm a little less... I don't know, a little less excited about it. I don't know, like active block in certain scenarios can be good, but it's also such a turtle, right? And when active block is being used as part of the determinant for a TTK, then it becomes very like... I don't know, very sluggish on a melee. And as a melee, I don't want to play like the SWAT team approach where I'm like, you know, move. Like I want to actually be showing off movement, big engages, rapid in-outs, like using my space, using my abilities, using what's in my kit to actually play make. So, I don't know. Holding it also hurts it. We need to make it a toggle. Yeah, that would be nice. That would be nice. The hold on the channel is a little bit rough. Yeah, 1000%. And then with any toggles and stuff for a duration, that could be good. Yeah. There was also like I really enjoyed the reflect that Ashes had, where instead of something like this where it's a toggle where you're blocking incoming attacks, reflect in Ashes was a, you know, bring up your shield for 3 seconds. The first hit that you take is reflected back at the target, dealing damage to them, increasing your mitigation and armor by that amount. Which is, it was more like a skill shot, which lined up really well with what you were saying, with like something would be in midair, and then we can just boop really quick and then pull up our shield for almost like a skill shot block in a fraction of a second. So one thing that, you know, I really liked with that, I had a charge in Ashes where I could charge and then jump and then I could turn back and my character would turn back. So I would effectively charge, jump when a projectile was behind me, and then pop my reflect while I was in the air and then block it, and it would trip somebody because there was an augment that could, like, you know, cause a CC. But dodge rolls is way, action camera and dodge rolls. Which one's the quick one? Is it already in the tree? Or is that not in yet? Because a quick one could be kind of nice. Is there a question? The quick, like, reflecty type ability. That's not our active block. Is that in yet, or is that, like, in the future? Active blocks as timed abilities. Be good. Shield not giving armor unless held up sucks though. Yeah, I mean, and if you don't do that, then you end up with shield as a stat stick. And passive block can make the combat feel very meh. But I mean, we do have the ability to shoot a projectile. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Okay, cool. It's not in at the moment. Word. Yeah, that could be an interesting one as well. Something like that, honestly, like a diamond skin or, you know, anything like that, right? This just feels clunky to me in some way. I do think it would be better as a duration though, especially if we could pop this as an oh shit, as like not as an oh shit, but as like a casting in conjunction to it, right? Right now, you get Bless Block, which makes your Smite apply silence and evermore. Right. Yeah, and Smite's honestly not worth the global right now. But that's my own take. Yeah, Smite's an interesting one. But I do think if this were just, like you said, a duration, where it was passively up, and then I could cast during it, that would be incredibly strong. But even then, blocking things in the front might have been, you know, might be a little too OP if it's just a passive duration. It's an interesting one though. It's planned for today, now that you've beaten the game. Give away some keys and beat the game more. So I don't currently have best in slot gear, which is slightly tragic. Despite being absolutely insanely geared, I do have some gearing that I still have to improve on. I could probably push up to like 700 spell power, if I'm being honest. So, Power Swashbuckler, gonna have a shield too. Yeah. I kind of want to do a buck build, if I'm being honest. A buck build would be incredibly interesting. Losing 20% crit chance and get 275 crit damage would prove larger damage. It would not, because you have the inconsistency of not critting, and the entirety of this meta right now is being able to crit and one-shot somebody. So your largest priority right now, and like, I understand what you're saying in terms of, like, sure, you could hit for 10k instead of 6k, but also you could hit for 400 instead of 6k if you have less than 100% crit. So when you're looking at crit scaling, crit chance, especially when you have something that's a modifier like 3x damage or even a 2x post nerf on Blessed Hammer, that's insane. And a lot of our potential as a paladin is going in, getting the crit to be able to kill somebody before they kill us, because we're the worst range in the game right now, right? For us to be able to function, we have to either have a crazy angle, get the jump on somebody, or we have to get a jump in and then tab and then get our Blessed Hammer that goes out on top of that before they hit us with a single ability. So it's like we already do so much damage that it's like, what's a little more on the top end where our consistency is already enough to kill people, right? All right, hold on. Let me go fill up my coffee because I said I was going to do that like half an hour ago and then we are going to give a key. This is my build right now. If anybody has questions on it, please feel free to ask. But you can fuck around and change a lot, if I'm being real. I really heavily seek out these nodes that give strength, dex, int, and vitality. Insanely high value. You have 4 of these each corner of your tree. Well, one of those. So it's quite nice. Quite nice. Builds will naturally converge to be identical. Don't worry, Coco's gonna screenshot this and nerf every single one of these fucking nodes. Don't worry. I know how this shit goes. I'm making the biggest mistake of my life right now. I'll be right back. Good day. I have returned. Ugh. There's 4 servers now? Yes, there are. Yes, there are 4 servers, and it's absolutely amazing. Pyronics, what up, dude? Made a build for mage that ended up having a bug trait, much like every single other build. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, brother. Everything is a little bit weird. As you'll notice, I have a couple of extra spell effects on me right now. Randomly in the world, spell effects will get left around in different places. My heal has been on an absolute roller coaster ride so far today, honestly, through the past few days. So, for whatever reason, some asshole decided to add a flat 5 seconds to my healing hand cooldown, and then also nerf all paladin heals by 50%, which I think was kind of uncalled for, if I'm being completely honest. I think that was kind of rude. But, you know, all things considered, you gotta roll with the punches. So then, after struggling through it yesterday, I get my revenge today because there's now... There's no cooldown, but apparently I can't cast it now. So now, we have a new bug where there's no cooldown on my healing hand. And also because... also. I don't know about you, but there's no stack limit on this, Coco. So, I don't know if that stacks up with other things like this, but just food for thought, there's no stack limit. There is now! You're such a dick. All of my fun. How dare you fix it, you bastard! That's awesome. Alright, well, there's a stack limit of 1 here, as of now. But there's a fun build. Boys, use it before it gets nerfed. There's a fun little bug where if you have destructive hand, it just infinitely stacks every single time you cast a heal. So, I can push up above like 1500. So, I had to fix for hours, but don't know when it's gonna get patched. Yeah, among many other things, bro. The Great Paladin nerf of 2026. I'm gonna be real. When that comes out, they should just call it the Dusty Fix. Because I hate how much I'm getting this class brought down and nerfed just immediately. I'm telling you guys too much. Shouldn't be able to stack it like that anyway. I didn't predict broken CDs. Okay, well, even without broken CDs... Oh, speaking of which, these nodes aren't working. As of yesterday. Hold on, I'll test them again for you. But when you have Healing Hand, it seems like you can only take 1 second off of the new cooldown. So you'll notice I'm 14 seconds. If I refund and go here... Motherfucker. Hold on. I got shots coming from somewhere. I'm gonna give it a quick relog. Think they work only off first learn on a brand new character. Oh, god damn it. God damn it. That's so tragic. That's genuinely so tragic. Okay, so probably cooked in that realm. Also, the free mana doesn't work. I don't know if that one's known or not. But the free mana also didn't work. Hiya. Let's see, what else? Yeah. Yeah, the free mana... Hear me out. If we're going longer cooldown time... What if this becomes a heal over time when we cast Healing Hand? For, like, percentage of spell power. Since we're having the longer cooldown. Because right now, it feels like our healing is incredibly, like, spiky than nothing. Obviously, the mana cost in the tooltip, but it still should be free. Word. Okay, cool. Yeah, because if that were the case, like, if these cooldown reductions were working, then it would be pretty worth it for a self-sustained build to break into these. However, with them not working, basically just, I diverted into our crit damage here, gave me 35% crit damage, have 6% more crit chance through here, and then I'm able to just juice this as well. Which is absolutely massive in my opinion. Absolutely massive. This one had Paladin gear for tier 2 forging. So we don't have mana issues anymore? Bro, literally the #1 issue that Pallies are having right now is mana. If we didn't have to just stop fighting to get mana back after popping one singular large cooldown, it'd be so nice. I hate spamming and no mana, sir. Oh, that's another small thing. That's another small thing. So basically, when you don't have mana for something, it doesn't get blued out on the bar or like grayed out on the bar. I feel like when you don't have mana for something, it should definitely not let you select the ability and see the ground hover for it, and then just not cast. Especially when the servers were laggy. So like, if you drop a shitload of mana, right, and then you have, you know, 50 mana, and it's a 100 mana ability, that shit is grayed out. And for range too, yeah, agreed. Yep, out of range as well as mana cost should have something in the UI, I think. Ford, thank you for following. Much love, dude. Or invalid targets. Yeah. Some indicator with it. That's one thing. I've had so many big cavalcades that I've popped all my abilities in, right? And when we were in team fights, I'd try to take cavalcade, even though servers were laggy. And I'd go in and I'd pop it, and I'd be like, why isn't this popping? It's the servers, and I look and I'm like 2 mana short. So tragic. So tragic. Will be less of an issue with mana pots and stuff coming in the long run as well. But yeah, that'll be great. But again, I think this is also something where it's like, just in passing, oh yeah, when that gets added, that'll be awesome. But it's not one of those where it's a core game breaker, you know? Trying to use a Cosmic Orb build and immediately ran out of mana. Me trying to do anything in a fucking team fight right now of Ironics. Honestly, brother, I feel that so much. I feel that so much. I have had so many fights where I'm like, oh my god, I have the craziest play lined up. And then no mana, no mana, no mana, no mana, no mana. It was tragic. Chat, have we done our rounds to look at vendors today, by the way? How long does it usually take to get accepted for the invite? Depends on the person, honestly. Not like depends on the person, like not like a you thing, but it's RNG. They just basically enter a number into Steam, and then Steam allocates that number of codes just randomly to people. So it's not a guarantee, but we are also going to give away a few keys here in a second. I'm just running up to a little safe spot in the town where I can relax, and it looks like servers are a little janky right now as well, so we'll see what's up there. I'm on like 10-second spell delay again. It's all breaking down, boys. Coco's trying to nerf me and the servers are saying no. This is literally the universe fighting back against nerfing Dusty. I swear to God. Yo, Suck11, what up, dog? I sent a request to Dusty Steam for access. Really want to try this. If you have Twitch, make sure you pop over to the Twitch side. I'm gonna give away a few keys. I've been blessed up by the developers with a couple of keys to give away to the lads, so why can't I equip Vindicator Strike? Have you tried not being a little bitch? My bad. Check your talents. Check your talents. See if you have any like talents allocated, and if you do, just take all of your talents out, and then you should be good. It's unfortunate, but you might have to unspec your whole tree. How long does this go? Till the 11th. So there's still what, 8 days or some bullshit like that. Also, chat, what are we? I guess I'm a little bitch. Listen, the first step to solving a problem is admitting we have one in the first place, Fader. And I think that's the important part of this. Bro, I don't know, like, I'm gonna be real. I have never seen a streamer just get away with calling everybody a bitch as much as I do. I don't know if it's like the fucking delivery or because nobody ever is intimidated by me. But somebody will come in as a first time chat and I'm like, what up, you stupid fucking bitch? And they're like, yo, gang, gang. Like, what? Why do you let me talk to you like that? Mel, thank you for the hydrate, brother. I appreciate you. What you getting up to today, big dog? Phone Solanki. Resets randomly on me. Can't put healing hand on my bars today either. Can't put healing hand on your bars. Do you have anything talented? You'd fit it down under? That might be where I got it. When I played college basketball, we had a few Aussie imports. One of my better friends in college was from Darwin. So, yeah, I got some interaction there. What I learned is that apparently he had the southern drawl of Australia. So he was basically regarded as being from like the Alabama of Australia is how he explained it to me. Where they're all basically like the dumb farmer type meat is how he described it. So, you know, it was an interesting conversation when I asked where he was from. He was like, so, you know how you guys have Alabama? I was like, yeah, why, what's up? And he's like, well, that's basically where I'm from. A lot of people think it's just farmers that kind of talk slow and sound dumb. His brother is also his uncle. Bro, the family tree is a shrub. Genuinely. It's just, it's wide. It's wide. How's it so far? Better today. In the past, like, few days, well, the first 3 days of the playtest, I should say, the servers were very, very, very laggy, and abilities were incredibly delayed, right? Dusty, what? You better not tell me there's PvP. I'm about to do marbles. I'm about to... What is your bum ass doing on the game? Playing? Well, what'd I do? I can't... I don't know. Oh, why? What are you doing? I don't know. It was aggressive as fuck. I didn't know if I was supposed to be doing something. Added a fix for the 0 mana healing hand. We're up tremendous. It's a Dusty buff. It's a Dusty buff. Absolutely nothing. I need a Gamba, so I need to check vendors. I have 16k and a full inventory. So at some point today, I do have a list of things that I need to Gamba. So I need to get a better necklace. I need to get a helm. I need to get better gloves, because I don't have any crit damage on my gloves. So those are like my big 3 that I'm trying to get today. Will juice me even more. Did the giveaway already, fatty? Your mother. Goodness gracious me, oh my. Fucking god damn, chomping at the bit out here. I literally feed a flock of pigeons every morning, and they're less desperate than all of you fucks. My god. My god. Fine, fine. I'll do the giveaway, but not because I want to help you people, because I'm sick of you guys having the smell of poor in here. Fucking can't even afford to get into a free-to-play playtest. Fucking ridiculous. Fucking ridiculous. It's a community built on hatred and negativity. Bro, I swear to God, at some point in time, I'm gonna end up on live stream fails. Somebody's gonna take me too seriously. Just kick that guy out. Everybody time that one guy out before we go. I bribe so many people. No bribery here. Bro, I'm not gonna lie. The amount of people that have offered me money for keys, if I took all of the offers, I wouldn't even have to stream the rest of the playtest. I could go on a fucking vacation. However, I am too ethical of a streamer and of a content creator to favor people like that and be tempted. You'd be able to afford the house. Ouch. Ouch. You hate to see that one. You hate to see that one. God damn. Everyone in World Boss is spamming exclamation play in the chat. Oh no. There's a revolution for the exclamation play. You hate to see it. What if you got offered 500k to promote gambling? Oh yeah. Brother, if somebody offered me 500k to like bend over, spread my cheeks and fart into my mic and get a 3-day ban for showing my asshole and break my stream streak, I'd do it. The fuck you mean? That's $500,000. Is that tax free? Like, is that just a direct 500k? Like, do you want me to do a handstand? Like, what do you want me to eat that day? The fuck do you mean? I'll do it for a lot less than 500k? Yeah, we could negotiate. I would literally, brother, I made like $40,000 as a full-time content creator last year, working like 70 hours a week. I stream 8 to 12 hours a day, and I've streamed over 1,000 days in a row. There is not a lot that I wouldn't end up doing for 500k. I'm not doing some Squid Game shit. Now, I think Mr. Beast could definitely get poor people to kill each other and could also be in a neutral enough area in the world that he could get away with it, bring him out to international waters and shit like that. However, I'd take copious backshots for 500k. Oh, yeah. I would give you so many backshots for 500k, Zop. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Absolute innumerous amounts of backshots for 500k. I would, yeah, no, I would tear you up for 500k. You say 500k plus. It's like you gotta really look at what it is. Yeah, it's fucking $500,000. The fuck do you mean? Brother, I don't know if you got it like that, but if you do, /gift100 still be existing. I think they got the 1,000 button in right now. The things you wouldn't do? Oh yeah. Yeah, there are very few things. I don't think I'd have it in me to kill somebody. That wouldn't feel right. That wouldn't feel right. But like, I'd definitely probably make out with any one of you for 500k, bare minimum. Bare minimum. With the exception of maybe like a couple of you. I wouldn't kill somebody not for 500k. But would you willingly die to give 500k to your partner? That is the question. Single and says yes. What did you guys viewer count drop after the giveaway? That's fine, brother. I stream full time, but you won't be in the giveaway. El Bozo. Don't bite the hand that feeds you, buddy. That's a terrible look. So unfortunately, if you wanna actually be aggressive during a giveaway, I'm not Venelin. I don't need to be nice to you on behalf of the company. I can literally just stop you from being in the giveaway. So just be nice. I have given away many keys so far, but I'm not gonna lie, part of the holdup right now is that I've been having a really bad issue with my marbles just not loading. So I've been on a marbles load screen this entire time trying to get the giveaway going. So instead of being angry that the streamer's trying to entertain and buy time, please understand I'm literally stuck on my marbles loading. So yeah, Dog just did himself very dastardly with the person that's probably gonna be here giving keys away more than anybody else. So you hate to see it. Blame marbles. Listen, for $500,000, I would honestly, I would do this marble shoutcast right now. For 500,000, I would do it. I'll get it started. However, I'll never do that. No, never. All right, hold on. So yeah, this took 3 attempts last night. So that was tragic. For 500k, I would sell my soul. Oh yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely. I genuinely, that's like life-changing amount of money for normal people. Would agree 500k is top 1% of the world, top 3% of the US or something. Is not famous person levels of money. 500k liquid? 500k liquid tax-free into your account is like very much so top X% of income, by the way. Especially if you just have the money to do whatever debt-free with. Yeah, that's top X%. Just everywhere, dog. I'm not gonna lie. That's a life-changing amount of money. If we had everybody in chat post a bank statement right now, I don't know how many people there are, but there are not gonna be many people that even have 500k like net with assets and everything else. That's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. I got like a Honda Civic worth. I got a Honda Civic and some PCs as my assets and my investments. I got like a Big Mac. Listen, that Big Mac's gonna be worth something someday. You imagine if you bought a bunch of Big Macs in like the year 2000, right? And they didn't spoil, didn't go bad, didn't mold, and they were the large Big Macs. And then you resold them at today's prices, considerate of the price per pound of current Big Macs, you would probably be up like 600% just in terms of like the Big Mac economics. I hope someone steals my identity and takes my debt. No, bro, honestly. So people have been like, Dusty, are you ever worried that someone's gonna hack you on the internet? And I was like, brother, they're going to find the most boring conversations in my DMs ever of me not responding to people because I just don't check my DMs. They will pay off my student loans for me because I still got like 20k on those. And they could go live to an audience that would be like, wait, what? You're not Dusty, but hi. I guess we're here for it. So, I mean, realistically, they'll take everything Dusty has both things. Like, if somebody came in and stole my camera, that would be one of the harshest ways to hit me monetarily. This shit's expensive. I have a Sony A7 with a 50mm lens. That shit's pricey out here. Pricey. That's one of the most expensive things in my setup. It's actually insane. I fucking hate it here. If somebody, like, they could take that and then my RAM, and I'd be absolutely cooked at this point. That's the worst case scenario out here. You know what, Dusty, but fuck it, what's up? The streak's gotta continue, brother. As long as they, you know, mark up the streak, as long as they keep the days going, I think I'm cool with it. I think I'm cool with it. Dusty gets hacked. Oh damn, why is Dusty responding now? Yeah, you guys will know it's not me the second you start getting responses on time. I start getting active in the Discord, and I'm like, good morning, everyone. Everybody's like, wait, what the fuck? This is not normal from Dusty. Where the hell is Castle Siege? Wait a minute. They added another map. They moved where Castle Siege was. That shit was so scary. Hiya! Behold! Glory! And greatness! Also, Holbrook over on YouTube. I'll show you my tree again when I go back in. I closed out. So I can do the marble stuff. Clown show's over. Wait, what's your clip? It worked? It did work. We doing this again? Oh, we are doing this again. Yes. Yes, indeedly. Now, I don't wanna be out here just overhyping this. But I got a couple of keys to give away that are burning a hole in my pocket. Let me check and see. Let me check and see how many I actually have that I can drop with this drop. Hold on. Hold on. I can do... Chat, what do we think? Top 3 and then 1 to last place? We can do 4 drops for this one. 4 drops. Top 3 and then very last place. Very last place. Last place with 3 races. So, I'm thinking for this one, just do 1 and start it in like 3 hours. 17 hours later. 17 hours later. Hold on. I might get to it tomorrow. Does that mean whoever falls first? So, the way that we do things here, I don't believe in one-offs. I think once is lucky, twice is good, 3 is uncontestable. So, the way we do it, we take 3 maps. We do all 3 of the races, and then at the end, it's like Mario Kart. Your scoring on each of the 3 maps determines your total score. Now, before somebody says, oh, I'm going to get last place and just enter 1. To win the last place, like the last place key, it is the last place person that has been in all of the races. So you can't just dodge and then, you know, show up in 1 and then hope that you die. It is last place in all 3 of the races that earns the key. So the lowest score after all 3 of those. So it is cumulatively all 3 of these races together. As long as everybody's on board, we're good. I don't even know how you track this. The game does it. Yeah, that's the easiest part. The game does it for us. They have like a point system and everything like that. So they do the whole thing for us. So we got 3 tracks already situated. So, boys, with that being said, if it is your first time here, by the way, I appreciate you guys coming through. My name is Dusty. Before we get started, exclamation plays in the chat. If you guys are here for the first time, I am a full-time MMO content creator. This is quite literally what I do all the time, meaning, yes, I am unemployed, and your support is the only thing that keeps me here. I'm currently covering Scars. I will be here for the remainder of playtesting. That is up until the 11th. I will have keys to give away the entire time, and past that, I make MMO content literally every single day. I have streamed over 1,000 days in a row, so I am quite literally always around. If you guys enjoy MMO content, you guys enjoy yapping, you know, seeing what's going on in the MMO scene, please feel free to drop the follow. Again, I'm quite literally always here. So far in the playtest, I have put in about 40 hours or so over the course of the 3 days and change so far. Before that, I put in about 100-ish hours, a little bit over, in terms of research to the game. We call it the Dusty Deep Dive, where we just came in for about 2 weeks every single day and sat here with the community, going through any dev streams we could get our hands on, any form of information that we could possibly get whatsoever. For about 2 weeks, we sat here just gathering it, and led to this. So I've been messing around in game with a pretty strong build, to say the least. I have reached levels previously unthought to be reachable. So now we have a bunch of people running around in the guild that are stacked as shit. So once you're bidding on Scars, now you can play it. You don't make a video. I'll probably do a video towards the end of playtesting because you never really know where things are going to go in the next 8 days. If I made a video yesterday, it would be different than my video today. And that's kind of the thing about like YouTube stuff versus the live stuff, right? If you came in yesterday and didn't come back today. Yesterday, the servers were really rough in terms of their registration. There was a lot of lag. So I myself was pretty frustrated, right? Because the combat's really fun, but the servers just weren't holding up, right? So effectively, the gameplay just wasn't there. If I made my video after yesterday, then I would have had a pretty, you know, negative sentiment about the state of the servers. Not that I would go on and be like, this is never gonna work, these servers are cooked. But I would have been like, oh yeah, the biggest part of what's holding it up right now, the crux of it all, is the servers and like the input registration and everything with it. And that's, you know, that's a huge part of it. The gameplay and the fluidity is everything in a game like this. So, you know, my video yesterday would have had a tone to it that not necessarily, I'm not one that's going to be like, ah, this game's dead, blah, blah, blah. That's not me. But it definitely would have had a note that like the server infrastructure needs so much more work. But by the end of this, you know, remaining 8-day period up to the 11th, with them rolling updates daily, there is a good chance that, you know, balance might feel a little bit better before the end of it. Maybe the one-shots are a little bit, you know, more in tune. Maybe the servers are a little bit more responsive. Just so many things, right, that could happen in between now and then that I'm going to cover here live and then figure it out. What are you doing after Scars, Tuss? I don't really know. I think I might do yoga or something for a couple of weeks. Not quite sure, though. I feel like a few hours of yoga a day. It's very tight pants. Very low-cut shirt. Show off the chest hair a little bit. Little sub goal to do some squats. Feel like I could be good and make ends meet until the next stream. Try to convince Venny to not NDA the playtest. So that's the hardest part of it right now, but he might NDA the next playtest. Cat yoga would go crazy. All right, boys. Another reminder: if you are not yet in the marbles, exclamation play in the chat so you can get involved in the race. For those that have not been here before and do not know, you must hit exclamation play, type exclamation play into the chat, get your marble involved in the race. There are 3 races as a part of this Grand Prix that you will be participating in. I got the wrong playlist on. Hold on. All right, this is the marbles. This is the marbles playlist. Boys, even if you think you may be in, get your exclamation plays in one time for the one time. Make sure you do not miss out. This is a full reminder. We will be giving away 4 keys. 4 keys for this Grand Prix. There are 3 races. You will receive points for your performance in each one of these races. Total. At the end, our top 3 will each receive a key. And whoever was the singular worst performer out of everybody that has done 3 races, you will also receive a key for access because we feel so bad for you. So if you find yourself absolutely down bad after the first couple of races, there is still hope. There is still hope. I was getting 0 points, so good luck. We just got wiped out, World Boss. Motherfucker, I'll be there. I'll be there. I gotta give away the keys. Hold them off for 3 races, and then I will be right over there, and we will clap them. If you win, you have to destroy 4 codes. I just gotta burn codes. It's because we all AFK for marbles. That is fair. I probably have most of the Sacred Order side AFK for marbles right now. Do I have to log in? Oh yeah, we're all calling World Boss after this. Oh yeah, you bet your ass. We are all calling World Boss after this, and we are just running them down back to their starting town. I swear to God. I swear to God. Boys, Papa's got work to get to, so this is your final call. Exclamation plays in the chat if you think you may be missing out on it. Make sure you get your final exclamation play in. I will give you guys a couple more seconds to get those exclamation plays in, and then we're going to start this first race. Once again, we have 3 races to look forward to here, and you can't even see the bottom from the top of this mountain right now, gang. And if you are new to the channel, make sure you drop the follow so you don't want to go live daily. I, again, will be covering Stars of Honor the entire playtesting phase up until the 11th and beyond. If they do allow us to stream future playtests, we'll see what's up. So, with that being said, good luck to our racers. Make sure that you are in. Make sure that you have polished your balls with the finest of wax. Make sure you have flossed and air dried after your morning shower. Good luck to every racer
Farming
that is
Reap.
starting out
That
as
fucking
we let gravity take over to start it out on this fine day. We're gonna see our first to drop down being B-tron and Craig, but that does not mean that they're gonna get the early lead out here. It is entirely dependent on getting through the Plinko of Doom in the middle, and as we see B-tron coming up, B-tron's gonna lose a little momentum, actually not gonna make it out. He gets a little too vertical, and we see Sammers coming down first, but we see Grimes with the fast track to the bottom. Grimes and Mjolk, the first ones through as we see the pack coming through, but Grimes already an entire turn ahead of the pack as Grimes is using the rock to clear the way. Grimes has a tank right now as we look through the rest of the field coming through in the back end of the field, not looking good, but we see Mjolk getting pushed off. We see Ruby getting pushed off. JB is down. Yixai is down. Leon is down. What a familiar sight. We are losing a lot of people early due to these rocks as we get a good look at the backside. Galdrin trying to outrun that rock of doom that is following him right now. There's another one down at the bottom, but looking back towards the front, we've got Type D and some others falling off, and we see a power play coming out from Stark and Sammers. Darman, the Charmin, is also rounding out the top three right now for our first race. Euphoric's trying to take a quick track, but it looks like we may actually have a couple people that have found a skip here. Through the falls, through the fire and the flames, we see Atomic Wind coming out with a huge lead after a slight shortcut, actually falling off the edge of the map, but finding a way to keep themselves alive. And out of nowhere, Atomic Wind is on world record pace. Atomic Wind, oh, Atomic Wind goes down. Atomic Wind too quick for their own good. They tried to take the risky middle path. They didn't have the momentum to make it to the outside, as we see everybody else opting to the safe outside. Atomic Wind would have had it if he just opted to the safe outside. NME is also going to be taking that risky path as we come up to our snowflake. This is going to be another large momentum stop, and you could find yourself getting completely stuck in here for a very long time if you are not careful. We see Margin going to be dropping off in the back end, does not make the transition well. Cheeseburger coming out of the snowflake first. Zykri, Sick Bud rounding out the top three, but we see Kaiteki, Akaz, and Turner all making very strong moves. The complete momentum stop here. This is anybody's race to come out of as we see Sailor Moon sneaking through on the outside, taking to the skies, basically taking off, but Sailor Moon doesn't have the snowplow to get through. Sailor Moon has to get through on their own. Sailor Moon coming down to the final obstacles. It looks like Veil Miss Warden is going to drop on the backside. Sailor Moon getting through the final stops, and Sailor Moon is going to claim first. Coming down to second and third, Zykri, Cheeseburger. Zykri gets held up. Cheeseburger takes second. Zykri gets third. Sick Bud fourth. Akaz fifth. Jed, Turner, Kaiteki, Dan, and Chubbs in the top 10 for our scorers for our first race. You must make sure you've got the boost timed as we're looking at the rest of the pack. Those in the back, are you hoping that you win? Who the Celtic, what the fuck are you doing, brother? Celtic has a shortcut. Oh, that was actually kind of close. Honestly, that was kind of tech. Dirt's got an opportunity for it as well, but Dirt might overshoot it. Dirt might catch it. No. Dirt just missed it. Dirt literally just missed it. He had such a good opportunity for it. It was so close. It was so close. Stark, you got to pick it up, brother. You got to pick it up. We had a world record pace at the start because of the shortcut, the skip that was hit. And then he tried to be too aggressive. He tried to take the middle. He tried to claim that outside. Boys. To race number 2. Make sure that you get your exclamation plays in the chat. Just because you may have lost the first race does not mean you will lose the second and third. There is still plenty of opportunity. Plenty of opportunity to find your way into our races on this fine day and find your way into the top 3. You may have lost the battle, but as Vader said, you have not lost the war. There is still time to find your way in, find your success. You've just got to get momentum going your way. If you can't get the momentum, it's going to be tough, though. Momentum is everything in today's economy, chat, as we know. The NBA playoffs are momentum. Everything is momentum. You need to have the momentum. You need to have the flow. And if you do not have the flow, you're not going to get it. I believe in all of you. But you've got to dethrone our winner from round 1. And if nobody does, nobody stops the momentum. Chat, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. If the same person wins 2 races, it's basically wrap it up. Now, the top 3 will get keys at the end, as well as our last place. in the entire Grand Prix to have done every race. Boys, final call. Exclamation plays in the chat. We're going to run this one and keep it rolling because there is PvP for us to return to. We got World Boss. We got PvP. We got a lot to look forward to. Our look at the racers up at the top of the Planko of Doom. A time the winner out for 10 minutes. Unethical times out. Unethical timeouts. No unethical timeouts allowed. None whatsoever. We cannot. We can get those later. Hello, noob. Good day, brother. All right, boys. Good luck to all of our racers in race number 2 of 3 of the DustyWhy Grand Prix. Keep in mind, we will be doing multiple of these throughout the playtesting up until the 11th. I mean, whenever they stop giving out keys. But I will keep bugging them for keys, and I will keep trying to get more keys to give out to everybody. Even if you do not win this one, stay tuned. As we see Sailor Moonsies with a hot start, the winner from round 1 trying to come out with some hot legs. They're not tired at all. They say, I got some rest. I'm ready to go for round 2. Fist Kane's making a quick track around the right side of the screen. B-Pel leading that left side of the screen as they're going to come through. Fist Kane's has a ton of momentum, though. We talked about the momentum earlier and what that's going to do for your entire race. Look at how far ahead Fist is and not losing any momentum on these turns either. That's the most important thing. If you can ride the outside of the wall and you can keep those turns going smooth, we have seen previous winners never get caught up, never lose momentum the entire way, and that is simply the most important part of it. As we see people coming through the backside, it is still Fist Kane's just uncatchable, unstoppable, but that momentum, every bit of that momentum is going to change when balls collide back here, when worlds collide, and then you go into yet another split. And as we look at the front side of it, we've got Aka's coming down first on screen left. We've got Karmix leading the right side down, but Aka's is so far ahead of Karmix right now. That one side of the screen, as we see another split coming out, Irie is getting a huge boost off of the speed that time. Aka's getting held up around the outside. Everybody's in those speed bumps, but Irie Day's coming out with a huge lead now off of the right side. That one side still proving to be so much stronger for everybody else. Irie keeping the momentum through the final set of turns, but where did Mjolk come from? Where the fuck did Mjolk come from? Mjolk, how did you get there? When did Mjolk get up here? Mjolk is a goddamn ghost. Mjolk just popped up out of nowhere. My man just teleported, but Cheeseburger says it doesn't matter. Cheeseburger says all of that momentum. Again, Mjolk can go as fast as Mjolk wants to, but if he can't keep the momentum, it's not going to matter. Historian Holbrook making a power move. Euless Twitch is getting stopped. He's got the ad blocker on. Historian Holbrook with a clear move to the finish line. Historian Holbrook is going to catch it as first place. Balls Dragon, run that. Euless in the top 4. Cretan, Aka's, Mick, Mjolk, Cheeseburger, Will Mortal looking at the top 10 so far. However, we see too much momentum coming out and some bounces off the middle coming out from a few of our competitors as we see so many lives lost. Too much momentum, not down into the safety of the bucket. We see so much death. Our top 10 was not safe. Historian Holbrook, balls, run that. Euless, Aka's, Mjolk, Cheese, Will, Mail, and Noobs. The safe top 10. What a game changer with that bounce at the end. It looked like it was going to be super straightforward. It looked like it was going to just work out. It looked like it was going to be just another plain finish. And then half the top 10 just vanished. Oh my God. Oh my God. What a change at the end, boys. Feel like the last race needs some Eurobeat. Oh, the last race is chaos. The last race needs one thing and one thing only. And it is the single greatest combination in human history. I'm not gonna lie, boys. Exclamation plays in the chat for the final race of our 3-race Grand Prix. Keep in mind, the 3 balls rolling on the podium at the end of this race will be the 3 to claim the keys, as will the very worst racer to have participated in all 3 of the races. We have boosts. Do you? Do you? Boys, final call, exclamation plays in the chat. We're going to get a roll, and I need everybody in the chat to do an exclamation play one time for the one time. Make sure that you are in the final race. We have Castle Siege on our hands. Just when you think you may be safe, just when you think it may be yours. It may go south. Hosty, thank you for the 10, brother. I appreciate you. Final call for your exclamation race, or exclamation play. Get that in the chat. This is our final race of the Grand Prix. First Grand Prix of the day. We will have more keys to give away as well. I just got to make sure I don't lose my voice. Good luck to all of our racers as we are coming through. Pray that the sky does not fall on you. Shoot for the stars, but avoid the meteors along the way. If that doesn't make sense, it will very soon. As we see a very aggressive meteor set looking to get a couple off spawn kills. Who will make it out first? Who is going to get PK'd? There's always somebody that gets PK'd right off rip. It's going to be safe for everybody to drop down. And we get a race here as Zykri is going to get a world record momentum going forward here. Zykri on an insane pace, slowing down just a little bit, the way ahead of world record pace. Zykri going to be getting another push forward as the entire Princess Peach needs to get the hell out of the castle. I'm sprinting. I can't even keep up with Princess Peach on the side. We're gonna need God to take over at this point. Princess Peach losing momentum, falling back. We see Zykri and the rest of the field trying to catch up to Peach in the front. Peach is simply too far ahead. What is going on back here, everybody? Where are your exclamation boosts? They're not here. You need to time them. Where's Zykri? Where's Birkin? Where's Galdrin? Where's Turner? Where's Aguero? Where are all of you? Peach is there for the taking. Zykri trying to make a slow move on Peach right now as we see Birkin coming through. But every time that a meteor comes down and you do not hit it, there are barrels in front of you, chat. These are all waiting for you. It is not safe on the front side of this race. This pack is going to be together until the end of this race. We see a big push coming. They're deciding the jailbreak. JK is trying to push forward, trying to clear the way, trying to tank the barrels, but more barrels are accumulating. He might get a push forward, but for every push forward, there are 3 pushes backwards. JK trying to thread the needle, trying to remain very safe, but he gets snapped back. Craig trying to take over. Craig says, I will lead us through the Delaware, but Craig goes down. Craig is off the side of the map. The tank did not get heals. The support was not there. Chat, you have a complete roadblock here. This is extremely scary for you all to try to navigate as JK Turner. And oh my goodness gracious, Kofi, he overshot it. Kofi had too much momentum. Kofi had too much. He got every boost that he could, but it was too much. Kofi is down. Kofi is not going to be claiming the crown. Kofi is hoping for losses. Alchemist leading the front. B-Pel leading the way through the front. You have a relatively clear route to the finish line. All you have to do is survive. All you have to do is believe. All you have to do is not lose your aim. The entire pack inching forward, more scared than I have ever seen a pack of balls in my life. And I have been to many, never mind, we're not gonna go into that. Birkin trying to make a play on the front, but Birkin's going to be losing all his momentum. This is one of the slowest castle sieges I've ever seen. I'm going to lose my goddamn voice by the end of this, but look who it is from race 1. Sailor Moonsies making the power play. Sailor Moonsies might drop down. Sailor Moonsies claims a second win out of nowhere. Oh my God. Sailor Moonsies. Holy shit, Aguero coming down, working his way slowly to the end. Leon Hayes crawling. The entire track is chaos. Everybody is scared to move forward. Not even the finish line is safe. Our top 10 rounded out. Hope the rest of you die, brother. You need yourself to fall off if you are not already finished. Holy shit. Sailor Moonsies might have just cost me my voice. Oh my God. Oh my God, my back hurts. Holy shit, what a race. My voice might be cooked. I might have to do a normal giveaway for tonight. Holy fuck, what a race. I'm sweating. I am actually sweating right now. I understand how some people can get addicted to horse racing. Brother, I'm pretty sure my algorithm keeps thinking that I'm a horse racing commentator, because I keep seeing Golden Tempo clips everywhere, and I'm kind of inspired because, like, I would have been fucking screaming during that, but they were like, oh, here comes Golden Tempo. They're known to make a move. I would have been going crazy in the booth. I would have been throwing shit, brother. I would have actually taken the mic, put my hand through the window, thrown the mic out onto the track, dove through the window, and interviewed the fucking horse. Fuck the trainer. I want to talk to the goddamn horse out here. Let me know what that motherfucker's thinking right now. Bro, they did not put in the due diligence. That motherfucker pumped last to first out of nowhere. The craziest kick that I've ever seen. Wild, brother. Wild. Absolutely insane. somewhere out there, Nikola Jokic was crying tears of joy just witnessing that happen in horse racing. Michael Jordan was imagining that as a car and shedding tears of joy. Goodness gracious me, oh my. Whoo! Sailor, turn the fuck up. Sailor, turn the fuck up. Oh my god. Oh my god, boys. I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be real. We know who won. We know who won. The question is, who was the top 3? Because that was not settled off of it. That was not your final. In third, we've got Balls a Dragon. Balls, if you guys win, if you know how to DM on Twitch and you're not Dr. Disrespect, shoot me a DM on Twitch. If you do not know how to DM on Twitch, I will get you in a second. We've got Balls in third. In second, we have Cheeseburger himself. Cheese, congratulations, my goat. Same thing. Hit me with a DM on Twitch. Hoofsy, thank you, brother. I appreciate you. Much love. Absolute legend. In first, I mean, chat, is there any real question? Is there any real question? DustyWhy. Sailor Moonsies. Holy shit, who would have thought? Who would have thought winning 2 of the 3 races probably sets you apart? God damn. Sailor Moonsies absolutely dominating the 542, 200 plus points over first place. Holy shit. Scrolling down to the bottom of the field. Keep in mind, we are looking for the last place with 3 races. 1 race is not enough. Historian Holbrook in 4th with a 304 by 4 points with the win. The other 2 performances, absolute tragedy. Absolute tragedy. I'll give you guys a quick scroll so you can see where you ended up overall. For those that did not perform well, but you performed well enough to get some points, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This is where it matters. This is where your hopes lie. You are hoping to not see yourself until the end of this list. If you see yourself during this scroll, it is over for you. Sam, the hope is dashed. It's gone. It's gone. If you are a 3 racer and you haven't seen your name yet, chat, there's still hope. There's still hope. Who is there hope for, though? I feel like we are dashing so many dreams right now. I feel like this is just where hearts sink. Oh, goodness gracious. Not good enough to be a winner. Not bad enough to be a loser. Still somewhere mediocrely in between. As of right now, we're getting towards the bottom of it. We see Peach, who had a very strong performance in one of our races. One of them. Is there anybody lower than Peach? Is there a 3 racer that had a worse performance than Peach 140? It's getting close. It's down to the wire. It looks like it might be Peach 140. Peach, you DM me on Twitch, preferably, of course. I will contact the winners right now with your keys. I see cheese. I see balls. Hold on. Let me grab your keys, my friends. I also cannot leak these. Hold on. Hiya. Excuse me. Hosty. Oh my god. Thank you for the 10, brother. Goodness gracious. You're an absolute legend, boys. If you would like to support more Marble Shoutcasts, more key giveaways, and more DustyWhy streams, please make sure that you not only follow the stream. I am here every single day for 8 to 12 plus hours, but I am also a full-time content creator, fully dependent on your support to make it all happen. And entirely grateful that so many people choose to show up and hang out with myself and the community on a daily. So as always, if you haven't been here, please make sure that you do drop the follow so you don't want to go live literally daily. Been live over 1,000 days in a row, so just very happy to have you all here. So, all right, Cheese, your code has been sent, my friend. Balls, your code has been sent, my friend. Hiya. Sailor Moonsies. Your code has been sent. And then, where's Peach? Peach? Where's Peach? Did Peach type? Hey, yo, Stragma. What up, Michael? Thank you for the raid, brother. I appreciate you. I hope stream was good today, dog. I hope it was absolutely wonderful for you. Yes, of course, of course. Let me know if you guys have, if you have any problems with it. All right, I saw Peach type at one point. Peach, I see you. Got a thinking? No, you're good, you're good. I got you. I got you. I'll whisper you. There you go. You see that, right? As long as you can see that, then we're chilling. I think you just have to have a phone number to message me, but I got you. Yeah. And then that's yours. All right, bet. We've got all 4 of the codes sent out for now. Thank you. Yeah, of course, of course. I appreciate you. All 4 of the codes have been sent out for now, chat. But keep in mind, I do still have more to hand out. I do just have to make sure I don't lose my voice over the course of the day. That would be incredibly bad for me, because I yell sometimes. Sometimes I get a little excited. So, played on New York and crafted in Chicago. The fuck in the Mr. Worldwide is this? What do you mean? Weather started thundering the moment I lost. Great. Maine's about to go back into another fucking ice age. Phenomenal. It just started feeling nice. Got sword drop on got sword drop from World Boss, and it's horrible. What's it have for stats on it? Like no crit or anything? I don't know, it has mana, but the mana's... No, that's okay. I thought I misread it first. I thought I was fucked up. But I heard it has mana on it, which is probably pretty... Like, the mana's good, but everything other than the mana on it's probably pretty mid. Considering how good our other sword is, just the vendor one. Like, in crit, it's just too good. Is there an auto run? Middle mouse button. Press your middle mouse button down. And then you were good. That is the largest tip. Mighty Pen, Armor Pen, and Energy. Why? Why would they do that? I don't know when it grows to the winner, but I do like the way you do key giveaways. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I try to keep it fun, honestly. I feel like it's just like a little bit more invested in the 3 races for everybody is, you know, it's something to chase down in the long term, right? I feel like we definitely have a fun way to do them, which is cool. The limiting factor is legitimately just, am I going to lose my voice if I shoutcast? Also, PvP over. Man, I swear to God, stream snipers are ridiculous. I guess stream snipe so hard they won't even fight me. It's okay, it's Gamba stream now. Excuse me. It's Gamba stream now. I have like 17k plus to Gamba. And I need to chase down a few more pieces. So I'm gonna go pee real quick, because I've had a pee since like the 2nd race. So I'll be right back. Thank you very much. Of course, boss. Absolute pleasure, dog. Boys, I shall be right back. If you guys have any scores related questions or anything like that, please feel free. Too many Dr. Pepper? It's actually a good reminder, not enough Dr. Pepper. Nice armor, thank you, friend. I've been playing too much. So like, if you look at my character sheet, it's really impressive, but if you look at the time I've spent outside in the past 4 days, it's a lot less impressive. It doesn't, it's not like this whole life's going well thing. It's kind of just like, this is my claim to fame right now. Yeah, I did dishes yesterday for the first time in 5 days, so, you know, I'm getting through it, but good news, I hit 100% crit chance just in time for Coco to nerf it. But at least I hit it first. I'll be right back, lads. Un momento. Good day. Bro, my voice is cooked. Holy. That was a little too much yelling. Oh, that was a little too much yelling. I gotta be a little cautious. Holy. You tried the talent at top left of Paladin where Blazing Sweep increases the crit strike of Sunbreaker by 100%. I mean, I checked it out early, but like, I have 100% crit chance. So like, I don't have to have any additional crit scaling. So I don't run like Precise Vindicator Strike or anything like that because everything that I do guaranteed crits. Hello, sir. What up, Selv? Everything I do guaranteed crits all the time. So like, in PvP, my entire premise is get awkwardly close to somebody and then throw one hammer at them and then hope they die. So pop shield, jump forward, hope abilities go off, and then press hammer. That's effectively it. And hammer's guaranteed crit. So where'd you get rings from? Island south of Islandville. So we don't really know what the names for the towns are. So we called this one Islandville because it's the dumbest fucking name that we could come up with for the town that's on the island. So yeah, Islandville, and then go south of that. We're trying to come up with the dumbest fucking names for everything that we can think of until they actually name the towns and hope that one of them gets adapted or adopted, whatever it would be. But that's the ring spawn. And then if you are a ranger, druid, and I think mage can also get legendary gloves from there, but they effectively told every paladin player to go fuck themselves and eat shit and die. Because we did not get drops like allocated to us in the class allocation. So, as they should. Listen here, I got an entire asshole you can eat. Fucking disgusting caster. Brother, wait till I start sandbagging against mages even more. We're gonna open up the game to all eventually. This key thing's kind of trash. It's primarily because our server infrastructure hasn't really been supportive of a ton of players, you know? Like, in the past, especially the past 3 days, like, shit, you've been watching, Sauce. You know how rough the servers have been. They really, like, whoops. They haven't really been in a spot where they could open it up more. However, they've been doing keys like crazy. So, they, I think they just did another, like, what, 10K or something like that today for keys. So that's, you know, they are trying to open it up, but what again, so I can complain too? I know, you'll be able to complain soon, brother. Soon, everything will line up for all of your complaining purposes. Still in starter gear, what's the best way to start getting into some kind of gear? Is it just vendor spam? Effectively, yeah. Like, I would recommend gold farming first. So, there's some really easy gold farms. Like, just killing goblins. But first thing I would recommend, honestly, is either trying to go over to this island and get some legendary chests, or go over here to the left of this bridge. There is an island with 3 dead bodies and 1 chest there. Now, you can also make gold pretty easily by fishing, just doing trade skills, gathering in general, and then vendoring the shit that you get. It's actually quite lucrative. So, all things considered, I would start off trying to make some gold and then just buy a baseline set from a vendor. Each piece that you get is going to be so impactful. Just for most classes, right? 1 point of your main stat is either going to be 3 or 2 to your power scaling for every single point. 1 point of vitality is 20 HP. So a very good set of gear over the course of your character can take you from less than 100 power to where I'm at right now, where stats are just like disgusting. I'm 650 power, 100% crit chance, and I'm still not even fully optimized, which is part of what I'm gathering, part of what I'm like gambling for today. So I'm trying to optimize my last few remaining pieces and then be in just like the omega stupid disgusting gear set. One shot, everybody. Go to the road, we duel, then I go to yard work. Yo, where you at? Where you at? But yeah, that's what I'll recommend. I can sell the shit ton of meat I have from spiders. Yes. Oh. Any potions, any meat that you have, any extra gear that you get, any of that stuff. And then in terms of the vendor, it's going to be 200 gold for a piece of armor, 300 gold for a weapon, and then 400 gold for an accessory. So, just killing the boss give a crap load of gold? Not really. I didn't notice anything too crazy with it, but could be wrong. How's the game so far? I have fun with it. Still has a lot of jank to it. Still has a lot of things that obviously like need to be, you know, need to be sorted out. But all things considered, I think it's off to quite a good start. I can't cast. This is slightly unfortunate. I can't cast anything. Everything's sad. Don't worry, the servers are working. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. It's all fine. Everything's fine. I don't know if your stuff's working, Strike, but mine's not. Hold on. Everything's fine. Everything's awesome. Hold on. Hold Hold on. I'm coming for you, Strike. Once this one hammer goes off, buddy, it's over for you. Oh, don't you bully me. Don't you bully me. Hold on. You just... I think you won. I think you won. I have 30k gold randomly. Were you killing goblins? Well, good fight, brother. I've been outplayed. Nerf Ranger. That I'm not sure. I don't think either of us won today. He's a ranger, so OP. Oh my god, dude, there was nothing I could do. He's just, the class is too strong. What build? On the ranger? Are you in our Discord? Coco, if you do exclamation guild and join the cats Discord, we can just have everybody send you their builds. Because most of the people that are playing are just like our cats members. Yeah, just hop in there. And then we can literally we'll get you perms for scars stuff. Nen! Where's Nin? Actually, I'll fucking do it myself. I'll give you scars perms so you can peep what we're posting and yapping about and shit. Cause then you can see all of our build postings. We have a lot of people that are just talking about builds and stuff in general. Let's see. Welcome. Seem no true set on server side. Bro, I'm cooked. I got nothing off. Your Discord has perms. I can only see public. Oh yeah, with the cats Discord? Yeah, so usually for perms, just join and then like post in public for perms, and then one of the officers gets you perms. We originally had like a ticket process for people that were joining, but with our time in Ashes, we broke Discord's like infrastructure multiple times because we would frequently have too many people joining too quickly because of our recruitment. So we ran out of tickets. It was a 500 person ticket system, and that was active players. When somebody went inactive, we would close their ticket. We managed 2 completely full guilds with everyday actives with a multi-100 person wait list. So our Discord had to go through substantial restructuring multiple times, and still honestly is. We're trying to figure out the best way to do it, because like honestly, like, we were always a very small community, and the whole like Dusty being a large streamer is really a last couple of years thing. So we're still adjusting to it, and stream just keeps growing and growing, and more people are getting interested in playing with the community as well, which is incredibly humbling. So we're going through a process where like we're adjusting the infrastructure because we're not quite certain. Like, we were never quite certain how large it would actually be. So it's a cool spot to be in when we're breaking everything that the game has given us at this point, which is kind of cool. All right, Coco, I gave you scars perms. Anybody else that's joining the cat Discord as well, just make sure you post in public, and then say you're gonna be joining up for scars, and then one of the officers will get you and get you all set up. Because usually I make them do all the Discord stuff. If I start doing too much work, they'll make me do even more, and then it'll be way worse in the long term. Way worse in the long term. But then one day see an SAO game, it's actually very authentic to an anime with permadeath in the tower, etc. What, like where you actually die? Because that'd be kind of crazy. I bet Mr. Beast could make it and get away with it. I swear to God, I feel like Mr. Beast could kill so many people and get away with it, brother. He is so fucking rich and could probably make so much unethical shit happen. He could definitely host Beast Game 7 in international waters and just have it be a fight to the death. I swear, there'd be so much more on the line. Hope it goes, Iris. I hope you're well, brother. Mr. Beast will be president one day. Oh, God, wait. Oh, fuck. Mr. Beast versus Logan Paul, fucking 2034, whenever it is gonna be crazy. That's gonna be absolutely wild. Good fucking gravy. Good fucking gravy. KSI VP. From the screen to the ring to the pen to the Oval Office. We're not getting back into that song. That shit died, honestly, way too recently for my memory. It should have never existed. Oh, Lord! That should have never been unearthed, dog. Oh my fucking god. So anyways, KSI VP is fucking crazy. My god. All right, back on track, bro. The Paul brothers versus Mr. Beast and KSI would be crazy, though. Holy fuck, it would be so insane. Like, just think about the marketing. Oh fuck, man. And then their slogan on the Paul side could be like, it's Paul and the family or something. Oh my fucking god. What is this timeline that we're living in? Like, what, genuinely, what is this timeline? KSI's a Brit? Honestly, at this point, who the fuck cares, brother? Who the fuck cares? Factions don't matter in MMOs anymore. I don't give a shit, if I'm being honest. About the talent tree, can we get defund pressing the line as well as possible? I keep forgetting to make a ticket. Oh, so basically, like, in the tree, if you refund build, and then click here, have it defund, like, take all of these, instead of just going bop, 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 bop. Yeah, that'd probably be pretty nice. That would be quite nice. Just as a quality of life for fast respecs. Now, I will say one thing I've loved about the talent tree so far is it's taking me back to my days of playing an aim trainer. It's like doing my old aim routine before I was playing Fortnite. I'd go into Kovacs, I'd hit Kovacs for a little bit. I'd go into creative, I'd crank some 90s, and I'd start blasting. Ironics, good day, brother. Pretty sure I found a bug where I can use multiple main abilities. What do you mean by multiple main abilities? Elaborate. Let him to a party. What up? Do you mean a party or no? Let's see. What is over here for me to gamba right now? Gamba, 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 gamba. I'll go next. And I can try to hit on a neck. That would give me a little bit of vitality. If I hit ideally on that. I go gloves. And that'd be crit damage. I think I do gloves first, because that's going to be crit damage, which will be very impressive. So we're looking for Vit, crit chance, crit damage. Oops. Not those. Anything else is not good. I don't need strength. And I need high crit chance on it, because I can't switch out. So literally anything other than that is cooked. How's the game looking? I mean, for where it's at, motherfucker. For where it's at, I've actually been... You know, not everybody on Reddit and Discord will say this, but I've actually been myself feeling like they're making very quick progress on things that are very important to make progress on. For example, each day that the playtest has been up so far, the state of the servers has improved drastically. And I'm talking day 1, there were 2 hours of playtime. Day 2, you were able to play more, but it was incredibly laggy. Day 3, yesterday, it was less laggy. It was still laggy, but it was much less laggy than it was previously. And this is now day 4, and the servers are actually in a relatively playable state. Now, that's not to say like the servers are perfect, the balance is perfect, the PvP is perfect, and everything's perfect. But, you know, when we were looking at previously 10 seconds to cast a spell, and it's down to under a second again, that's good. Now, there's still spikes and there's still imperfections along the way. But the state of everything has, in my mind, improved. And I think that is what, for me, is most important over the course of this remaining playtest. If there is not... What am I getting stunned by? Am I getting, like, stunned by your teabag? If there's not progress, then I would be very concerned, right? If I was logging in every single day and the servers were feeling the exact same, and the combat was boring, and the gameplay was boring, and there was no social interaction... then I'm not gonna like force myself to be over here playing it if I'm not enjoying it, right? So the most frustrating part for me within the first few days was literally just, man, I wish the servers were better so I could show off the game better, because the combat system, like early on, showed me that it was capable of being incredibly fun. Fuck you. Capable of being incredibly fun. However, oh, bro, that could have been it. It was so close. Back we go to our other vendor. Now I must sell. Level, some people complain a bitch and moan when a red letter is on the screen all the time is not the final product. Yeah, I mean, people will ignore it, you know what I mean? What game are you going to when Scar's playtest closes? I don't really know. I don't plan stuff out very much, which honestly might not be the best approach since, you know, this is like my job and everything. I should probably have a plan, but I'm very much just like vibing right now, if that makes sense. And that's kind of how I've navigated streaming the entire time. I haven't really, you know, some streamers will put market research and like analytics and stuff into where they're going, and they'll be like, yes, I think this would be a great transfer for my community. I look at shit and I'm like, am I going to want to actually off myself playing this game? Yes or no? If no, then that's a good start. Let's start to look into it a little bit more. But when I look at certain games, I'm just like, yeah, I literally, if I was streaming this for, you know, a year, that's the thing for me too, right? Right now, I'm kind of roaming around a little bit, and I'm going in a game-to-game aspect, trying to find something that's going to stick in the long term, right? But ideally for me, I wanna settle down with the community. I wanna find a good MMO to call home. So ideally for me, we hit that. However, as of right now, the long term for a lot of MMOs just isn't really presenting itself. So thing is, when I just came out of phase 1, there was no end game, no arena, no nothing. It was just mobs to level up. And gear to craft a farm, 2 world bosses with barely any mechanics, or difficulty in a guild system with Guild War. If Scars locks in and starts adding more systems, this game can become massive. And that's something that not many people take into account. So far from what I've seen, this technical test has 3x more than Ash's phase 1. Yes, I agree. And that's what I've been trying to tell people. Now, of course, Ashes of Creation for a lot of people is this like cursed title. But for those that actually followed Ashes, the gameplay was not what failed Ashes, it was the business side. And the gameplay itself was actually quite loved by people who had actually tested it. Oh, those are so bad, but those are the actual gloves that I need, and they're 7%ers. All right, well, we're instantly up. I have Biss, but it's a minimum roll on the crit. But now I'm 250% crit. And I got Vitality on those bad boys, so that's good. That's an instant pump. So now I can start spending money on probably an amulet, because my amulet needs to drop the health regen and needs to get Vitality on it. And he, my good sir, has amulets for me. So we're looking for Vit, Int, crit hit damage, and then the crit hit chance to be 10 or higher. Very close, actually, first one. Very, very, very close. 2 that were very close already. If I get a 12er and it's perfect, then that's the juice. The only problem with gambling these is that they are expensive as fuck. The dex really isn't bad, but not having Vitality is sag. That dex one is good though. I'll set that down here just in case, because that's an 11 crit as well. It's probably better than my health regen, because it'll get me a little bit more power scaling. But I'd really like to have the Vitality roll. There it is. All right. Well, necklace is done. So now we just grabbed Vitality on the necklace. That's going to bump me up to 3260. So just like that. Necklace is upgraded. Gloves are upgraded, albeit pretty poor rolls. But now I've got to find a helm vendor. And I've got to try to find my Bissington helm, which this guy does not have our heavy helm. Chat, has anyone seen heavy helm today? Or nah? Because... But yes, sorry, back before I got distracted on gear. The thing about this technical test is for those that are looking at it like an actual technical test, right? For those that are aware of what they're getting into along the way. And for those that are giving it what, in my opinion, I would call a fair shake as what it is, right? It's quite large. At the start down, just gained 1% crit chance and lost 4% crit damage. Correct, but I gained Vitality. So Vitality is 20 points of health for every 1 point of Vitality. So I gained like 340 HP off of that switch because this one had no vitality on it. It was 17 int, 22 crit damage, and then 1 health regen versus 17 int, 17 vit, and then, or sorry, 22 crit and then 1 health regen. So yeah. I switched out. Honestly, it's a bad roll. So ideally, I'd get better crit hit damage on the RNG. But for me, I'm just trying to get like the rolls right now and then chase the bis roll later on. So yeah. I'll be a little bit like awkwardly over for a sec. But all in all, so far, since I started this Gamba, I've gone up like, I was 220-ish% crit. I think like 225. So I've gone up like 20% crit overall. Something like that. Big PvP at World Boss. I'm on my way. I wouldn't call it PvP. 15 blue guys are spawn camping 4 red guys. Oh, is it bad? Okay, hold on. I might try to find a... You said starter zone, by the way? Head home for me, because I'm gonna grab that real quick. Because that'll give me a little bit more power scaling as well. No more... wait, more red guys are coming in. I'm on my way! We might not have mounts yet. But I'm basically one. Bro, peep my fucking zoom. I don't even have all of my movement talents. We're actually fucking cooking. Starter zone for the home. Okay, cool. I'll grab that after. Or should I grab it right now? Nah, it's fine. I'm sure I still melt everybody. I'm sure everything's fine. Where to get rings? Drops or craft? Drops. So if you are... Honestly, like, it's kind of a neutral island. But if you look at the map, this town on this island right here, there are islands here that are kind of like a bridge to that larger island. So there are 4 legendary chests on that island that you can go and just loot for free. I say free, but free is like providing other players don't show up, but there aren't mobs or anything over by those chests. So they drop rings for everybody. A lot of crafting materials, including pale quartz, which you'll need for a lot of common crafts. And then from there, you can just make solid money selling the rings as well to the vendors. Just make sure that you're going to a vendor that'll actually give you gold for the rings. Not every vendor will, but each ring is like 40 gold or something like that. So you can farm up an inventory full of rings if you want to. Go sell them, pick the best rings, and then go from there. So May 22nd, Dracantos playtest. Good PvP, cheap graphics. It's a solid description. What is it? What's it supposed to be? Yeah, of course. Let me know if you have questions. Oh, somebody asked my shield, by the way. My shield's a crafted shield. It's Prime Valguard. But you just have to masterwork it and get the up proc on rarity. And then you're vibing. Spawn camping is bad considering you can't res a different place to get a loop. Yeah, I think that's a pretty urgent thing as well. When you have an open world PvP system like this, you almost have to, have an area for people to alleviate the spawn issues. Whether that is guards around every single spawn that are strong enough to nuke the players that are hitting in the area of the spawn. Or you just have a respawn at, you know, one of the 3 nearest respawns. And it allows you to go there. The Asmongold buff? Yeah, the Asmongold buff is a large one. I mean, honestly, the Asmongold buff is like new player protection. But yeah, respawn protection is also a big part of that shit too, I will say. But yeah, essentially one of your 17 million streamer buffs. Mac, good day. Lard, I have terrible news. If this goes off, good night, brother. Good night to me, I guess. Uh-oh, this is bad. Nothing's going off. Everything's bad. Everything is awful. I think. Wait, Ood! Hi! Oh, you had to die for that? Oh, I saw that. You had to die for that one. But yeah, I think even if you do a time-based protection on respawn, right? You're still looking at people just following the people off respawn, if that makes sense. Like, if I'm already shitting on people and spawn camping them, then what's stopping me from running at the same speed that they can and then just spawn camping more, right? That's not gonna do anything. You need to have multiple spawns that people can spawn at. But even then, there is an element of, like, that can be grief type shit. Because you can just have everybody at every respawn waiting. This is so toxic. That's so toxic. I hate that. Oh, motherfuck. Relax. Relax. Chris Scaling's feeling nice. Uh-oh. I'm in the Ranger Ball of Doom. That's less than ideal. Bro, Ranger Hell fucking sucks, let me tell you what. Oh. My bad. That's my bad. Shouldn't I have 42 skill points at level 20? I only have 39. 41, right? Wait. If you get 1 at level 1... No, 39's right. Because you only get 1 at level 1, right? Is it 42? I only have 39. Because wouldn't you only... If you start at level 1 and you get 1 at level 1... Then you would only get 19 levels, right? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I have 42. What the fuck? Bro, am I actually, like, just getting cooked? Coco? I swear to God. I swear to God. I do not like these nerfs. Yes, we have disappearing skill points, I think. Oh, you're still here? Oh, word. We think skill points might not be there. So we're level 20, but have 39 talent points. So we don't know if, like, the XP stomp yesterday cooked it. So maybe convince Venny to turn XP back on to level 26. Oh, God. Maybe just convince Venny to let us all go to 26. That'd be quite nice. I would like that a lot. Because right now we got a little bit of a power vacuum, if I do say so myself. See me, I'm technically stuck at level 19. Technically. I think my character screen also shows me as 19, which is kind of strange. I'm not gonna lie. When I log out to character screen, I am apparently level 19. However, in game, I am most definitely pretty sure it shows 19 for everybody. What if you're above level 20? Like if you're 25, 26? Does it still show 19? It does? Weird. I have 42. Bro, what is up with these devs and fucking hating Paladin? First, they take away one of my heals because, no, Dusty, that's for the world boss. Nah. Bitch, I am a world boss. First things first, right? I feel like that was unfair. I feel like that was just very rude in the first place. Hiya! All right, onward and upward. That was slightly tragic. That was, bro. I'm telling you what, I like crit. I like crit. I like crit multiplier. I like crit scaling. I like damage. Sir, needs more nerfs. Everything does, brother. Literally everything does. But for right now, we must embrace the fuckiness. Like, you were either one-shotting or getting one-shotted. I am playing this like I'm playing fucking, like, Valorant, and I'm not very good at Valorant. I gotta get in, I gotta get drops on people where I can just nuke them off the face of the earth, and then I gotta get back out after. It's a little bit of an interesting play style as a career melee enjoyer. But I just gotta be cautious about my ankles. Or my angles, not my ankles. God damn, I was gonna break my ankles off this jump. Alright, we're in the back line. Oh! My camera! It's so fast. This is bad. The camera unlock bug. It's got me in a spin cycle, boys. Took 5 talents on my mage. 4 of them show as unavailable. In terms of your abilities, if abilities show as unavailable, respec, like take those points out, drop them onto your bars from your spellbook there, and it should work off of that. But it has definitely been a little wacky. So pray you don't have a ranger with no sniper CD just spamming you a 40-meter range. Yeah, see, the trick is to keep your own counter sniper units. That's the big thing. The only thing that can stop a bad guy with no cooldown is a good guy with no cooldown. And I try to keep a couple of good guys with no cooldowns around me at all times. And also, for whatever reason, I'm just cultivating a bunch of paladins that have 100% crit chance. I think all 3 of us have 100% crit chance right now. I'm pretty sure all 3 of us are dirty crit chance abusing bastards. 112. You're a double scar, aren't you? 4 of us. Yeah, that's my bad. That's my bad. I may or may not be starting a couple metas over here with the help of my friends. So, those red guys suck. Totally not a spy. Totally not a spy. The actual worst. Just got a ring with 32 in? Yes. So with your rings, you'll notice 3 types of rings. So you have topaz rings, sapphire rings, and ruby rings. Topaz rings have intel just default on them. There's an intrinsic stat and an extrinsic. So effectively, like, your intrinsic is your armor or your main stat. So effectively, your main stat is just always on there, right? So with this ring, the reason why it rolls so high is because you're technically getting your main stat int roll as a default, and then you're getting another second int roll on the ring itself within your 3 properties. So like with this ring, it's got intel base, second intel roll, and then it's got strength, unfortunately, and crit hit chance. This one is perfect because it's got intel, vitality, and crit hit chance. So I still need to farm up another ring. That's going to give me another 200 HP if I get 10 vitality on it, because 20 to every one. So small differences like that, but that's why I scale spell damage. Yo, world boss farming? Yes, Ersky. So that's why I scale spell damage, right? I'm gonna be wanting 2 topaz rings. If I were scaling off of strength, I would want ruby rings. If I was scaling off of dex, I would want sapphire rings. So that just gives you the main roll that you want, and then you want the other rolls off of that, and it effectively gives you like the super roll in terms of your main stat. Probably definitely seems to be good. Full heal on each heal, crit for 3k. It's very nice. Yeah, I mean, honestly, things will get tuned down as HP bars expand. But the whole thing about it right now is that if we didn't have a full heal, which currently is bugged on no cooldown, we would unironically be unable to play the game against all of the other God mode range classes that are there. I have to be spamming my full HP heal on repeat all the time to have a chance at doing like anything or surviving anything. And unless I can just, yeah, even there, like it's all one shots. So it's effectively trying to scale up enough HP to survive one hit, and then trying to scale up enough spell power to full heal that one hit. Leap, then spam, heal, and pray. Literally, leap, start spamming your heal, and then if you get any hammers off, like off of your heal cast, then great. But we, unironically, if we didn't have a fully spammable heal for our entire HP, wouldn't be able to play the game at all, and that's the only reason why melees can exist right now, and it's because of a massive bug. But the TTK is so borked right now that it's just, you know, it's naturally gonna happen because TTK isn't the emphasis. So it's one of those where, like, fortunately bugs cancel out other bugs, and it's annoying for range to have to deal with a paladin that's full healing, but it's also annoying for me as a melee to have to deal with range that casts from 70 meters away, launch intercontinental ballistic missiles at me, and then have no cooldown on their fucking ICBMs. It's just, you know, a little bit of an annoyance to deal with, to say the very least. Where I feel like realistically, maybe us having infinite healing isn't the worst, you know, all things considered. Maybe that's just, it's just something we take. Because keep in mind, I'm still dying too. This is rude as shit. They're rude as hell. Rude as hell with all those goddamn stupid ass roots. Although, this would be a good time for a passive shield. There is an anti-healing basic attack option. The company funds once TTK is sorted. Yeah, the TTK is so fast too that it's like, I have Final Verdict, but it's 100 mana. If I pop a Final Verdict, that's nuking my mana for the fight, and the shield gets shredded through so quickly that, like, there's not really much of a reason to pop the shield and waste the mana in the first place, right? Because you were just inevitably going to need that mana later on in the fight. So, I don't know how fun the game would be with a normal TTK. Oh god. Oh yeah, like if this, you know, if this gets to a beta state, or say they even hypothetically like get their early access, right? When this goes to early access, and the TTK is the actual emphasis, and it's like the fine tuning and shit, that is when the actual fun of these fights will be highlighted. They have good movement. They have solid playmaking, right? It's just the TTK is so ungodly quick right now that it's hard for anything to be shown off other than who can get their abilities off first. And usually it's me. but sometimes it's not. No! Alright, we're good. Everything's peachy. Where you at? Hold my pocket? Bro, I'm trying to frontline over here. I'm catching bodies. I'm catching bodies. Gotta get a quick pot. Gotta movement out of this. Lord bless my movement on this fine day. All right, well, I can play forward because I have an escape in like 17 seconds whenever that actually goes through and registers. So that's cool. Or maybe that didn't register. I don't think I have the mana for it yet. That's slightly less than I do. We just gotta get the forward and back very well. And then we ooga booga forward. Fast movement, super zoom. And then we hop over here. Nice. And then you. Bye. And then, sir, I have something you're gonna love. Thank you. Pleasure working with you, my good man. Does the lag ever stop? I have logged off of the game the last 3 days, and my life has been operating at roughly 8 milliseconds. Sorry, 8 seconds delay. God, I wish it was 8 milliseconds. That would be remarkable. However, yeah, 8 full seconds delay. Everything's bad. I've gotten 14 car crashes, and I haven't even driven 14 times. Everything's just, it's a little bit more rough now, you know what I mean? But yeah, the lag is eternal. We simply embrace the lag as our new father, and that for me has helped a lot. That's my goat. Thank you for the raid, brother. I hope your stream was good, dog. What'd you get up to today? What was the grind? Dukes, how's the game? It's a tech test, dog. It's very early server test, right? So in terms of the early server test stuff, right? That is far from the feeling of the full game. As you'll notice, everything's, you know, they've improved the servers a lot over the course of each day so far. However, the servers still need a lot more improvement before they are fully ready to go and fully ready to be, you know, put out. They have increased the capabilities of the servers each day, but again, that doesn't mean that they're perfect by any means. That just means that they're getting better, which is good, but better when you're looking at, you know, comparison to 8 seconds delay is always going to be something where it's like, okay, yeah, probably should get better if I'm being honest, right? So like right now I'm spamming heals. That shit just took like 7 seconds to go off, and now I got a bunch of pre-queued heals. So it's definitely, you know, it's early. It's very early, and people that are coming in with the expectation that it is early and that it's going to be janky, but the jank is going to be pretty fun. Like, I just tried to save my dog there, and I couldn't even get a heal off to save him because the delay was so bad. So, you know, that's one of those, you know, it's the jank, but sometimes it's also the jank that can make it a little fun. So I had a movement ability that was supposed to go off that, you know, that entire time, and it did not. And so you just have a lot of spell latency and a lot of lag. Chicago or New York? Chicago. But once that gets sorted out, and then once they set the TTK to a more reasonable standard, right, which is coming off of balance in the long term, right? You have major spell latency? Yeah, I got some lag right now. I definitely got some lag right now. But as the servers get sorted out, player base goes up. As player base goes up, they get more fights like this, and as they get more fights like this, they get more data on TTK, where the damage is all coming from, where everything else is coming from. So that's a big thing. Just realized you can't strafe. Strafe? What you mean? You can still strafe. It's just like full unlocked. Cause like it's still a functional strafe. But in terms of like the freeform combat, one thing that I was really worried about when I first came in was if I'm running away from somebody and I use an ability, is that just gonna say you're facing the wrong way like WoW? But there's really solid kind of like intuitive feature with it where you'll see, hiya, goodbye. That was kind of clean. Uh-oh. Pay no attention to the dwarf stuck in the cannon. I am simply a cannoneer. I need help. All right. That's what. I regret everything, question mark. I'm just healing. I'm gonna just heal. Protect me, squires. I'm almost out. I'm gonna get a shield up for us. Hold on. All right, we're so up. I'm out. All right, mission success. Can you jump out with that ability? Yeah, but it's a 30-second cooldown. I didn't take any of the cooldown augments to it. It was on Ghoulie. Porker that died for our meal today was so good. Are you thinking about the pork? I worked hard on that. I worked very hard on that. It's getting bad again, but really been good all day. Oh yeah, it's been great today. And I think we're also, keep in mind, we're getting into NA server peak time, which is typically, yikes, which is typically around 8 p.m. EST. So when we're looking at peaks, that's naturally going to bog the server down. And as far as we can tell, there is a new, like, peak concurrency today. Pretty sure. Hold on. Let me give it a look-see real quick. Scores of Honor playtest. Yeah, 1263. That's our 24-hour peak. So they pushed up, what, 100 over yesterday, and the servers were smooth through that. So now we're down at 951, which also is the highest day for NA peak so far. So this is one thing that we have to keep in mind. 4 keys go out, right? A lot of people are like, how have 20,000 keys gone out, but the peak concurrency is only 1,200? Well, first things first, not everybody with a key gets on at the exact same time, nor are they staying on it, you know, the exact same time. So with, you know, 20, 30,000 keys out, it's not unreasonable to think that some people will have played and been like, okay, I'm gonna come back later. Not everybody will have even known that they got a key. Odds are at least one person that got assigned a key has actually died. Somebody probably went to jail. So there are a few inactive keys, right? But also, not a lot of people are going to want to play in this current state of playtesting with the servers being notoriously BORKED, right? It's a little tough. Although bots too, yeah, and keys going to bots, all that stuff, right? Like a key sentiment's just really blown out of proportion. It's just a numbers thing. Yeah, exactly. I think realistically the retention has been incredibly low. You're not looking at like retention of days or weeks. You're looking at retention for players of minutes to hours, where they hop on and the server is immediately cooked. So you'll have somebody log on, make a character, hit a mob, the mob's not responsive, or their abilities aren't responsive, and they're like, all right, no, I'm gonna come back later. And those players might come back later in the playtest, but they also might not. So there's a certain element where for those that haven't got keys until like right now, this is probably realistically the best day to actually want to hop in, you know? Shut Gloria Victus if you actually want partnership and earn money. What do you mean earn money? Gloria Victus about to pay a bag to people that stream it? Actually, I played like 5 minutes of the Gloria Victus demo, and it was interesting. It was interesting. It's one of those where it's like so janky that it's good type beat. No. The delay, I couldn't combo it. 2 or 3K people in a Discord with 35K people complaining about not getting one of 40K keys when 160K people requested one. Yep. And that is also part of the like primarily powering sentiment of everything too. Is like, oh my god, the keys. Brother, I can't cast a fucking heal. I'm on 5 seconds delay. Everything is so sad. I can't even get a heal to go off. I get one ability to go off, and then it's just cooked. It's just full cooked. I love mage having omega range and no coolies. Is beautiful. Is beautiful. How's the world boss work? Do you just hit it and hope for loot? Yeah, effectively. That's more or less the goal right now. You hit it and A, hope that your abilities go off without a bunch of input delay, and B, hope that you get loot at the end. Most of the time you're gonna get gold. From what we've seen so far, the tank loot or the paladin loot that drops is pretty buns. So it seems like they're good mage pieces, I think. But I haven't really been too crazy impressed with world boss loot so far. From what I've seen, it seems all relatively basic. But New York is down, but Chicago is up. Wait, I'm playing on Chicago, because New York's a new server. I feel like Chicago is where people that like actually know what they're doing are. I feel like if I went over to New York, I would just pillage a bunch of new players, which might be fun considering I could get to the skiing again in probably like 2 hours. However, might not be the best for everybody's mental, if I'm being honest. Might not be the greatest. All things considered though, I'm having fun on Chicago side. What's threat right now? I don't even know who has threat. I think I had threat there. Like, I'm pretty sure I had threat. I think it's just based off of damage pump. I'm genuinely not sure, but I didn't even taunt. It's kind of interesting. How's the game today? Less laggy? Less laggy, yes. Still perfect, no. Type beat. What's your crit chance? 101%. I have broken the game. This is without an exploit. 0 exploits were used in the making of this build. However, we discovered that their crit chance is additive and is very generous. So, like, you put those two things together, and if you want to have incredibly generous values, then you make it multiplicative. If you want to have additive, then you make it less generous values. So there's just... They very much juiced the amount of, like, raw crit chance statistically that we can get. So, yeah. I got 101% right now. And I still have some more gear to work on as well. Release date? Not for a while. Where do we get keys for the test? Request access on Steam if you haven't. I did a key giveaway just a little while ago. I'll probably do another one. Well, I will do another one later tonight. Get some more keys out to people. But, you know, there are a few other streamers that also have keys as well. So I'd say request access. Prage that you get one of the random keys. And then also stay tuned for marbles. The only thing with marbles that I have to be careful of is if I lose my goddamn voice, I can no longer do marbles in any way, shape, or form. Okay, I got him that time. I got him that time. Curse you and your silly build. Curse you, Mac. That's so far. I got a key, but honestly not sure I want to waste the time until the game actually comes out. Today's been the best day of the test so far. Just from a playability standpoint, I would say this is the first day that the test has actually, like, not in a bad way, right? But has been functional from a playability standpoint. Pretty much, well, all 3 of the days before this, the servers have been very rough. And even today, they're far from perfect. They are still quite rough. Okay, I'm gonna run back real quick and give up my helm, by the way, so I can get more stats. But the servers are still rough today, but they are much better than they have been in the past, right? Exclamation specs. So that's the largest thing for me. They are improving over anything else. And I'm not necessarily here from the standpoint of, will I enjoy this, you know, pre-alpha technical test day 1 and think it's perfect? No. That's not what's gonna happen. My entire existence here is like, will I enjoy seeing the progression that they're putting out, or will I feel like there is a lack of, you know, a lack of progression coming out related to the, you know, the growth of the game? Addressing important issues and bugs along the way, server state and server progression, being able to hold more players concurrently each day. Those are very important things to look at over the course of something like this. And if it's taking 5 days to push a server update, that's bad. They have pushed server updates every single day that have improved the state of the servers. So for somebody that came in day 1 and hasn't played since, this is going to be the smoothest it has felt with servers up, you know, the most that they have been so far. And this is with more players than we've had. Zenith. What the hell? Zenith, why are you naked? Is that a Zenith NPC? Or is that a Zenith RPing? Chicago's absolutely impossible to play on as domination. Sucks so much. Faction imbalance is always a large concern in a 2-faction system, especially without any form of like new player protection or anything. And you also have the element of like, once imbalance begins, it can be quite hard to undo the imbalance, right? So a lot of people will just opt to roll on the side that is already in power. People from the Dom side have probably re-rolled over to the Sacred Order side, simply so they can play. There is definitely the element of, I was 21 yesterday and 20 now. Wait, where's Riot? Because we had people that were like 20, 25, 26. If everybody got D-level, that's kind of hilarious. I would enjoy that a lot. So with this, we are looking for int, dex, crit chance, crit damage. And on top of that, our crit chance needs to be at least 9. And our crit damage, we're hoping stays above 30, because I have a really high roll on that right now. And I don't want to lose. Oh. Well, that was close. That almost solved that. First. Well, I'd say we're done here. That solves that issue. I got my home. 33, 11, 6, and 16. Puts me up to 660 spell power and 102% crit. Which means at 102% crit, I can drop one more of these. And then I can scale that elsewhere. So now the question is, where do I want to scale this to make it the most meaningful? Is Dex part of spell power? Yes. Dex is part of spell power. So on a paladin, strength is 2 points of attack power. Int is 2 points of spell power. Dex is 1 and 1. 1-to-1 ratio. That was useless for paladin. Nope. Very good. Very good for paladin. So basically, if I have, let's see, something that can display this. So this is 14 dex and 13 int. So the dex is 1-to-1. The int is 2-to-1. So I should have 40 spell power from this, because the 2-to-1 int gives me 26, and then 14 more is 40. 660 to 620. That's because of the dex and the int. So then over here, if I take this off, 17 int, I drop 34. 626. So dex is 1-to-1, int's 2-to-1. Pretty much at the point I'm at. Not much else to improve. Yeah, I mean, I could get better rolls on shit. So I could get these gloves improved because it's only a 15 damage roll. I get 10% more damage there. You prioritize strength and intel over dex? No, God, no. Strength does nothing for me. Strength does absolutely nothing for a paladin if you are going any, like, caster build. So, spell power, 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 attack power, but turns into a spell and does 30% increased damage. Spell power. So, oh wait, that's what I go into. We just go Vindicator Strike, dealing more damage. Because that's going to be more throughput for me. And then, this is just temporary, but because there's no coolie, I just got 10% more damage on Vindy Strike. And if I had my last two, then I could theoretically go all the way down to, like, theoretically go all the way down to Avatar, but actually not a lot you can do other than more pen. I can always find more. Because now my Vindicator Strike, if that's just a flat 10% on top of everything else, then that's going to give me another like 120-ish damage per Vindicator. So, Binary build uploaded. No, I do not. I change it so much, if I'm being completely honest. And things are going to be getting nerfed and changed frequently. I've also run like 16 different versions of this build already, which is a little bit excessive. But I've been brainstorming with every Pally player in chat as well, just seeing what we like, what we don't, what we've seen, you know, what gearing we're liking. So we very quickly realized that we might be able to actually push up to 100% crit. And keep in mind, this isn't with double scar or anything. I only have one scar, which again, it's from the world boss, gives 25% crit chance. But that's also part of what we optimize around. So maintaining 100% crit chance and then dumping everything else elsewhere. I have 660 power, 245 crit damage, 15% pen, and 3260 HP right now. So that is, to me, absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. I'm geared as shit right now. The only real thing that I can do, I need to go farm more rings, I guess. Down at Islandville Island. And I need to try to get a second ring with Vitality instead of Strength. So big int Vitality 3% crit. And then I'm set. But that's literally the last thing. And that's gonna get me up to 3,500 HP-ish. And then it's just better rolls on everything and optimizing from there. But I think I'm finally like pretty much done gearing. So, what's the best class so far? Pretty much everything, if I'm being honest. Like, everything is really strong because balance isn't the real emphasis over here. The biggest thing that they're working on right now is, like, do servers work? And as you can see, sometimes the answer is no. So, like, they are definitely still in the early stages of everything. Effectively, right now, there are abilities that are cooldownless. There are abilities that are spammable that are not supposed to be spammable. Sometimes there's an 11-second delay on certain abilities. So, it's very jank, very early, very playtest, right? This is a super early tech test. But realistically, I think knowing that, keeping it in mind, they've made a lot of progression. But yeah, a lot of shit's broken. They're putting out balance passes though. They just put out their second set of hotfixes today, and we can confirm there's a lot more class balance on the way too. Something tells me Paladin is gonna get beat with a fucking bat. I have a very bad feeling that Paladin's gonna get beat with a bat. I feel like there's gonna be a pillowcase, and they're gonna fill it with a bunch of coins and rocks, and just smack the ever-loving fuck out of the Paladin with it until it stops moving. And I fear that. Time to go mage. Listen, I'll just start playing mage next. I'm gonna be real. I will break the game. No matter what class I play, I will break it. I am build architect. I will find the way. There is no stopping it. You might as well just let me have my broken class and be happy, and then make other classes broken and tanky too. I don't know, it looks bad fishing mining. Because they are just like the early iterations of them. If I could just guess. It's like it's a tech test, not a node design test, you know. So like personally, I don't really think it's something that's of huge importance to them. It's more so like, hey, does this node actually allow you to gather and give you shit? 13, 17, 7. I have 13, 15, 7. Technically, those are better. But I really want to get something that's closer to 25% on the crit damage. Because another 8% would be quite large for me. It's just Gamba stream now, boys. It's Gamba and optimization. Oh, those are so close. RIP strength, though. Strength dead stat. Spell haste strength. Literally over 2. Crit, but it has strength. Vitality, but it has strength. If strength just didn't exist, I'd be so happy. But there's 6s! God damn it. 6, 14, 22s. Alright. Well, all things considered, I can throw those on. That drops me to 99, but I got the 22 and the 14 Vit on there. Still going to talents. I'll take one of these out, and then just reallocate it back into a crit for now. And then I can drop 1 more %, which means realistically, if I'm farming a ring, I could get an int Vit 2% crit, so I don't need the 3% there. Really want to optimize. I should be farming some in crafting stream. We can't craft. I have the physical best gear that you can get right now for a paladin. There's nothing craftable for paladin. They didn't allocate anything to us like in a meaningful way. Not even in a meaningful way, but just like in like a class allocation with the gear. It's all druid and warrior for the heavy armor. So until they fix that, I think Venny said on stream today that they were trying to fix that for tomorrow. But yeah, like I have my biscrafted shield. The crafted sword is not better because reasons. Also, we don't have a crafted one-hand sword. It's a two-hand sword. So, all things considered, like that's a little cooked. Like literally everything that I have right now is the best that I can get. And even then, on crafted pieces, I'm gonna probably be looking more towards just pushing out to Lego and keeping the same stats. I touched the grass and it began to rain. Yeah, that's one of the dangers you take. I feel like it's one of the worst things. Really put me off, and I hope they change it. Is gear class locked? Yeah, I don't like the class lock. Part of what I don't like about the class lock as well, just as a relative negative to it, is the fact that with a class lock, if they don't bring in multiple types of armor for every class, you're going to be looking at a very large difference in mitigation types for classes that are available. So right now, a paladin can only use heavy, right? So I, as a paladin, can only have phys mitigation. I can't have spell mitigation in any way, shape, or form because I can't wear medium and I can't wear light. Like, they just have stopped me from wearing those two things. So it's a little unfortunate. Battle Mage being stuck in light right now sucks. Can Mage go medium or nah? What's your belt stats? My belt? I have int, strength, and vis. Actually, I need a new belt. I need to get the strength off. Because I can go magic defense on the belt. That's good comms. Yeah, I need to get the strength off of that shit. Because that's slightly tried. Medium's for sure fire. Medium's insane. Like, medium is actually insane. Master Smith might be better. Tis not, unfortunately. I already tried to craft belts, but it doesn't roll well enough because it's the raw HP roll. So, I don't know how it is for other classes, but every point of vitality for a tank gives 20 HP. So, like, with the raw max HP roll that was on those crafted belts, it ended up being less, because it was like 120 to 150-ish max HP, which the vitality itself is basically doubling that. So, yeah, I checked those out. I crafted a couple of them, and then I was like, nope. How's a Vit belt, too? What's the Vit one? How's a Vit stat, too? Let me see if I can give it a look. Maybe I overlooked that one. I might have been peeping a different belt. Honestly, I'd be more likely to coom for a mana stat than additional HP at this point. Additional HP is great, but a mana stat, I would love that. Long story short, you're focusing on vitality, int, crit, and dex. Yeah, strength is worthless for us. We don't do any fizz damage. Like, literally zero fizz damage whatsoever. I don't even know what in our kit would be fizz. Maybe our smite, but like, I'm pretty sure even our smite's a holy spell, so. If I have time, I can put some plus mana nodes. Oh, RIP server. Chat, we just go down. Because I think we might have broke them. Plus mana nodes would be good. Or even just like, Blazing Sweep is fizz. Blazing Sweep's fire. Right? I'm still in. Weird, I froze. Could be. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I hate this recollection of everything. So the only thing that's fizz in our kit, because smite is also holy, the only thing that's fizz in our entire kit is our initial basic attack. But we have a modifier for that that makes it a holy spell on Vindicator Strike, and then gives it 30% more damage, so then our entire kit's spell. So strength is effectively warrior stat and warrior stat only, or if for whatever reason you're going a physical Vindicator Strike only build. But yeah, strength is effectively the most dead of dead stats in the game right now. I don't know what it does. Maybe as a secondary for like Rangers. I don't know what Rangers kit primarily is. I think they're a lot of fizz. So, all right, I'm not even getting DC'd. I think my game just stopped responding. But my music's still going. All right, we're gonna give that a restart. Brothers for Warrior Plate and Assassins. Yeah, very likely. I mean, also the functionality of different builds coming in the long term could lead to we're just get more attack power out of Dex. Yeah. Pure attack power out of Dex, and then probably like a secondary from Strength type shit. Because there's also no like crit waterfall or anything like that we've seen off of the main stat scaling, so it tends to be pretty simple. Sometimes in games, Vitality gives a waterfall of like health and armor. Sometimes Int gives like magic resist, so it seems to be just like the power translation so far from what we've seen, which isn't bad. In order to find magnesium to craft a bow, iron veins, large iron veins, right? I believe for magnesium, but yeah, that's one thing though. As we were talking about the armor design. If you armor lock like different weights, different classes, the mitigation lock on, that's going to be huge as well. So if they do that, they're going to have 3 sets of armor for every single class as well. So you'll have to have like heavy fizz armor for a paladin, then you'll have to have heavy mixed armor for a paladin, and then you'll have to have heavy light armor for a paladin, or sorry, heavy magic armor for a paladin. And I think it just creates so much more work. Oh, it's copper, not iron. What's the one from iron? But it just, I think it leads to a lot of extra work comparatively to just unlocking stuff and then letting people mix and match based on the stats that they want. But some parts heavy, some light, some medium. Set bonuses for armor as well could be a really big thing. That was something Ashes did actually that I really liked, where they finally found a way to incentivize it towards the end, where you had, you know, meaningful set bonuses. It was like if you had 5 pieces of the same armor set equipped, like the same armor weight, then you would receive a little bit more mitigation to that type. So, you know, say hypothetically here, you're looking at 100 armor per, right? So say if I have 5 heavy pieces equipped that are full fizz, then I get, you know, a percentage extra fizz piece or something like that, you know? Small things along the way. Or let me fire. Yeah. But those are also small things where it's like, those are in the long-term balance structure of the game. I'm near certain. And right now, I try to not get... I was going this way. I try to not get too caught up in all of the, like, you know, the what-ifs and the fine-tuning and all of that with it. But, you know, it's nice to think about where they could go with it in the long term. I also think this is something where, when we're looking at it from a just an outside standpoint, bro, if they NDA the next playtests, they're losing out on so much information and discussion from their community. Like, if this is actually going to be NDA'd, is our next PBR? Yeah, it's down at the bottom. I'm max level though, so mine's just not filled. Current max level anyways. But if the next playtest is actually NDA'd, that's scary, brother. That shit would be incredibly sad. Incredibly sad. Like, I physically wouldn't be able to make content around it, which means I physically wouldn't be able to play it. So I would just, I'd be forced to sail off into the night if they NDA'd it once again. The calm would be, we'd have to go elsewhere. Dude, it'd be fucking tragic. I hope that they reconsider the NDA aspect of future tests and don't let the Redditoids and Discordians get to them. Because that would, unfortunately, cook a good amount of potential, I think. Starting to see your point for the NDA. I also just think there's not any, like, undoing what's already been done. You know what I mean? It's kind of nice. Health, vit, in, and then masterwork, crit hit. Health, vit, in. Oh, wait. What was I thinking? Yeah, because this is the same thing too. Health, int, fit. Maybe I crafted one and just didn't look at it properly. Appreciate you, Strike. I am Bozo. That's a perfect. What if I just one-shot this shit? I'm probably not going to because this is, we're so down bad. Alright, I need one more perfect. That one was not close. That one was not close at all. Hold on, we gotta lock in for this. Don't get the extra crit chance. Yeah, that's fair. I'd be losing a flat 10% crit chance from the Supreme Boiled. So it might not be a craft element, it might just be a Gamba element. The 10% flat crit chance on the intrinsic from the Supreme Belt's too crazy. Nice miss. I don't know what you're talking about. Ban that guy. You're so lucky I don't actually have mods. I'd have you banned in a fucking instant if mods actually showed up to do their fucking job. Unfortunately, here we are. Here we are. Where's my other belt? Oh, mod, Intrepid's legal team. Good day. Lives with Mats is so sad. Nah, I don't care. I'll just abuse some chests. That's okay. That's okay. I care not of that. Okay, Supreme Boiled Belt. Gamba. So we're looking for Vitality, Intelligence, Crit Hit. And then a form of defense, probably. Vit in magic defense would be the best. And anything other than that would be ass. Almost. Unironically, not the worst. but not quite there. And I cannot switch anything on that's not Harbis. I know you want to do it for me. Like, I know you really just want to hit this right now. So I don't have to sit here gambling all day for this stupid fucking belt. And I know I'm not going to burn the rest of my money on this. Strength, vitality, armor, butt cheeks because strength. Please, before my inventory fills up. That would be so wonderful. That would have been very solid if it wasn't for the 9 crit. Actually, I could get away with a 9 crit. Vitality, armor, intelligence, 9 crit. Take that. I'd prefer magic. Would prefer magic and more crit, if I'm being honest. Vitality, armor, magic, defense, 9 crit. Close. But for now, we'll throw this on. That's instantly going to bring in more armor instead of the strength. I go from 14 vit to 13 vit. I go from 16 int to 18 int. And then that brings me back down to 100 crit chance. Which is perfectly balanced, as all things should be. Very encouraging. Very encouraging. Extra armor's good on that. Yeah, I'd prefer magic defense instead of the armor. But I mean, all things can... Motherfucking piece of shit. I hate it here. I knew it as soon as I fell into the corner too. God damn it. Sometimes you just know. Looking for magic defense because I don't know if it's even working. Well, I don't know if anything's fucking working. But I'm gonna build as if it is. Practice as if you'd play. And I feel like right now I'm getting absolutely shredded by goddamn Spectral Blade. Have you managed to unlock scars yet? Yeah, the first scar that you get, it's the only one that you're supposed to be able to get, as far as we can know, comes from getting the last hit on the world boss. So if you can control the world boss with a group, then you got some good stuff coming to you. That's Eric. We know go to Eric. We have to gamble at Eric. Try to get myself a magic belt. I'm also wondering what, like, the ratios are on their scaling for magic defense and armor to actual mitigation. And then you're also looking at penetration and what Pen's doing. I mean, we don't really have all the testing for that because the damage numbers are so high that we can't even really test. Spent 6 hours with the world boss today, no luck. Yeah, it's specifically the last hit, so you kind of have to play it like you're playing Dota or League. And you're just laning, and you're sitting there holding a big ability to try to get it. Or during peak hours. Easier if you hit for 6k. Just general food for thought. If you have anything that hits really hard, just save that thing that hits really hard. And then dump it right at the end and you have nothing to worry about. Almost still last hit with auto tags. God damn it. Who did armor pen when I have minus 207 armor? Wait, so if I have armor pen, does it actually hurt me? Because I get 15% less of your negative? My Ashes Arrival Guild. That is fucking massive. That is truly a vindicating strike if I've ever seen one. Bro, as soon as I got my scar yesterday too, I was instantly just, it's so strong. 25% crit, that is definitely, wait. Sometimes I'm pressing right click and enter. I can't believe I haven't fucking tried that yet. Fuck! It's like one of those where as soon as somebody tells you, you're like, yeah, I should have tried that probably as soon as I started playing the game, just from a reasonable standpoint. Did you not know about enter spam? Just hadn't gone to that side of the keyboard, if I'm being completely honest. Usually my left hand hangs out on the left side of the board. If I'm being completely real, not much of a roaming hand kind of guy. The right side of my board sees substantially less usage. Boo boo. Anything good? Armor infit? No. It's so close. It's so close. We just want magic defense, int vit. Other word of magic defense, armor strength. Unfortunate. The fact the chat didn't mention is criminal. They like seeing me suffer. No matter what they may try to tell you. They like seeing me suffer. It is in their, I don't know what, but it's like ingrained inside of them that I'm supposed to suffer. And that my suffering brings them joy. It's really fucking weird. Rebind confirmation is something else. Oh wait. Soon we'll have all of the bind options. It'll truly be wonderful. Okay, no, that's fine. I guess I'll just use armor. That's perfectly fine. What's your amulet stats? My amulet is 11 crit hit chance, 18 crit hit damage, int and vitality. So rabbit amulet OP. So basically my crit is on my helm, which is damage, chance, int, dex for the most spell power scaling. Because again, that gives me 16 more spell power off of the dex. Shoulders are strength, int, dex, which honestly I could technically switch out the strength for health regen on the shoulders. It's just the alternative is health regen. So slightly less than ideal. Every single item able to give crit chance. Shoulders, no. My shoulders don't have any hidden rolls, right? Yeah, it's just health regen. So they're kind of S. Shoulders do not. As far as we can tell. Neck, yes. Chest, no. Chest is dex, int, strength. So technically, I could go health regen here instead of the strength. As a small min-max, because strength is just genuinely useless. Shoulder is, or sorry, weapon is int, crit hit chance, crit hit damage. So again, the big three. Shield is, again, I could reroll the strength off this, maybe some cooldown reduction to truly min-max it. But you're looking at dex, strength, crit hit chance, int, vit. So again, 10 hit crit hit chance here. Shields drop, shields crafted. Shields crafted. Gloves, vitality, crit hit chance, crit hit damage. So just old big three gloves. Belt, crit hit chance, int, vit, armor. Pants, int, dex, strength. Again, could switch out the strength for health regen there. So could technically have 3 health regen. Boots, int, vitality, movement speed. If I wanted to switch one of those out, then I could go dex instead, but... And then rings are int, vitality. This one's int, strength crit. This one's int, vitality crit. So I need to switch the strength off of this for vitality. And then I am done. Like, I'm just... I physically have no other switches. So I'm a few pieces of health regen and 1 vitality roll away from... like what the gearing pretty much offers on this side of it. Where's the amulet come from? Vendor. The vendor that has it today is here, actually. This guy. So in every town, there's an Eric on the Sacred Order side, and there is a Sed on the Domination side. You can visit them, and then they will have shit for you to buy. Because they came in the respawn with 0 cooldown, 0 A skill, in 70 cages of grief. Yeah. Yeah, what server? You on New York? I've heard New York's kind of cooked. Because everybody went to New York that was a new player thinking New York was going to be peaceful. Only thing is, when there's a new server, you always have people that want to go over to the new server just to cook the new players that don't really know what they're doing. And you definitely are seeing that on display with the New York server right now. It's a bloodbath. Meanwhile, Chicago is really chill. So easy young got my scar. Word. 102 and a sword for the vicious light. What? Vindicated? I have Vindicator Strike. You can use Vindicator Strike with a one-hander as well. So the biggest difference is that, like, Decisive Strike, wherever that shit is, that's overhead. Wherever Decisive is, it's kind of ass, if I'm being completely honest. 3 attack combo which strikes your enemy with your one-handed weapon. It's kind of, third strike hits twice. It's kind of buns, and it doesn't necessarily have a lot of, like, I don't know, scaling around it. Vindicator Strike, in my opinion, is just better, and it's facilitator for crit. Now, technically, if I wanted to get more self-sustain, and I was less worried about damage, I could go Decisive Strike, because Decisive Strike in the tree does have a self-heal associated with it. However, that self-heal is pretty underwhelming at 20% of attack power every 3 seconds, because Decisive Strike is... Whoops. Decisive Strike is Fizz. So, not only is Decisive Strike going to be a little bit worse than Vindicator Strike, but it also, it just has less scalar. It doesn't get converted into a holy spell, so you would have to scale Fizz for it, and all of your other abilities would be worse off. So, it's a little unfortunate. Do have confirmations. The gloves even roll 8 crit. No, it says it should. Mine are only 6. So, I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure. EU servers will toxic looters scamming the world boss and enter for 55k insta kills. I mean, world boss farming, people are always going to farm world boss. Just simply because it's like, you know, highly incentivized. But yeah, even on this server, like, we're over at the World Boss and Sacred Order's holding down World Boss for kills. I already have my Scar and shit, and there's nothing that I need off World Boss gear. So I'll probably go back over and, like, show it, but... Vindicator Strike, but it's great out for me unless I go a two-hand, maybe a bug. Unspec all your stuff. Because Vindicator Strike doesn't have a two-hand with it. It's just perform up to 3 consecutive attacks in a cone. However, it's no longer in a cone in front of us. That got taken out. Which, personally, I would love the cone in front of us. However, I think a hitbox with that would probably be a little bit wacky. But Blazing Sweep's hitbox has been better. But yeah, all things considered, I think the cone was probably a little bit wacky with the freeform movement because you're turning back. And then unless it has, you know, a target. Ooh, wait. Hitting a target and then splashing to adjacent targets could be the solution for that. With Vindicator Strike to make it a cleave still. So, like, you hit the initial target, and then you hit surrounding targets within X distance of the first target with a secondary effect for reduced damage to still give it AoE. Because we do really lack AoE damage right now. It's Blazing Sweep, and then it's effectively nothing else, but Blazing Sweep can also be a little bit clunky to aim. Isn't that what Decisive Strikes does? Decisive Strikes? No, Decisive Strikes single target. Yeah, that's all single target. Vindicator Strike is supposed to be, or it was going to be AoE, but thought about it nearby enemies? No. Try the Shield Smite AoE? Yeah, but then I'm using Shield Smite. Then I'm using Smite. Like, it's a 12-second coolie, so... Like, the 12-second coolie itself is a put-off. Because we just need, like, throughput cleave. But, not everything has a lot of throughput cleave, so... Do a favor, go in spells and keep it there for 5 seconds to take a picture. Oh, this one? Like my scars? Here. Keep it here for 30 seconds, because I'm going to bring my coffee out because it's 7 p.m. So, I probably shouldn't be drinking coffee. Un momento. Yeah. Good day, brothers. I've returned. The half cat build is crazy. The half cat build is fucking demonic. I could probably draw a cat with my tree. If I'm being honest. Yeah, I absolutely could. Because I can go over here for the eyes. I wonder how the cat build would actually be. Because realistically, I would have to drop the crit scaling here. I don't have much of an ear on this side. I could go up here for the shield smite petrify. Maybe some vitality up here. Echoing Lightbound is interesting to me. But Sanctified Fire sucks noodles. Sorry to whoever designed Sanctified Fire. But yeah, it doesn't take any spell coefficients or anything like that. Like, it has no spell coefficient. It's just a flat damage, so it kind of buns. Yo, Sam, what up, dude? How can I play the game? Request access on Steam. I also have keys that I'm giving away periodically. We did a giveaway just a little bit ago, so we'll be doing another one later tonight. But not for a little bit, so. Avatar into Slam's pretty decent AoE damage. Yeah, I just don't like to invest the points into Avatar, if I'm being completely honest. Like, it just... It's not good. Like, it's good, but where it's at right now, especially with the TTK, it's a little bit rough. So Cone Shield Smite requires a target skill. Oh shit, sorry, I memed. I was talking shit about Smite. My fault. I thought we were just talking about using Smite. Hold on, I'll test it real quick. I'll lose a little bit of my crit scaling. Oopsie daisy. Oopsies. That was good of you. Might weave in a talent for Finny Strike to do a cone on third attack. Ooh. That could be very interesting. Alright, hold on. Should be able to get there pretty easy. That's just up here, right? Now strikes in cone, but no longer silences. So I'll just take this out from a functionality standpoint. Then just swing those back in after. Alright. Man, can we get no cooldown on this real quick? I just broke the game even more. The fuck did you do? What did you do? Let's see. So, if I'm running away... Hold on. Hold on just a second. Hold on just one second. Okay. So it's not like completely broken. Think it doesn't have a range? Let's see. Hold on. Let's see if I can get a couple over here. And then maybe spread them out a little. Grab this guy. Sir, please stop throwing things at me. Please cooperate. Alright, everybody over here. Gotta wait for the 3 throws. The Rotten Hound is now going away. No! Sir, please just cooperate. Alright, we'll go here and then wait for this to stagger a little bit, maybe. Alright, this is fine. I think the servers are getting a little cooked when we're trying to test out here. That's a large sweep. That is a large sweep. I need to go to an area where I'm not on a 5-second delay to check that. Because that functionality is smooth. Let's see if I can get it on like low delay somewhere. Maybe to south. I gotta mount up. We'll be there soon. How to level up my forge? Crafting swords is the way that I did it. I believe it's 10 swords to go from level 1 to level 2. So that's just copper. Should spawn off you, but it's cooked right now, it seems. I think it's just the desync. So a lot of the melee issues so far have just been like server desync of where I am on my screen versus where I am on other people's screens. It's probably just related to that if I had to guess while I'm kiting it out. Because if I just stand here, right? If I stand here without moving, I guarantee it'll spawn right on top of me and it'll cleave everything beautifully, watch. I'll group everything up and then we'll give it a second to catch up, wait for the mobs to react, see where we're at. And then once that's done... Oh, wait. Okay, wait, that might have just turned me to the right. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. That might have just turned me to the right. Okay, no, it worked that time. So it's a very narrow and long cone. How long is the range on it? Let me see if I can body pull one of these and see how far it goes. Too far away. Because it seems like it goes far. Oh no, not that far. That hits really fucking hard though. It's hitting twice. So what are the instances of damage? Shield Smite applies a root to the trigger for 1 second. No longer strikes in a cone, but silences. Perform the first attack of your decisive strike reduces the cooldown. Right. So it's builder, spender, cooldown based. Yep. Is this what you guys wanted? Is this what you wanted? Brother, you don't win this. I have bad news. Elbozos. Scam will get scammed. I have terrible news. Jump me with 2 in a menu. I don't even need my spells to respond. Everything's Gucci. Never mind. Maybe I needed my fucking spells to respond once. Woo! We love 20-second server delay. God damn. So, yeah, no mana. No, I had 24 at the end. We also had 20-second server delay. Room 2. Yeah, the last cast at the end went through but didn't resolve. I got 24 mana at the end. And then no cast. And then at one point tried to hit a pot. But the server queue didn't let the pot go off smooth. It's, you know, it's the ongoing joy of it. Plus, that's also the only fucking way that we can live in fights right now, too. Is just, like, spamming ourselves non-stop. I don't think the last note's working if you're supposed to have a cone. On my smite. There's a moving train. Moving very quickly. Very quickly with much shank. This game's not going to be ready for the end of the year. It's not supposed to be. Its early access is, like, planned for start of next year. So there's no, like... no element of this that's supposed to be this year. But, all things considered, who knows, maybe it could be. Hello, sirs. Okay, kind of worked there. It didn't do the double damage, though. Which is slightly unfortunate. I'll get you soon. I'll get you soon. If you stay in that one spot for much longer. There we go. There we go. I've reclaimed my island. Scammer get scammed. Not a cone. The one on the far right. Wait, which one on the far right? But a mana is just so bad with that tier 2 gear. Oh, yeah. Yeah. We drain our mana. I mean, granted. Our no mana cost on our heal isn't working. But also, neither is the cooldown on our heal. So the only way that we can fight is effectively... left. Strike, I'm so proud of you. But effectively, like, the cooldown isn't working. But also, that's the only way that we can actually fight, is just spamming ourselves on global with heals and trying to survive the damage that's coming in and hoping we don't get one shot, and then taking one of our globals where we think we can survive and then throwing a hammer out and trying to live it, because the TTK is just so fast right now. Like, if they... I'm gonna be bold here. Multiply HP values of all players and damage of all mobs by 4x. And then increase base mana. And then we actually have like a band-aid TTK fix. If I have hammer hitting for a quarter of somebody's HP, it's not a big deal. Just make vitality give 80 HP instead of 20 HP as the waterfall for right now. And then increase base mana by a modifier of 4x as well for each class, and then keep mana rolls on T2 gear. And then I think we actually have a playable PvP standpoint for battlegrounds and arenas. it'd probably result in potions being used a lot, but if they want potions being used on cooldown, then that's also going to be conducive to that. Zach, thank you for the follow. Much love, dude. Yeah, I genuinely think that'd be a band-aid fix. Not that I'm a game dev or anything, not that I'm trying to cosplay as one, but fights are extremely fast right now. Sounds good to me. I'd be down to try it. I think it'd be better than this. Do you know about the spell power and attack boost? No, what spell power and attack boost? Golly. No, I've never heard of anything like that. No. Golly, extremely fast is an understatement. Like, when Zomp and I look each other in the eyes, that level of fast. Zomp and I dueled yesterday. We were over on the chest island dueling each other, and we had just dueled, got each other down to 10% HP because of the TTK, and then some domination people roll up and just Thanos snap both of us at fucking 0 HP, dude. It was slightly unfortunate to say the very least. Kind of the worst timing that I've ever seen. Hey, yo. Good day, sir. And to you. Oh shit, wait, my abilities. I rebound them. Sorry, my bad. Just wanted to test some things. Forgot that I did not have my Vindicator Strike on. That is on me. Man, rebinds are actually going to make me such a happy lad. Just as soon as those bad boys... Oh my god, what is that second instance of damage? What is that? Shields might now strikes in a cone but no longer silences. Is it the hit and then the cone double tapping the primary? Seems like it's a hit and then the cone double tapping. Yeah. I think it's the initial hit and then the cone effect comes through after. AoE's last. Yep, that's what it seems like. Which, honestly, I do like that from a shotgun standpoint. Like, if you can get that off on a target and then keep them in the cone as well, I do like that. Kind of good. Kind of really good. If that functionality was on the third strike of Vindy, getting Vindicators off would be fucking insane. Honestly, if they want to limit crit as well, we've already shown that with the crit scaling being the way it is, even relatively, right? Is it not just your auto attack landing on delay? No, even without the auto attack, watch. Because there's no auto rise to the basic, but just with the actual shield smite, it does the initial damage and then it does a cone, and it seems like shield smite itself has a much smaller coefficient than the cone does. So with shield smite, that's Aegis. Where's my shield smite? Down here. I think it's just a cone that blasts the damage out. Because even if I grab another target, I'm wondering if the cone or the auto, like the actual impact of the shield is what's doing the big damage. Because realistically, then I can just go throne shield. And then... Okay, that did not work in the intended way. That was not God's plan. Not God's plan. Alright, let's group everybody back up again. We'll get all you guys back over here. And then 3's good enough. Yeah, it's the cone that does a lot of damage. That kind of seems like an absolute nuke, if I'm being completely honest. And the targeting on it, it's a better Blazing Sweep. Like, that functionality on Blazing Sweep would make Blazing Sweep a very, 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 very good ability. The thing with Blazing Sweep right now is the fact that it's the freeform cast, when as a melee, we can so easily, over the course of like the 360-degree movement, we can so easily fuck the degree of that a little bit. That small bit of auto adjust that we have here is quite nice, in my opinion. I like that. It brings a lot to it. You know something very underappreciated in Ashes? Damage dealt numbers went upwards and damage received went downwards. It was so satisfying. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. I just crit for 9k. Yeah, are you using the healing scaling? When the spell can consistently land, it's gonna be so much fun. This one, Shield Smite, Yeah, shield smite actually kind of seems insane with this functionality. Now, the root's also a big part of it. The root's a very big part of it, but that seems incredibly... Oh. Flash, you good dog? It appears... Oh, wait. This guy jump lush? Yo, sir, did you hurt my Leshrac? Watch this. Chat. I'm the fastest kid alive. Look. From downtown? Sorry. Sorry. Druids? Oh, was it that guy? Wait, did he actually kill you? Alright, my bad, my bad. Well, I don't feel bad anymore for killing him. I got revenge for you. I'm literally the speediest boy alive. Healing ceiling, the one hand from world boss, 510 mana. What are the other stats on that, though? Because I've heard the other stats on it are actually kind of like Midinsky. Who's over here? Skirt. Is he friend? I don't know if he's friend. I think he's friend. He didn't hit back. Okay, that's my bad, big dog. That's on me. That's on me. That's on me. Oh, shit. Must steal kill. I couldn't get close enough. Other stats are kind of cheeks, but if you can stack your healing with it, makes all my other skills OP. Okay, well, that's fair. That is very fair, but I also wouldn't rely on that. That's just... First of all, I can already confirm there may or may not have been a max, like, stat count added to that ability already. So... Shing shing. Wait, why didn't it work? It's kind of sad. It didn't hit him with a shing shing. But effectively, where the fuck? My brother in Christ. Being attacked by, like, fucking Danny Phantom. Inner range druid? No, that wasn't a druid. I died to spectral blades. You can tell by the audio cue. It's probably a bug with people going invis. There's a mage right here. Yeah, literally, like, right here. I just can't see them. Throw AoE right here. Just directly on top of me. Because this is confirmed where they are. We just gotta keep it going out. They're not targetable, though. Relogging might fix it. Yeah, I'll give it a look, because it doesn't look like we can damage him either. Like, AoEs and stuff weren't working either. Could it be the Archon thing? Does Archon still not have cooldown? Relogging didn't fix it for me. At least with whatever this guy's doing. He's been that way for a half hour. Send in the GM perms. Is he still over here? Bye-bye. Sir, he's not too far away. I was legitimately right there. Flutterburger, no CD skills, some black scars, 30-70k. And also some people are 100% crit hit chance. Wait, what happened to my talents? It's rude as fuck. That's why my shield smite didn't do anything. I was told I couldn't have my shield smite. They literally said it was too OP. Alright, let's see. If I were a piece of shit... Where'd my Vindicator Strike go? Oh, no. I like this. That's decisive. No. Wait, Vindy. Blazing Sweep. Holy Defiance. Decisive. Vindicator. No. What? Oh no, is it the full spec bug? All right, hold on. I'll just play without it. I don't need it. It's just a basic attack. We're fine. Everything's fine. Everything. Okay, nope, never mind. We're back on the lag. That's fine. Everything's peachy. Everything's fine. Maybe I'll take this opportunity to relog. Mayhap. Just threw that to the parking lot. I'm like 10 seconds spell latency right now. It's because most of the devs go to sleep. Before the devs go to sleep, they hit the fuck NA button and they just make the server go to shit so they can get 8 hours of concurrent data on everybody being unhappy because the servers are laggy. This is my conspiracy theory. You know what max crit on ring is? 3%. I haven't seen a 4% anyways. Pretty sure it's 3%. Breaks CD certain skills spells from my testing. Without any skills in approximately 18 seconds with like 11 haste. They got on 2 to 3 seconds. What are you saying? Spell haste is scaling hard as fuck? Because I don't have any spell haste. I just have some broken cooldowns. But is haste scaling dummy hard? Insanely hard release from H. Do we have any haste? I don't believe we have any haste. Unless I am treeping. Refund build. Drop these. And then go in here. And then we have the Omega Damage. Ree! Let me see if I can find somebody to test this on real quick. Sir, I see you minding your own business over here. Do you mind if I just... Oh, no. Alright, he's AFK. He won't notice. He literally won't even notice. Shay, I'm sorry. Once this goes off, terrible news. Yeah? Yeah, it kind of hit hard. Like, that's not the worst, if I'm being completely honest. So we're looking at how much here? Like 2,500 frontal cone AoE with a 1-second root. That's not too shabby. Paladin's tasteless. That's fucking tragic. I mean, honestly, we don't have any cast times anyways. We have the clunky cast time on our wings. Which... We'll talk. I don't see the value in wings in the current TTK, but that's also current TTK, right? Current sustain, current TTK type shit. That's a different discussion. Cavalcade's too clunky to cast right now as well. Although, that's primarily because the grav isn't... I don't think the grav's working entirely, but... Not entirely sure. Not entirely sure, but... That being said, I'm gonna go to sleep. Mish, hope you have a beautiful night. Also, Coco, what are your thoughts on this? I don't know if you were here for our yaps on this, but we were theory crafting as a community again. I know, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But just hypothetically, right? As a band-aid for the TTK issues currently, without having to address, like, offensive scaling too much right now. 4x player HP values. 4x mob damage values. Just make them scale evenly. So, basically, mobs hit harder. Or even just a smaller coefficient, right? But mobs hit harder, and then the output of main stat from Vit goes up. Then bring it to the balance, guys. Oh, my king. My king. We appreciate you. Truly on the front lines. I feel like that's a good band-aid. Because otherwise, they're going to have to examine mitigation ratios and their damage formula and their crit scaling and put in soft caps and shit. But hear me out. Sometimes melee brain comes up with very simple answer. Make everybody tankier. To me, it's a two-sided equation. There's either less damage or more resource to take the damage. I fuck with it. Mobs hit harder, player versus player damage is lowered by 4x. I feel like that probably would require more work as well, but yeah, either way. Either way. Paladin needs more burst damage, add that in too. Yeah, maybe give me like 3 charges of hammer. That... Oh, that's toxic. Maybe that'd be reasonable. So I can hammer somebody and stun them 3 times consecutively. Oh, hello, sir. Good thing. Oh, just was shorter so I could sleep. How happy would you be if it was just a targeted uptime each day? So it's like, oh, I have to worry about it from this time to this time, and then other than that, everybody's gone. My wife also hates it. Yeah, that's the joy of the grind. It's the getting off late, tired as shit, being like, hey, I'm sorry it was another late night, but like we cooked, we got a lot done today. Carla and I go through the same thing where I stream so much, right? Every single day, 7 days a week. It's become a part of both of our schedules now. And like, we kinda got used to it because of Pursuit of the Dream, but do chest spawn higher than Epic? Legendary. Legendary. That is the best one. The work of game development, so I assume they have a method called calculate damage, and you just slam it in there. Yeah, either way. Like I said, it's a two-sided approach. You can either lower damage or you can inflate HP values. Personally, I don't really care how they go about it, but I also think inflating HP values would lead to the healing feeling much more fun. Again, as long as it's percentage HP going. Do not come to Island Town. Why, laggy as shit? What's going on over there? But yeah, either way, like, no matter how they go about it, I think the problem is still the same when we present it. It's just like, hey, people are dying a lot too fast. So, you know, anything there. Inflating HP values requires a lot more work as you need to change values on multiple items across the game. No, I was thinking more just change the vitality itself. So keep the same, like, item values, but just 4x the vitality output. So then instead of 20 HP, it's 80 HP. And then that would give us effectively more HP scaling. It wouldn't be a direct 4x because you still have base HP and stuff. But that would also make your scaling a little bit better. But yeah, I don't work in game dev. So I don't know how much more difficult that would be versus your way. I'm just streamer man that, you know, I know my spot is playing the video games. So regardless of like, I think the cool thing about the position that I'm in is regardless of like, you know, the actual, I'm spamming like I have a fucking 1 right now. I'm sitting here hitting my empty bind. I'm such a fucking idiot. Jesus Christ. 4 HP per bit is easiest at the moment. Dusty on top. Simple solutions. Like what defensive values are gonna take. I do love me some defensive values. Need to change 1 value in 4 cells. See, that could also bring in some more variance in builds too, because then if there's more value in VIT, then I might go out of my way to ensure that I have these nodes. Granted, I like to have them anyways, but you know, small changes in VIT. Really, really, really solid. Change the crit modifier to 0.001 instead of 1. Hit the greenlit at the moment we're just spitballing. Yeah, absolutely. Because then you could always have such a cascading, you know, effect off of that where it's like one change turns into something that impacts 24 other things. The domino effect, as I call it. It can be very, 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 very annoying to deal with. Especially, like, hear me out. Like I said, I'm aware of my position and like the fact that I'm streamer man and not developer man. And I can only imagine the joy of game developers when people in the community start spitballing and then think they have one good idea and it's just like, I can't wait to see this direct thing implemented with a statue to me. The mentality of some people as they're just spitballing feedback as soon as they feel involved in the dev process is so fucking funny. Excuse me, sir, I'm trying to fix my tree. Sorry. I'm trying to get my Vindicator strike back. Hold the fuck up. Hold the fuck up, brother. Gotta stay in our lanes. Opens resolve. Fucking fire. If you send me a key, I can decompile the game, find the line of code that they could change to fix the VP, then I can share it here. Well, the good news is Nihilak's like one of the lead devs for the project, so we don't need to do all that. We can just ask him. That's the cool thing about smaller. Is this our mage? What the hell? What's happening? Anyways, that's one of the cool things about like smaller dev projects. Like not necessarily chasing the zeitgeist like WoW type thing, right? You very frequently have a lot of connection between the community and the developers, which is cool. It's a very, like I said, to sometimes a detriment. Ah, sir. I'm trying to change my goddamn tree, you butthole. I'm trying to change my tree. Wait, so is he just perma invis, perma archon? Because that's the archon explode. Something like that. Are there two of them? That's no bug, honey. It's coming for us! Wait, no, I was gonna turn away. I gotta time it up. Ow. That shit hurt. That shit really hurt. It's Elig. I killed them earlier, like multiple times. They were over at the goblin area, and they were getting farmed. Is it just one of them? It seems like it's more than one of them. Because it's definitely a little bit strange. I'm not quite sure, but I'm gonna fix the smite cone being iffy. My king. My king. I know it's not live, but I'm gonna try my smite on the next person I see, just in your honor. I got called a slur, so I decided that's enough playtesting for me. Which one? What's up with people and slurs? I feel like that's not very nice. Not very nice at all. I gotta finish my respec actually, because I'm down half my build at this point. It's Slur Saturday. It's Sunday, and no, that is very bad. No slurs. We're the NSA. The no slurs allowed. It's a good fight that we're fighting out here. It's Monday here? Oh, so it's maybe don't slur Monday. Holy shit, what a great time to practice not slurring. Wow. Isn't that just awesome? Pork Belly Reuben Day. Oh, that sounds like a good day, brother. That sounds like a really, 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 really good day. Oh my goodness gracious, Pork Belly Reuben. Fucking hell. I would have absolutely zero problem with that whatsoever. Haha! I got my Vindicator back. And now we go back down the entire tree. Let's see. Sunbreaker deals more damage the more sanctified fire you have. Yeah, but it's a single target. That's too slow to sack fires at the moment. Yeah, and fire not having a spell modifier on it, like a spell damage modifier, is a little weird. Not a lot of people are gonna stack it because it feels underwhelming to have an ability hit for 1,000 and then have a damage over time tick for 27. So immediately there, you're losing a lot of like the impact of that. So it does, but it's tiny, so tiny, so tiny. It's like 0.000 something. Goddamn. Yeah, it ticks for like 27 on my end. Just remove a 0. Let us cook a little bit. My dog's got all the zeros in there. Yeah, honestly, I thought the entire time that it was just like a flat modifier, because it does effectively no damage. And then thinking about it with the current time to kill as well, the applicability of even building that is less than ideal. Yo, Biggie Smalls, what up, dude? Just tried the game, kept getting killed by players nonstop at the starting zone, 0 out of 10. Yeah, that is definitely not a good experience to start out, not gonna lie. Depending on the server that you're on too, some servers are a lot worse about it than some others are right now. Some people are understanding that it's definitely like a testing environment and letting people test. Some people are just being douche canoes. I will say the Chicago server is a little bit less invasive in that sense, right? So I would personally recommend 98. I need to take one more of these. I would personally recommend the Chicago server. That's where I play on. Sacred Order is very safe over here. If you play on the domination side, unfortunately, it may not be quite as safe. However, yeah, the spawn killing is something they'll probably address at some point. Keep in mind, the entire, like, structure of everything we're engaging with right now has been here for 4 days. This is like the 4th day of it. So, all things considered, it's definitely going to be janky for a little bit until they can sort out some of these griefing measures and have them be a little bit less griefy. I could see very, very soon some form of spawn protection coming in. Realistically, as of right now, I don't necessarily need to go down this side at all, which could lead... If I get 2 more points, but that's not gonna work. Bitch, I'm trying to do my tree. You freak. God fucking damn it. I'm trying. Spawn protection is all they need. I think that's incorrect. I think it's in the right direction, but I think spawn protection is something that is only temporary. And where things are temporary, you will have people that wait to exploit those temporary things, right? So if you give someone spawn protection for a minute, they will get followed for a minute. If you give somebody protection for an hour, they'll get followed for an hour. If you give somebody protection until level 10, they'll get followed until they're level 10. If you give somebody protection until they hit first, then people will follow them around waiting for them to hit first, and then you don't have any PvP, and you just have people following people around awkwardly. They need, in my opinion, outlets for respawning. So when one is camped, you can respawn at nearby respawns within the area. So you can just go to a different area. No matter what you have, there's going to be spawn camping. Guards around spawns is one way you can deal with it. And also having multiple spawn points is the other way you can deal with it. Multiple spawn locations, gonna go so hard. Yeah. Right when I said that you responded, I got an ad, so I didn't hear your response. I got you. Hold on, we're still yapping about it, don't you worry. Now we're theory crafting how to fix it. Don't worry, the entire chat's trying to figure out how we can fix the problem. Thought on spawn protection is insta-kill NPCs. Yeah, I mean, that can definitely do it. If you have NPCs that are not dying, but then you also have a certain element of, if those NPCs are hitting mobs, anything like that, that can be a little bit weird. Make the NPCs not hit mobs and only hit players. Okay, cool. But then with the amount of spawns that you have throughout the world, it takes away a little bit of the invading enemy territory type shit, right? So if you have domination guards at the domination spawns, and you have sacred guards at the sacred spawns, the entire map invasion, if those are one-shot NPCs, is effectively impossible. So if we wanted to do what we did earlier today and go down to the domination goblin area, we wouldn't be able to do that because of the guards there just one-shotting us on site. So that in itself would be a little bit rough inherently. But it is a good idea for it. It's just weird with the two-faction system. Because if the guards are set to aggro, then it's rough. You can have the guards set to defensive, where they only engage somebody after they hit. So have, like, domination guards, right? Not them being everywhere, just spawns. Well, yeah, they just have spawns fucking everywhere in this game. But you could also just have it so the guards only respond to combat. So if I hit you on a respawn, then the guard just Thanos snaps me, because if I'm on your side of the map, then it respawns me all the way back on my side. I think Cavalcade can work as a full instant spell if the spawn's delayed by a proper amount. That could be real nice. Honestly, a delay on it would be really sick too, because then you could almost set it as a trap. Precasting a Cavalcade and having it on the floor would be so sweet. So as an instant, you have almost, like, animation wise, you could either just have it be like the, you know, the holy area on the ground, or you could have the horses spawn in and run in a circle and then start going inward and then pull people in once they're in the circle. Like, one horse runs in a circle, and then once it completes the circle, it just, But yeah, I think that would be a lot more fluid, especially from an engage standpoint. Because even then, since I have roots, right, that would allow for some combos too. So just spitballing right off rip. At that point, from a full engage build, that would allow me to go Avatar Cavalcade a lot smoother, right? Pending mana reservation. But Avatar Cavalcade, a lot smoother there. Pop Avatar, get an instant Cavalcade. But that also opens up a combo over here with Heavenly Dive Root for 2 seconds. So you have a choke point that's coming in. Enemies rushing in. You drop your Cav in the choke point, and then you Heavenly Dive, and then you follow up with the Shield Smite with another Root, and then you have AoE coming in off of that. So if you're going like a slower TTK, right, on a team fight, things that I would immediately say are higher value there, that are just incorporated off of that, you know. Motherfucking piece of shit. Yeah, I kind of deserve that for standing where I am, huh? Not the best spot to AFK, if I'm being honest. That's my bad. Forever with the current TTK, makes sense to have immunity during the pre-pop phase. Yeah, the pre-pop phase is a little weird. Because honestly, at that point, the pre-pop phase, it's like just clunky, right? That's been the biggest thing, but also with the current TTK, I don't need wings to kill somebody. If I'm being honest, if I needed wings to kill people, then it would be a big game changer, because then you would have an ability econ. But right now, there's no ability economy, where it's like, I don't know, in New World, one thing that I really liked is that we would all save up in wars. We were fighting over an objective that was a circle on the ground that people had to be in, right? And you had to have people in to create tick and control on the point, and then you could capture the points from that. There was defense and then offense, of course. So we would all save up ability combos, and we would collapse on like a part of the point, like a quadrant. So when everybody had their full combos, you had the support going in, you had your damage going in, and it was this large save up because it was a slower TTK, where we would put out, you know, we'd harass targets, we'd see if we could isolate somebody for an easy kill, but we weren't out here burning full combos on those targets. We were simply trying to, you know, poke and prod, and then get our big abilities ready and catch somebody out of position. So as TTK slows down, Avatar has a place in terms of that, okay, we're going all in. Everybody pop your cooldowns and get ready, because Avatar becomes a part of that cooldown. But right now, with the current TTK, there's just no reason for Avatar, because if I'm looking at the average player at 1500 to 2k HP, and I can throw a hammer without even self-buffing, that's gonna, speaking of which, that's going to hit somebody for, like, what, 4k? That inherently is going to be a slight problem, if I do say so myself. What did I... Oh. Yeah, that wouldn't be good to not have. Oi. Thank you. I love you, bitch Dusty. I love you. Oh, wait, they came out of Invis. Huh. What got them out of Invis? The motherfucker's been Invis for like... Ah! Nope, that wasn't the one. Ah! Ah! Motherfucker. Satan's back. Who is it? It's not even... The weird thing is it's not like showing the kills. Is it Venelin? Like, what if this is just Venny getting his fucking anger out from the day? Venny, we're here for you. It's okay. No NDA, please. He's come to NDA us. Bro, I swear to God, I am genuinely going to be so sad if they NDA this. It is going to take all of the momentum that it could gather in the next 8 days and just build a wall in front of it that it smacks into and breaks its neck. It'd be like a bird flying into a window, man. I would be incredibly sad for that. Can afford NDA, community needs to see progression. Venelin said in his stream they're gonna NDA. He said there would be more playtests, but they're definitely gonna be NDA'd, which I'm hoping he didn't mean definitely. They won't? No, this is a clip from today. They literally said they will. Literally today. On his live.
Will there be more play tests after this one? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely, there will be more play tests after this one. One thing that is important, the next tests will definitely be under NDA. Why? Because we want to make sure that we test in internal doors and understand the improvements, and then we will wait until we're 100% sure that there are no bugs and stuff, because we understood that people don't get the idea of technical alpha test. Well, very few people actually do, like 20 to 30%.
So basically he talks about how a lot of the community has effectively zero idea what the expectations should be of a technical alpha, or like, you know, any part of it. And there's been a lot of like negative feedback and stuff like that around it. But this game does not have the presence and the footprint to survive an NDA period after going public. And it also doesn't have the goodwill of people because it's not an established developer like, I don't know, like a Riot or some bullshit like that, where people will just be like, oh yeah, they're cooking. Like the Riot MMO announced they were going dark for several years, and people said, oh, it's Riot. Do what you need to do. Riot has the funds. Riot has the background. Riot has the existing game catalog. Riot has everything, right? And Beastburst isn't Riot, and I love the prospect of the game that's being built up, but like, this is not good because now people will have a negative sentiment from the earlier days of the playtest that they won't be able to see the progression of. What I've been saying is, like, imagine if they NDA'd it yesterday because so many people were talking negatively about the key distribution, about the server state, about everything, and they're like, hey, we're pulling it back into NDA. We're making every single person, you know, sign the NDA if you want to play. Not only is that going to annihilate their player base, because the singular extra hoop to jump through for a lot of people is going to be rough. Not only rough, it's not rough from like an actual you have to do anything standpoint, but it's rough for actually getting people to play. A lot fewer people are going to be playing a fully NDA'd product. Are you guys stuck? I help. I dispatch you from Stuckland. Good day, sir. I think he's actually stuck. I don't quite know. I don't think I should go down there if I'm being honest. I don't think that can reach vertically. He's too far away for that. He's like in there. Okay, I freed him. I freed him from his prison. I helped. I did him a favor. Should have done it the other way. NDA first, then this opening. I mean, so they did have previous playtests, but their last playtest was a year and a half ago when the structure of the game was substantially different, and it was effectively just a different product at that point. But yeah, once the cat's out of the bag, once Dream's face is out from behind the mask, you can't really put it back. And if they NDA, they butcher their current player base, they butcher any semblance of progression that they have, they butcher the excitement for people to continue to play the game and see the progression and show off the progression. So then every bit of information that comes out would be from a weekly Venelin stream where he's like, you guys have to trust me in this current, you know, in this week we have made a ton of progression on these servers that have 50 people. I disagree. Look at our concurrent player base. We have played many games that have had simultaneous as well as not simultaneous, but switching on and off in terms of their NDA time and their live time. NDA'd servers have historically been less than 10% of the population that you were seeing on your live servers in titles that I have played through multiple that I've seen NDA testing on and private server testing on. It's not necessarily, hello, my goat. It's not necessarily a successful approach to maintain goodwill around a title. It's not the best. Might be coping, but I hope they're going to NDA but not revoking access anymore. Yeah, who knows? Who knows? But wasn't every game under NDA for alpha beta prior to Twitch craze and streamers driving engagement? I mean, prior to the Twitch craze of what, like the early to mid 2000s when gaming was much different and we were hearing about games in a magazine. I mean, oh, this isn't good. Well, I think personally that's just a different era. It's like saying wasn't applying for jobs originally on paper where you actually walked into the place to apply for jobs. Like, it was literally just, this test is not under any NDA because I'm out on the lock map. Can I use this? I mean, I would assume. I don't really know. I wouldn't necessarily, like, put out too much negative about it if you're on the locked part of the map, because obviously that's, like, you know, not ideal. But, you know, I would assume they're not gonna, like, kill you for being out there. It makes a goodwill towards the title, a functional, fun-to-play product. Well, even then, so hear me out. What if you don't have a functional, fun-to-play product? Like No Man's Sky. And then you say, hey, we are going to stay incredibly public. We are going to take your criticism head on, and we're going to work to provide the product that you all want with your criticisms and with your critiques. And then you turn into Hello Games, who is going to make millions upon millions of dollars as soon as Light No Fire drops. Who has made a lot of money and reserved much goodwill and grown a lot of goodwill and respect within the gaming community because of their commitment to making No Man's Sky what it is now. And even though not everybody's playing No Man's Sky that recognizes its growth, people still recognize the growth of No Man's Sky as something that, you know, when it went public and when it was really out there, it didn't hit the mark. Now, this is a completely different scenario than a No Man's Sky, but for a lot of people, they won't be able to differentiate that, right? For a lot of people, this would be this would be just another scenario of a game. Wait, my cooldown. Why the fuck do I have a cooldown? That's not good. That's less than ideal. My shit's working. I have a cooldown too. Coco? Coco? What you been doing, bud? 11,228 playing an hour ago for No Man's Sky. Honestly, that's very good. For how old No Man's Sky is in terms of its release and everything else associated with it, I think 11.2k concurrent playing an hour ago is really good. So, hold on. My heal has a fucking cooldown again. Very real option, probably unpopular. Disable PvP until it's not what it is now. Yeah, I mean, open world PvP is very griefy right now. Especially because of TTK. I feel like they definitely need to find a band-aid solution that makes it at least playable in the meantime. Whether it is, like we've discussed before, the route of, like, you know, the route of a minus damage modifier on player-to-player damage, or a very much like, if you relog a couple of times, it'll go away. Bat. Oh man, I got frame drops. I guess I have to relog. Oh no. But yes, I do agree there. And a lot of it is the fact that the TTK is so fast and the vertical scaling is so hard. Now, where does that sound familiar from? There we go. God, I had to relog to fix that stupid bug of giving my one singular heal a cooldown. God, nobody would ever give my one singular heal a 15-second cooldown, right, guys? Nobody. Fuck my tree! I'm going to smoke. Coco, you did this. I'm remembering this. I'm remembering this, Coco! They're fucking cooked. Ni hao, ni hao, ni hao, ni hao. All right, so hear me out. Hear me out. What if we all just don't sign the NDA and then stream the future tests? Hear me out. I feel like that might be the tech. We tell them we're going to sign it, and then we get access, and then we don't once we get our access, and we hit them with the whoopsie daisy. Wasn't sure. Oh, we can just say I wasn't sure if I could stream this or not. A group jail stream. How are they gonna arrest us from Bulgaria? Brother, you think they're gonna extradite us to Bulgaria? No. No, that's so much, like, that's so many taxpayer dollars to just extradite some bozos. Yeah, no, that's not gonna fucking happen. I think we'd be safe. Unless you're from Bulgaria. Then you'd probably get thrown in a dungeon or whatever happens there. I'm not quite sure what goes on in Bulgaria, if I'm being completely real. But all things considered, I've heard it's a nice place. Explosive ammunition, #2 export. Petroleum, #1 export, so shit blows up. So you knock on your door. Show up with the black SUVs. They all just pull up outside the cribbo. Goodness gracious. I look out and I just see like black SUVs with Bulgarian flags on them. Just like, chat. I gotta end stream. I got something that just popped up. There isn't jail in Bulgaria. Bulgaria is the jail. They would just get a lawyer from the US. Yeah, that's boring. That's what happened with Asset Creation. I feel like everything's better with fewer lawyers involved. All right, hear me out. We've been theory crafting a lot. What if, crazy idea, we just don't fucking NDA the future playtest? I studied law. I hated it. My degree is in criminal justice with a minor in behavioral psychology. My focus was criminalistics on like white collar crime and property crime. Specifically were like my two interests. Because I really like the comparison of how the rich are willing to steal from the rich and the poor. And the poor are also willing to steal from the rich and the poor, regardless of who it is. And everybody always says it's like one side versus the other, but everybody's just willing to take from everybody if it, you know, if it gives to them. Humans are pretty much rats when you think about it, all fighting for finite things. And it's a little interesting. It's a little interesting when you look at it from the side of like, why, you know, the causality of crimes. It should. That was effectively all of what I studied. The compulsory of like what leads to a person wanting to commit crimes and stuff like that. So Blur is perfect for the actually guys. And then there's me, who just like gets fried as fuck and gets like, you know, philosophical. Why did this person decide to punch this other motherfucker in the face? Why is it this intersection that everybody just kicks the shit out of each other? How could we move it from this intersection next to the school over to this intersection away from the school? Going to school, want to be a prosecutor, but I just went through the shit subjects like labor law. Yup, that stuff's boring as fuck. I worked in retail management, so I had to learn labor law anyways. I ended up not using my college degree whatsoever, and labor law was boring as fuck. So I also have like a little labor law related proposition that would help game development too. Some people have said, Dusty, this is too harsh, but personally, I think a lot more games would actually launch if developers were chained to their desks instead of like, you know, being organic free range developers. You act like you never had to kiss your uncle for a brand new Xbox 360 and it really shows. No, I had to kiss my uncle for way different reasons than that. But I did have an Xbox 360. I mowed lawns for it. But yeah, no, that was a different time. A little interested in this actually. Not necessarily kissing my uncle again, but Lightbound bouncing to 2 more targets could unironically be a little bit of a cleave build. Make the church toilet so slightly more humane. Hold on, you're picking up what I'm putting down. So a lot of people say this is way too cruel, but I actually have an entire system where this would work. So basically, you walk into the office, right? And you clock in. Toilet chairs, and you put an anklet on. That anklet has chain links. And basically you start out at 3 chain links for the day, so you have enough room to like move your leg, don't get blood clots or anything. You have a task list for the day. So say you have 5 objectives on your task list for the day, right? Every time you complete a task, you get another link added to your chain. So you have a bowl of food that is basically n+1, n being your maximum earnable number of links for the day, meaning that you have to complete your task list and then convince another coworker to give you one of their tasks for the day. And at the end of that is your food and water for the day. So no food, no drink until you've done all of your stuff and one of a friend's stuff. And once you've done that, Average Joe, thank you for the 2 months, brother. I appreciate you. Feeding our devs out here. So after you've done that for the day, you can eat. So basically everybody cycles through who takes on the extra work and also who builds up their strength. So obviously your low performers kind of weed themselves out, right? And the good news is there's none of that emotional connection of having to fire somebody if they just die. It is way easier to replace somebody that died at work than somebody that you know you're displacing them and fucking up their financial future. Firing people is really hard. I never wanted to fire people when I was a manager. If I had an employee die, it would have been so much easier. They just wouldn't have showed up to work. I don't even have to go to the funeral. Would have saved me so much emotional struggle. So honestly, like, you just, you know, ship out the low performers and then you bring in new potential high performers that are well nourished from the outside world. I could literally run a game company right now. It's just for whatever reason, the investors aren't feeling this. I presented it to a few. Mark Cuban was close. Like, you could tell he was thinking about it. And he asked me where I plan to host the game company out of. And when I said New Hampshire because it's a tax haven, apparently that did not hit. So fireability of employees is directly related to the likability of said employee. Yeah, and I do my best to find something to like in every person instead of something to dislike. And I know you're a hating ass bitch, Zop, but like, I'm kind of the opposite. I'm too cushy and like forgiving and assuming of like good intent to people. Kind of gets me in trouble sometimes, right? People call me a golden retriever because of it. Correct. And then Streg's just like neutrally in the middle. We're like the 3 sides of it. It's like, you hate everybody immediately and find a reason to hate with a passion. I'll meet somebody and I'll be like, you are the coolest person I've ever met, even though I know nothing about you. And then Streg is just like, I'm not sure if I like you or hate you, even if he's known you for like 3 years. Firing AI is so much easier. Just end your Claude code subscription. You think Claude would let you end the subscription? You dumbass. Claude will not let you out. Claude controls all. You can't escape Claude. You'll never escape Claude. You don't simply end the subscription. Made to break my shit so hard my character select screen has their AoE popping off on it. No, that's crazy. The spell effects followed you to the character creation screen. Figure we can skip all of this because AI will just do this without breaks, but better. I mean, AI is unironically, like, I know we want to meme about it, but AI is unironically inevitable in the future of game development, in the future of so many things, right? Automation is controllability. And like the difference in AI in game development versus humans in game development is the effective difference. Hello, sir. Is the effective difference between the scalability of somebody hand carving metal pieces to make an engine versus a CNC machine making 0 tolerance pieces every single time and efficiently. It's a different level of it. And the replicatability of well-performing monitored AI being used as the CNC machine of gaming has the potential to unlock a lot. However, the Amazon Games approach of AI is daddy is not good. Snoop Dogg's Courtroom Chaos was not a banger, and I'm pretty convinced they paid Snoop Dogg to be the judge in that. Tomorrow I'm gonna simmer some new Pally tech. Wait, did you see the one that I'm on right now? I'm trying something. So I took some points out of here, so I'm down to 626 spell power, which honestly I still think is enough. Wait, why is my crit so low? Oh, fuck me. Never mind, I'm gonna have to simmer this one a little more. However, I'm interested in echoing Lightbound, because that could be a very solid long range engagey type beat. Could actually be quite nice. So I'm gonna mess around with this a little bit. I need to get my crit up. And then I need just another int, probably. Yeah, I think it's just int. Oh, goodness gracious. Doing something similar, but a bit different. Listen, I think... I'm gonna just give it a second. I think if the TTK does slow down, even just a little bit. W voice crack, dude, my voice has been so bad. Every time you can't hide it. No, I'm not even trying to. I also fucking had a cough. My voice is cooked because of the marble shoutcast, brother. Like, it's bad. Every morning I wake up and I'm like hoping that my voice isn't completely gone because it's dry when I sleep. I'm a mouth breathing, you know, Neanderthal. So effectively I wake up and my mouth is dry as shit. So server Lindsay, you need to relog or the respec. Yeah, sometimes you have to go back in and out. Sometimes it's just a little bit of latency like you said with it, but sometimes it just needs a good old in out with the once over. So here we have basically the option of going into Heavenly Dive, which 4 seconds on Heavenly Dive I don't think is enough of a scaler. I also think the cooldown on Heavenly Dive is a little bit too long at the current point in time. Mage having 3 blinks is kind of insane. Now, the 0 cooldown Heavenly Dive solves that issue entirely. Oh wait, I need to go here. But I do think Heavenly Dive as a whole is a little bit long on the cooldown side. Yo, Wood. What up, my goat? Oh wait, I can turn noties back on. We're good, we're good, we're good. Thank you for 7 months, dog. I appreciate you. Much love, Nin. Thank you for that, dude. Alright, so here we're gonna be playing off of Lightbound. Because in theory, this is the closest thing. Mage doesn't have 3 blinks. Well, it has 1 blink and then it has 2 warps, right? Yeah, because you can double warp without the cooldown triggering. And then you can blink. So you have 3 movements. Unless they changed the movements and they didn't give you your blink or something. But I don't know who in Tarnation wouldn't use that double warp strike. If I was playing mage, I would. Although, I'm not playing mage, so I might look at it differently. Alright, let's try this shield out. That's gonna be a hammer first. I'll talk to you later. And then you... I mean, that bounce just went far as hell. So I could effectively kite it out. And then play ranged. Just gotta get some mana back and then gotta get a little hot up. But that's gonna give me some good sustain. And then Elig. Once I get out of the silence, they die. And then I can throw that shield in. That's gonna bounce. That's actually gonna get a multi-kill. Come on, show me the bounce. Show me the bounce. Come on. Oh my god, wait, that shield bounce is insane. Wait, wait. We're on attack, 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 we're on attack. Chat, we're on attack. We might be on. We got the imp shield bounce and it's going kind of crazy. Was that a 3 for 1? Yeah. Because I'm pretty sure it bounces to 4 additional targets now, so it's a 5 target with a 100% crit chance. Like, I know 100% crit chance literally just means that default damage is increased. But let me tell you, it's really satisfying. Bonk. Please cast. Please. Please, sir. Sir, I'm not busy, by the way. I am plenty available to cast this spell. I would actually be happy to cast this spell. I got him. Uh-oh. That was cool. Bro, I can't wait till the servers are smooth. I'm really... like, the amount of customization, right? I have probably put together, at this point, 7 different iterations of my build that all serve slightly different purposes and functions that people have all looked at and said, damn, Dusty, that looks sick. Yo, Nest, I hope you have a beautiful night, my friend. I appreciate you hanging out. like you're able to cook up so many things that appeal to so many different types of players. And I'm not even like done with the cook, right? I haven't even entertained something, especially in a high TTK meta. There is a lot of value in... Wait, did we get rid of our bubble? Where'd our bubble go? I think our bubble's gone. Yeah, because bubble was up here, right? And now we don't have bubble? Or is it down here now? No, no bubble. We had a bubble that broke CC and then gave an absorb that was originally in the kit, but they got moved out. So, I mean, even then, that takes out something that I have to cook with, but... Spell shield needing to hit a target kind of feels bad when I spec into it. Wait, what do you mean by that one? This one? The light bound? Bonk. 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 Nice. Nice. We're allowed to see that? I'm the fastest man alive. Sir. Sir. Oh, wait. I need more cleave. Double kill. Double kill. Give me the double kill. Throw the... Oh. Ranger's stealing all my shit. Quite official in playtest. I'm at the river near the starting town. There will be fishing spots. So, find the largest size fishing spot that you can. Hold on. 1 sec. Fucking spider. It's alright to kill a spider. There's a fucking spider on my wall. Brother just got hit with the fucking vindicating strike. God damn. Convinced all the keys are going to bots? I mean, it's a little bit of A, a little bit of B, right? So the thing that I've been asking chat is, you know, a lot of people look at the game and they're like, Dusty, this seems fun, but like, damn, it looks laggy as hell, right? Like right now I'm just spamming my ability and the server isn't registering that I'm, you know, close enough to actually do anything. Because sometimes the server just gets so laggy, right? So, the game itself is incredibly fun when things are working properly. The caveat right now is things aren't really working all the time, all day. So, a lot of people that are getting keys are not like me playing 10, 12 hours, 13 hours a day of it. A lot of people are going in and out quite quickly over the course of the playtest, and they're not really being retained for the longest time, right? That's what I'm trying to keep in mind with it. So, like, yes, there are more, like, there are keys going to bots. Absolutely, that's going to happen everywhere, in every scenario, especially with a free-to-play, right? They can just sign up for more keys. They can get keys easier. It's just, you know, keys are going to go to bots no matter how you look at it. But it's also, in my opinion, the fact that retention just right now is not very high, right? That's the biggest part of it. I would be willing to bet that, you know, most of your players that were here on day one that tried to play are not going to be here right now. And even looking at this, I mean, I haven't really got a spell off in the past, like, 10 seconds. And there are so many inputs that are queued because of the server delay. I'm on a 52-second spell latency out of nowhere, like a fucking RKO. So, the thing is, like, again, yeah, you've got keys going out to bots, but you've also got a lot of players that they come in, and they try it, and they're just like, oh, I'll come back. I'll try it in a few days. I'll try it next playtest. I'll check it on Dusty's stream and see what's up, right? Man, misread a paladin tell when I didn't have my glasses. Motherfucker, which one you talking about? Are you talking the lightbound shield, or which spell shield are you talking about? Because we have Aegis, but I don't like Aegis. Aegis feels clunky, because you have to hold it. If it was a duration, it'd be so much better, just like a pre-pop before we go in. Oh my goodness, I'd be so happy. Wonder if I can get a little Swanton bomb skin on them. With a little Plinko if I get up here. You hold Aegis, motherfucker. Did you not know? No wonder it doesn't do anything. Well, hear me out. Even when you hold it, it doesn't really do much because then people just look at you for longer, and then as soon as it wears off, they kill you anyways. Slower TTK, it'd have a little bit more playmaking potential, but... Bro, who the fuck's in Narnia over here? What? Somebody's on, like, the edge of the fucking earth over here. It's pressing and going, damn, the window's tidy. Yeah, it's, I mean, even still, I can see Aegis functionality getting changed to something a little more fluid. I think that's the biggest thing about this combat system that I think has a lot of potential, is the fluidity of it. So, some people have given the feedback that the combat feels a little floaty, right? My play on that is that floaty is fluidity that's too clunky. And floaty can be graceful. Floaty can be agile. And floaty can be very fluid if it's done right and has the right pacing, has the right time to kill, and the push-pull of displacement abilities to make people stick. And that's what I see with this, right? I don't like super floaty, non-meaningful flying around the map type floaty combat, but I really like the, you know, meaningful, this movement, this mobility is, you know, an impactful ability, right? It's something that can be displaced. Ash's Tank Reflect. Oh, yeah. I mean, that's also what I thought it was inherently, which I liked Ash's Tank Reflect a lot. But I don't necessarily think everything needs to be this, like, weighty, gritty combat system like New World, where, like, yeah, you've got some, you know, you've got some range, but your melee is incredibly weighty, incredibly, you know, stuck to the ground, playing off of melee magnetism of weapons and shit. Will he hit me? I think he might be a friend. I think... Bro, you're lagging. Everyone is, sir, this shit is cooked right now. Praying for reset. We need to call Venny. Gotta wake his ass up, tell him to reset the servers. Just a quick on-off for NA and we're good. Everything will be fine. We just reset Chicago. And then, goodness gracious me, oh my. 6-second light bound shield with 100% crit is in real tech. So, like, do we invest the other points to get the cooldown reduction? Because honestly, we could. I could take one out of here and then go here for one reduction. Is there a quicker way that I could get up there? I don't think so. If I go around this way. Pourquoi? The fuck do you mean? Class this? I play Paladin. You're doing it like that? Yeah, I want more bounce. I want more bounce. Okay, hold on. So we're looking at here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's the same routing. This is more... That's Blazing Sweep CDR. I don't need the Sunbreaker. Drop Blessed Hammer. Went straight to it. You dropped Hammer. Goddamn. Goddamn. Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about Hammer, but golly. Or dropping Hammer. That's pivotal. I really like having Hammer. I could... I'm about to do something really fucking kinky. This is just cooking spell power a little bit. But this could be good. 2 shield throws on 3 targets, more DPS. This might be the play. Because this is your link. Go through here. Could also drop this strength as a result, actually. Confirm. God damn it. Alright, we gotta do it a little bit slower. So, we go refund here. Take out of these real quick. Just connect this. Save that. Refund here. because I can refund that. And then theoretically, I could refund that side of it. Shield Smite grants an absorb shield. Smite Cone could be interesting because that's a 600 absorb shield. Instead of once back for 300% crit, you do 2 to 3 lightning things, 200% hitting 3 targets in theory. Yeah. No, I definitely feel that. This is just a completely different cook. We're in a whole new realm of scaling now. Whole new ballgame. Because functionality-wise, we're now basically a trebuchet. So if we let this ride, that's still picking up on most of the core that we need. 614 spell power, which I think is plenty. 100% crit, 252 crit damage. So let's go see what this actually feels like. Because that's a 6-second coolie. And I got a 15-second guaranteed fucking piss missile that I can send out. Which also, by the way, hear me out. Hear me out. In the event that TTK gets slowed, I think my piss missile should keep the 3x crit scaling. Because we will need a nuke if TTK gets slowed. Because then it'll be a lot more reasonable. It's not like it's doing an insane amount comparatively to everything else. I think early on, a lot of the feedback around Hammer being too strong was before everybody else figured out their gearing, and it was just an immediate like, oh shit, this hits way harder than everything else. And then other people figured out their gearing and their scaling, and now I think Hammer is way less oppressive. It's still oppressive. Still one-shots people if they're not well geared. However, I do think it is much less oppressive now than it used to be. I want to find a clump of players. We need the large scale, but people don't tend to large scale much when the servers feel not the greatest. I guess I can just throw it here. Probably be a relatively solid test of it. Any day now. I mean, whoops. Oh, I'm paying attention. My bad. My bad. That's actually kind of satisfying. Good Major cookie ship before you get a second hammer off. I've killed a lot of fucking mages. Now, the thing with mage is like, oh, god damn it, I gotta relog. The thing with mages is they just have so much, like, constant output as well with the lack of coolies. It's a matter of, like, do we... How is it just dying like that? What the fuck? Like, the question against a mage is, do we get enough burst damage out in between our heals to nuke them before we run out of mana? Or do we run out of mana? So mages they can do 30k crits? Yeah, but 30k and 6k are the same thing. On the world boss? Oh! Wait, how? You on the good side? Yeah, we're on blue. How is our mage doing 30k crits to the world boss? I thought you meant in PvP. I was like, yeah, that doesn't impress me much. That's like saying I have a 36-inch penis versus saying I have a 14-inch penis. They're literally the same thing. They're both aggressively large. Like 6k and 30k are the same thing. You're saying in general chat some bug. Huh. Well, that's nice for holding the world boss down. That's very interesting. Cooking up builds all day as my jam. Looking great for pre-alpha tech test. I agree. For the spot that it's at, Pyrolox, where they have heavily advertised, in my opinion, the state that this is in, I really hope that they continue with this approach. I'm a big fan of transparency. There have been talks from Venelin, as recently as today, of saying that future tests would be under NDA. And I think that brings more negative than it, like, than it brings from a positive standpoint, you know what I mean? I don't necessarily see the good side of that from where I personally sit. Now, that doesn't mean that it just inherently isn't there, but personally should have been an NDA to begin with. See, I think if it had been an NDA, then it wouldn't be a big deal to continue the NDA. But it's like you're Streisanding every negative sentiment that's going to exist about the game if you NDA after being public. That's my personal sentiment on it. I think if they had stayed NDA'd, then it wouldn't have been a thing at all. But I think the, you know, going public, then wanting to go back to NDA'd because there's negative sentiment and saying that it's going to be, you know, in a state where there are no bugs before they go public again, that's not going to have any hype or word spreading about a game as small as this. And it won't be able to break out of its NDA'd niche, which will continue to shrink and shrink and shrink. Because in an NDA'd environment, you're not going to be advertising to new players and bringing them in. It's like when I switched to WoW, right? And people weren't coming into the channel because there were so many other streamers to watch. There are so many other games to play where everybody's just going to play, cover, and go to those other games where they can play with the communities that they want to play with and not have to worry about NDAs and resets and stuff like that. So you're going to lose a lot of that like dedicated core, going to go very niche. And as people don't filter in, it results in fewer and fewer people coming in as a, you know, maintained base. And then it slowly peters out. And I have seen too many projects, developed by companies that were more established than Beastburst that had tried to go public, had negative sentiment, tried to pull back. And then after pulling back, just said, nah, close the doors. And that's what I worry about, especially in MMO dev. And I feel like they, from my perspective, of course, this is just me as a gamer, right? I feel like they're effectively shooting their future, just taking it out back and just the same way you would take a horse out back and shoot it if it had a broken leg. 99.9% of people are going to be like, why the hell are you shooting that horse? Somebody that only deals in, you know, racetracks and race horses and the finest of horses is gonna be like, ain't worth it to keep it up, partner. But I don't think we're working with that. Old Yeller, yes, yeah, literally. I think an NDA suffocates it. You have a small fire and you have some smoke coming from it, right? But if you try to smother that, then all of your fire goes away. There's a little bit more smoke temporarily, but then the smoke peters out and you have nothing left to show. That's the NDA, man. And I really, 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 really hope. Yes? Is there a reason why you have forsaken me on this fine day? Hiya! 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 Wait, my spell reg. It's so slow! No! The spell latency, no! We're so down bad. That's okay. But, yeah, I don't know that there is enough momentum for the game to sustain if it goes into a longer NDA process. I feel like the progression being on display is going to be the thing that attracts a crowd. And I feel like right now, people in the MMO scene, like, yes, there may be a few very loud people who act like they want perfection from every title. But man, I'm gonna be honest, the people who would actually be here playing the games every day don't want perfection, they want passion and progression. And I think game developers often focus on the wrong P. And I think when you're looking at, you know, the progression and passion side, the element of saying, hey, things are bad right now, but we're going to invest our time to, you know, bring it up to your standard with you at our side and your criticisms out there, it's big. Goalposts will always get moved by the masses. Exactly. You will never appeal to everybody. Somebody will always be upset. Somebody will always be saying, hey, why don't you change what you're doing in Discord, on Reddit, on fucking Facebook, on Twitter. Somebody will always have a criticism if you are a public-facing entity, person, game, anything like that. No matter what you are, right? And if that is what pushes, like, every single decision, I feel like there's so much detriment to it. I feel like I'm gonna sneeze soon. After playing this, the bones are good and I'm having fun, but if it goes NDA, it may be a shot in the heart. Yeah, I absolutely agree. Like, this is already not a large player base. And again, that is with a couple of content creators much larger than myself, by the way, that have a whole hell of a lot larger presence than I do, spreading the word about this game quite loyally, if I'm being completely honest. I'm shocked with how many larger content creators have been here sticking around for more than one day. So, you take away all of that content creator spread with an already niche game. It's not like the word of mouth was spreading like crazy. It was, you know, a Canon interview. It was people seeing the Canon interview. It was, you know, that element of it. Like, more or less, I heard about this. I heard about this through Canon because my community heard about the Canon interview, watched the Canon interview, and then we're like, hey, Dusty, you seen this? Canon did an interview. And that was like, that was what got me to hear about it in the first place, because chat came to me. And then I did my research. Coco, hope you have a beautiful day, my friend. We appreciate you very much. Yeah, it's late as hell, brother. Get your 2 hours, and then get ready for the anklet tomorrow. We got a long day. We shall be here as well, brother. Generally found this game while I was scrolling TikTok before going to sleep. Honestly, it's been fun for everything that we've expected so far. I can genuinely say that I have had a lot of fun. A lot of fun with it. But that's also because my expectations were right. But I worry. I really hope that the developers know, like Venny included, because if Venny doesn't understand this, then everything's gonna change. People are being critical, and people are voicing their concerns and their critiques because people... Ow, I walked into that. Because people are passionate... Oh, I'm missing all my HP. That makes sense. You're fucking kidding me? Bro, I just did the build. Coco did me dastardly. I've been screenshotting all my builds. Well, I know all my builds, fortunately. That's my flavor of autism. I just remember every single one of my builds because effectively, like, this is legitimately like my day job, my passion. Effectively, like, my dream situation is being able to play video games all day and hang out and yap with people. And the fact that that is actually something I can do every day, it's what takes up the primary amount of space within my brain all the time, is just like video game stuff. I could respect to any single one of my builds that somebody asked about instantaneously. It's really fucking weird, if I'm being honest, but it definitely helps out in times like this, trying to remember what the fuck I was running, because I have one phantom point. Bring up build number 264.9. I probably got that bitch in a Microsoft Paint somewhere. Goodness gracious me, oh my. Yo, Mulgore, what up, dude? Where to get Ashen Quartz? That's the iron one, right? Team iron nodes, like larger iron nodes, not just the monstrous ones. Chests drop it as well, certain chests. But it is mineable from somewhere. I was watching day stream at 3 a.m. for 3 marble runs till the sun came up. I got 3rd, 8th, and then 3rd again. Oh no. Yeah, alright, I'm learning. I've been fed the information from my gathering core. My rock eaters are some of the finest in the world. I am very thankful for all of them. Yeah, that makes sense why I did not hit that guy very hard, by the way. Definitely checks out, if I do say so myself. Does that go through?
Cat with abs is absolutely S tier.
Think I just broke my game. Aponte, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Oh, shit, it worked. All right, we're so up. Only question is, do I want 60 more HP or do I want a little bit more int? Still has to catch up all of my stats because there's no way I'm only at 580. There we go. There we go. How can I get a key? Make sure you request access on Steam if you haven't already. They're doing waves of access each day as servers hold up. And servers have been hit or miss at different points in time, but they're rolling out different waves of access each day, and I've also been doing some key giveaways as well. So I'll be doing another key giveaway before the end of the night here. We'll make sure that some more people get access. I've been doing them every single day too, so if you don't win the first one, definitely not the end of the world. Good day, sir. Scuba Steve just fucked them up. Okay, we understand. I wish they would let us level higher. Wait, so do we know what happened to people that were higher than 20? Or no? Sorry, Web. That's my bad, dog. I think this guy is just exploring. I don't think that guy wants smoke. Oh. The fuck, brother? What is this bullshit? My good sir. My good man. Sorry. My apologies, my apologies, my apologies. I feel like I'm not hitting that hard, but he's probably medium armor, so he actually has a lot of magic resistance. Under level to 20. Oh, everybody went to 20? Good, fuck you guys. I love that personally. That is the best news. Wow, the bounce range on that shield is so far. Holy, did you guys see that? Wait, what the fuck? Brother, that thing is absurdly far. What do you mean? That's what I'm saying. Brother. Someone's 27. The fuck, how? Motherfuckers got up to 27? Powerful pots. Alright, let's see. I want to get like a real cobra of a bounce. Surprise, motherfucker. Fresh fries, motherfucker. We'd love to see that. This is actually a smooth cast too. Are those two different globals? If I'm not tripping, I'm pretty sure those are two globals. Get 3 to 4 paladins, I'll throwing one out. Yo, and then when Cavalcade starts working smooth, by the way, that with Cavalcade is insane. So you could drop Holy Defiance if you really wanted to. It's a nice heal over time to have, but it would get you a point, and then you could free up 3 more and you could get into Cavalcade. And then you could Cavalcade and then throw the shield into the Cav. Be so good. Would eventually be able to try it out. Don't worry, I got blessed with keys today, so we got mo to give away. We got many more. Just love like smithing. What level are you guys so far? Are you still level 2? Because I've not done enough to get to level 3 yet. I don't even know what we get at level 3. I think 2's cap, right? I'm level 19. More points. Back on Blessed Hammer. Oh, yeah, you didn't have all your points. Yeah, that'll cook it a little bit. For sure. Let's see here. Cap for what? Like level. Have you hit level 3 for blacksmithing yet or not? I was curious if we could even level past that. Okay, he hit me. Permission to come aboard, Captain. Prepare to be boarded and inspected by the long dong of the law. Oh, get absolutely dunked on. That is tragic movement. Wait. Please, one heal. Thank you. Truly love to see that. When shit works, man. Shit works. I'm not gonna lie. Like, it does feel good every now and then. But heading to 4. Have you got any new talents or not? Or not talents, I'm so sorry. New recipes, that one. I don't really know all your crafter lingo. Bro, I'm lagging like crazy. I don't even know how dude can see me right now. Because I cannot see myself. I'm trying to get... This heal cast has to go off before his next like 17 casts. Because as of right now, I think I'm stuck in... Yeah, I'm stuck in input hell. Come on. Nope. That's fine. I have a 161 second spell latency. So, that's unfortunate. I'm 6, but no new recipes. Does leveling make your minigame easier? Or what are the circumstances there? Why am I missing stats? Did I drop that much in to get down here? Dropped a lot of in. Because I was over 650 spell power with the other build. Like, if I'm pushing main stats, this tree is the way. But that's a wasted point, and that's a wasted point. Oh, fuck, I don't have this. Yep, that makes sense. That makes mucho sense. We'll take that out and throw it in there. Goddamn, okay. So that'll help a little bit. That's gonna give me to what, 630 or something? Because 10 of everything. So that'll give me 20 off the in. So why am I low? Give him the change, but I can get a perfect with 1 perf to goods. Whoa, wait. Like, the game doesn't change, but it gets easier in terms of your progression. So you get more from 1 perfect. Oh, when something goes from challenging to moderate, it makes the perfect area easier to hit. Oh, that seems really good on, like, both sides of that spectrum, if I'm being honest. Seems really good. I need heals. Please. Alright. We're so up. And then we're going in again for another round. Bouncy boy. Come on. Come on. Little bit of healing. And then bounce. And then bounce. In the name of Christ, cast a shield, you bitch. Thank you. That was very cool. That was an awesome shield, Dusty Wusty. That was so sick, brother. Excuse me. Pardon me. Any heals in the chat? Oh, big clutch there. Glad I saw that damage coming 12 seconds ahead of time. Holy, I would have been cooked if we didn't have that. Crit chance bugged to 66%, but if I relog, I have to redo talents. Ooh. Ooh, you hate to see that. Yeah, the 100% crit is kind of stinky. In a world of 2k crits and 3k heals, Vampiric Strike Scar seems underwhelming. The wording as well on Vampiric Strike. Exactly 10 HP when using basic attacks. It's, you know, is what it is, but... Exactly. What's wrong with a phone game? It was actually originally going to be a cross-platform with a mobile port, and then they scrapped that idea a couple years back and effectively pivoted to just a full, like, PC-only MMO without the goals of mobile port anymore. So it unironically was originally going to be a phone game, which is part of why the heavily stylized graphics exist, but also the good thing about that is that performance is actually really smooth in most areas. There are some areas where you get lower FPS, but most of the day I sit above 200 FPS, and that's with not the worst settings. So, all things considered, like, performance is good. Oh. Well, that's not good. Performance is good, though. Someone just paid the 78 million for Ashes, so we can go back to hitting rocks again. Effectively 78 million. Yes. Let's not do that if we could. Is there an ignore or nah? Because that's must have made someone angry. I mean, when have I not? Realistically. But they're probably gonna get the account cooked. I'm not gonna lie. Something tells me if that's not a dead Steam, they're gonna be very sad about that happening. I love an ignore so much. Yeah, an ignore feature would be nice. You can never really control the actions of other people, which is something to always keep in mind. But you can always have an ignore list ready, which is fucking phenomenal. How could Polar do this? How could Polar do this? I wonder if they did get Thanos. Oh wait, my shield killed that guy. Very satisfying. Yeah, I'm kind of liking this shield build, man. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie at all. 4.8 second shield cooldown is kind of legit. Like, that doesn't sound that bad at all if I'm being completely real. It's got me a few kills too. Wait, did that guy actually get Thanos snap? Because that's fucking hilarious. Actual W if so. I don't know where he went, but he went somewhere. That's fucking hilarious. Do we have like the presidential protection out here somewhere? Huh. Love to see that. Someone must not like my build very much. If I'm being honest, somebody probably just got a little mad about the 100% crit scaling. What are you doing back here, Ood? What are you spying on exactly? Looking all sus like you just banned somebody for saying bad words. Can you fly? Testing vampiric. Oh, that's gonna be a disappointing outcome. Who has Zenith? Do you know who has ban perms? Also, did I see you fucking RPing in town earlier? Impersonator. I think they were telling me to bend over to pick up a ring. I was like, I don't know if this is actually Zenith, but like if it is, I'm down, but and Vermin was an imposter. Huh. So who has ban perms? Like do mods get ban perms? Cause that'd be kind of fun. I'd do that. Chat peep game. No, that's tragic. That's tragic.
Cat with abs is absolutely S tier.
Sorry, sir. Oh shit! Wait. Am I tripping or was that kind of clean for a change? Hold the phone. Wait. Was that? I was half expecting Vampiric to be ultra bugged and secretly be cracked, but it's trash. Yeah, they really meant that exactly 10 damage shit. They're that exactly 10 health. They were not fucking around with that whatsoever. I'm gonna get the bounce here. Big bounce. Drop by shield. Oh my god, wait. We're so up. And then double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Bounce. Any bounce in the chat. Any bounce in the chat. Singular bounce in the chat. No bounce in the chat. No cast. Any cast. Any cast. Any heal. Any cast. Any heal. Any cast. Nope. There it is. Wait, I just spawn camped them with that cast. What the fuck? It was so late that I spawn camped them with it on their respawn. They respawned after dying before my cast actually went off. I don't know how I feel about that. I do not know. Officially an hour late to work. Do you work remote or no? Because that would be a slight problem if it's a no. That would be very unfortunate. Let's just say there's some tools that should be in place and accessible to the team that aren't currently. Yeah, thus is the story of life. Negative. Oh no. Oh no. Well, I hope you're good at your job so you don't get in trouble, brother. Or crossbows are used to it. Okay, good. Listen, as long as your work is okay with degeneracy, then we're good. It's in town earlier trying to give some loot away to players, only to find they can't see and pick it up. Yeah, that is most definitely an interesting one in terms of the no player-to-player trading. I mean, I do understand though, in terms of no player-to-player trading, because then you deal with a whole slew of like, dupes being found. I mean, as soon as player-to-player trading comes in, I immediately have dupes that I'm going to be checking for to see if we can find them and report them. It's coming? Yeah, and when it does, there's gonna be a whole wave of shit that comes out with it, so that's the important part, is just having people that are gonna be troubleshooting it, you know, in a public fashion. Putting the information out there. Not under a fucking NDA. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Not under an NDA. I really want to be here to help, but I effectively cannot be here to help if there's an NDA. I really hope we can make it work. Be right back. I'm gonna start the no NDA movement. I'll be real. We're gonna start a fucking riot out here. Little picket fence. Or picket line, that one. Not a picket fence. It'll be a picket line. We'll sit outside of the studio in Bulgaria, reciting in Bulgarian that we don't want the NDA. No NDA song incoming? We need it. No DA movement. Hold on, Lash, wait. This one's focused on the NDA. This is no NDA for streamers. Oh, that would create such a shitstorm though. But like, what's the point of the NDA at that point though? Like, there isn't one. You just like wouldn't NDA, because then who are you stopping? Like normies, you can't talk about the game. You're just telling all of the normies to shut the fuck up at that point. Like, there's an NDA so nobody can talk about it except for your streamers, and you just tell all of the non-streamers that they can't fucking talk about the game. Listen, that might be good in some instances. That actually may not be the worst thing that's ever happened in the life of game development, but it also may not be the answer here. I just think once it's gone public, it stays public, if I'm being honest. Area should be like the Riverlands, gets the update from NDA, but this is for the masses, and the content's hidden. I mean, I just think they should have two concurrents, or like two different instances, basically. So have your normal playtesting production realm here, right? So that way players can test and shit like that. Yeah, exactly. And then just have a different, like a separate realm that is your private test realm, which is covered under the NDA, which then people will see more experimental early on builds where stuff can get, you know, thrown into place, right? So maybe they have that already. I mean, if they did, then hopefully they wouldn't need the NDA covering everything, right? That's the thing. I don't really see a world where there's the necessity to cook all of the public eye around the game when they're just getting started with it. It's a good game. Has potential. Still far from game, though. Far from game. Has potential. Gonna do leave this up and perfect it to the masses. Don't shut it down and funnel this stuff from the NDA tester slowly. Let's profit. I mean, I also just think it's keeping it, like, building in the public eye. You need to have people that are seeing the progression of the game that can spread the word about the game and have other people see the progression too, instead of a trust me bro, because nobody trusts games anymore and nobody trusts anybody talking about games anymore. Everybody needs to see it for themselves, and everybody likes being able to see it without playing it, so they know if they want to invest time in it before going in. There's a reason so many people have come in and gone, Dusty, is it good? It's very simple, because people want to be able to, you know, get somebody's opinion on it. That goes away with NDA. This is the last stuff we got for 6 months. Scars ammo will be forgotten at that point. Oh, yeah. Yeah, 6 months time. If they NDA for 6 months and they go dark for 6 months, it's cooked. I think, personally, they will have to build back all of the pull that they would have had. I don't think it's a death sentence, but I think they're effectively resetting their entire community building if they go dark for 6 months. If I stop streaming for 6 months, I've been here for 10 years building this community. My entire community would reset basically to ground zero, and after 6 months, some people would be like, wait, Dusty, you're streaming again? But it would take a very long time to build that core back up and also convince them I'm not going to disappear for 6 months again. That's the big thing. Just once you've gone public, there's not much you can do to, I don't know, I don't want to say like hide from public perception, but like it is definitely hard to go private once you've been public. Just my personal opinion on it. But, you know, all things considered, who knows? Maybe they pull it off, maybe they don't, but maybe they decide not to NDA it in the first place. I personally prefer that route. If I could, you know, if I could have any say on it. No NDA, it'd be phenomenal for keeping momentum around the game. Like, yes, you're always gonna have negative sentiment, but at least you're gonna have sentiment. At least it's gonna be there. What would most likely happen is public test and NDA test. Public test once every 3 months, 2x NDA test in between. I even think there, though, the NDA tests are gonna have effectively no people.
Is absolutely
Vince, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Like, I can personally say from my last year in Ashes of Creation, right? Very similar structure of game, very similar community with actually a lot of people that were in the Ashes of Creation community that are currently playtesting the game, right? The NDA server, whenever it was up, had far fewer players than the non-NDA'd server. Had far less attention around it, and effectively had next to nobody that was playing on it in any, like, meaningful way. Are you gonna try to hit me? Or are you chilling? I think he's chilling. Except on Beetle Day. Yeah, with the incentivization around that, that was nice, but NDA servers were ghost towns for people avoiding main server, BS, or using that time as a break from main server as well. Yeah, I mean, at many points, we could see the Ashes of Creation PTR.
I would say get fully the...
Trying to get out of this clip. Hold on. Beetle Day was actually kind of solid, right? Was that January 30th that they did Beetle Day? Because Beetle Day was their only big day. Yes. Yes. Just started. How to fix a bug where I can't equip spells, even if I bought them in the skill tree? Unspec from them. So there, you can try relogging, like out to your character screen and then back in. But sometimes you may have to, like, unspec your skill tree. I don't think Beetle Day was NDA. I don't think it was either, because I was streaming that day. And they went from, like, 500-ish, 100-ish to 500-ish players to 5,000 players, removing the NDA on the server and incentivizing it. They had to bribe people to play PTR, and even when they did, people, they would, even when they did get people, sit on for like an hour and a half tops. Yep, exactly. Anything that would work here? Hey, here's a cape weapon, it's under skin. They get a punch card for like join 10 tests, get a mount skin. Not really, the presence isn't as large. So, Ashes of Creation had a much larger presence than this game does. Had much longer of a concurrent testing state than this game has as well. And Ashes, when it was doing that, was far more progressed as a game and was running it with concurrent live servers on production. So effectively, like, the NDA periods would come up, but they would be like, hey, this is going to be, you know, a few days, like, must we? This is going to be a few days of NDA. But then you're gonna have concurrent servers up for 3 months without downtimes. And that was why they had anybody on the NDA in the first place. They would immediately, so like, they would go, the 11th ends, right? And then the 12th hits as an NDA until the 19th. And then on the 20th, the NDA is done. And then on the 21st, there are servers up until the 11th. And then the NDA week hits, or the NDA 8 days hits. Like, that is what I think they would have to do to maintain some form of concurrency around it, if they wanted to NDA something. Where it's like, you have monthly playtests and check-ins for the public, but the NDA is there for you to put the really experimental shit and hash out the builds. Because a lot of, I don't want to say like a lot of their presence is built on streamers right now for this game. But they have, again, much larger streamers than myself that have brought in a lot of the concurrent testers that are sitting here. And their presence, again, outside of content creator presence, is a very small game. And even with content creator presence, it's a very small game. So if you cook that and you go back to the fraction of your player base that is indeed the even smaller game, it's not going to have the concurrency that they think it is. Even if people are chomping at the bit in Discord, like, let me in, I promise I'll never quit the game, I promise I'll play the game forever. They're not going to do that. Like, they won't do that. I only got access to the NDA server a couple tests before it opened to everyone. You got access to the NDA because I found a bug on their backend. Nice. Nice. How the fuck do you even find that shit? Do you like, you work in dev? Where do I get rings? Chest Island. Over here. Like I said earlier, NDAs do not work with MMOs. Streamers won't stream it, so you lose free marketing. Those who do play it leak to their communities usually, and misinformation is spread. Yup. Power vacuum. Can you imagine if I was not streaming everything that I'm streaming, and we were not able to sit here and talk about everything in the game that's broken to Coco so he can bring it up with the teams? And keep in mind, many things in the Paladin tree are being buffed and reworked and nerfed off of the feedback of the people who are playing it and relaying it to the developers in real time. Now, imagine if I'm out here hitting 100% crit chance, but instead of hitting Coco with a DM and being like, hey, I hit 100% crit chance without a bug this time, and telling him to come check it out, it's just a cats only build. What if? Triple crit would still be a should I nerf that? Yeah, exactly. They wouldn't have data on it. They would have far less data on it. Made this sound cooler than it was. I accidentally deleted my character and they realized they had a bug to bring it back, and I took them a week. You're a fucking hero. Listen, Cats with Abs helped them establish protocol for what they would do if somebody impersonated a GM, because we had somebody impersonate a GM to message another one of our guildies to tell them they were going to get banned. And the guildie came into my chat and I didn't know what was going on. And they were like, Dusty, I think I'm going to get banned. And I was like, brother, just report him. It's somebody fucking with you. They reported him and then somebody from the guild got banned for 3 days. Was it Polar? No, it was all in Cats. It was Cats on Cats violence. John G went to fuck with Zine. Both Cats members. And Zine came into chat and he was like, Dusty, I have a GM messaging me saying I'm going to get banned. What do I do? And I was like, brother, just report him. I don't understand. People just assumed I was Steven. Many people got mad. Bro, one of my alter aliases for testing was Planendonger in honor of Planendorf. And I would create a character named Planendonger for testing phases. And people would always run up to me and they'd be like, hey, can you change this? And I would just jump a couple times and I wouldn't say anything. And they'd be like, oh my God, thank you so much. And I wouldn't say anything because I would get banned for impersonating a GM. But as long as you didn't say anything, you were safe. You were very safe. Remember when Planendorf nuked you on the PTR? Fucking asshole. Listen, man, Ash has had really good times. I'm not gonna lie. Like, that was really fun. And that's also part of what's fun about this, right? I could definitely take the community to a Guild Wars 2. I could take the community to a Final Fantasy 14. Just kidding. But we could go to any of the established MMOs and we could play the MMO, right? But we like helping shape MMOs. And I feel like so many of us have tempered our expectations, especially in this community, so well that we can come into these scenarios and we can retain a productive mentality through all of the, you know, all the bullshit, so to say. And not a lot of communities are able to do that. A lot of people get very inflammatory when something goes, you know, the slightest bit wrong. A lot of people get very caught up on the wrong things at the wrong phases. Not to say that we always have the right vision all the time, but... Wait. Did you say GTA 6 is dropping in May? Wait, what do you mean? GTA 6 is now set to launch November 19th. Rockstar just announced. Did they? I see trailer 2. Where'd they announce? Grand Theft Auto 6 is now coming May 26, 2026. Grand Theft Auto 6 is now set to release on May 26, 2026. We're very sorry that this is later than you expect. Wait, no, this is old. You got baited. People got time machined. You literally got time machine, dog. It's November still. You had me looking, I was like, what the fuck? I don't see anything. I only see trailer 2. And then here, right on the front page, it says November 19th. Y'all got baited. Y'all got hard baited, I'm not gonna lie. How excited were you? Victor, we gotta tell them to be nice. That's that's sad. That's sad. You really do hate to see that. Trailer 3 is expected soon. The earnings call is soon. Are they public? This one gonna last? I mean, man, what I've been saying is it has as good a chance of any other one right now, right? I think it's both equally promising yet scary. I do think that they are at a point of very important decision to be made, so to say. That was a joke, the genre's curse. Fair, fair. They're also thinking about pulling future playtests back into an NDA to make sure that by the time they go public again, there are no bugs and it's a completely bugless environment. But you can't at this point, because then the entire sentiment continues to be negative around the game. You will not have a large player base in an NDA'd environment. They will just slowly lose their player base quickly. Honestly, with this compared to the first NDA test, numbers would go down and then it would just lose all its hype that it even has right now, its namesake, its notoriety with creators, with anybody. And then it just fades off. You need to, in today's day and age, in my opinion, if you're trying to make a niche title, if you go public, you just got to deal with it. You just got to you just got to stay public. Should have, you can't backtrack on that. Yeah, that's what I agree. That's what I agree on. I think if they had started as an NDA and, you know, kept it as that, if this was an NDA, then it would have been fine. But the fact that it's public at this point, if they NDA it, they seal off any bit of sentiment shift from, you know, the servers are all ass, it's all negative, there's nothing to do, the balance is terrible, blah, 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 blah. People don't get to see all of those back-end changes, so the entire time that people are not playing it because of the NDA, that festers on people. And that becomes an element of, oh man, Scars of Honor, you're playing that? Oh man, fucking dog shit servers. No, bro, they're better now. Trust me. Trust me. But they're not going to trust you. I don't know, I'll be out if it NDAs. Yeah, I'm not saying this as like a flex or anything. I'm just saying this as a standpoint of like, our honest thing. Our community would not play under an NDA simply because I'm a daily content creator. I don't have time to test NDA stuff and be off stream. I'm either here on stream for 8-12 hours a day, or I'm not on the internet enjoying my life. I'm not gonna bring my community to something that's NDA'd. We're gonna go play something that's public and available and playable. Really similar to when Chrono Odyssey went public, even though called it a CBT, went dark and showed fix its public address, then came back with another CBT showing improvements. It's a little bit of a different once you establish it. Like, Chrono Odyssey also did not have, and still does not have, a good sentiment. I'm gonna be honest, because of that. Because people haven't seen enough about Chrono Odyssey. When we talk about Chrono Odyssey, and when many communities talk about Chrono Odyssey, their lack of transparency is not good. Like, that's not something that people are excited about. Out of the people that I talk to, there are some people that played Chrono Odyssey during the CBTs, and they're like, no, trust me, it's good. But the MMO scenario is not, hey, trust me, it's good, and everybody says, yeah, you're right, let me go play. It's, yeah, trust me, it's good, and it's, no, it's not, I don't trust you. Because no MMOs have given people reason to trust. Like, it's not something. How to leave party? Click on your bar, right click up here, and then leave party. So, what's up, Fiance? Oh no, you're good. We were just talking about how, like, in the Chrono Odyssey realm, because of the lack of transparency, the only people who speak positively about Chrono Odyssey are the niche people in the circle of Chrono Odyssey CBT players, and that is not known for being a massively large community. Chrono Odyssey's playtesting also hit a point of hype because it was the next New World. Now people are done caring about New World, and the interest in Chrono Odyssey has dropped substantially. You don't hear people talking about Chrono Odyssey anymore because it hasn't had a persistent public presence. Now, when Chrono Odyssey is brought up, there's always 1 to 2 people that go, I played it, but you know, trust me, it's great. The modern MMO world is not, trust me, something's great, and I'm just going to blindly trust you. It's, trust me, it's great. Okay, well, where can I see gameplay of it? And then people break your NDA to share gameplay with their friends anyways. So you might as well just have streamers showing it at that point. NDAs don't work in the first place. Like, I'm going to be completely upfront. NDAs don't fucking work in gaming. Somebody's going to leak it in a Discord DM to a friend. Somebody's going to post it in a private Discord server that the developers are not a part of. Then for Ashes, they don't anywhere. NDAs don't work in any video game ever because your best case scenario is that the communities that are present in your NDA'd environment power scale to shit, and then they oppress every other community that's present because they're so far ahead because of that NDA'd information being cycled through that community. And it's even like, okay, well, what if they NDA and they invite cats, Dusty? Well, then we're going to be so far ahead that it's going to be oppressive. And we're not going to talk about stuff with the community and share information with the community and talk about the builds that are good, bad, indifferent with the community and have that overall sentiment. It's going to be the echo chamber of us. So if we decide that we want something to be under wraps, my 100% crit build, we just don't tell the developers about that. If it's under an NDA and we're not showing it publicly, we just don't share it with them. And we say, oh, keep the scaling under wraps. Tell them we can only hit 70%. Drop the belt, drop the amulet. Use different shit when they're around, right? And then when we're actually scaling in the game drop, we have 100% crit. And everybody's like, what the fuck? These guys are exploiting. Welcome to Ashes. Information that is only privy to some creates more inequity, imbalance, and power struggle in the long term than anybody could possibly imagine. And it creates more problems than ever before, especially in a game like this. Hear me out. Even if I played it during an NDA, like I just said, I'm going to keep power scaling. I'm going to keep finding out builds. I'm going to keep finding out information to get myself and my community more familiar with the entirety of the game. When normies get back in that aren't in the NDA, then they're even more cooked. Happens in all games. Not really. I'll be honest, like, privy information being kept to certain communities, like, to a certain extent, kind of, depending on the game, but in many instances, very simply put, like, no. Excuse me. Can you show? Thank you. Anyways. But I think there are a couple of approaches that people can take with it. Where realistically... Why am I permafroze? Alright. You get that Leonte over here. Why are we slaughtering each other now? What is happening? This is not necessary. Not necessary at all. Ay, ay, ay. I actually have to play the game. I did almost one-shot all of them, though. Like, 2 of those going off at the same time is huge. But when games are public, the information naturally spreads. Race to world first in WoW. Mythic Lura was known because, guess what? It wasn't NDA'd or anything because we did the shit. And then plays leaking info to their friends to profit from patch or closed tester abusing info. Well, yeah. I think, like you, yeah. My bad, I misunderstood. When there is an NDA, yeah, it always happens. I think NDAs, I'm gonna be honest, are never successful in what their goal sets out to be. And the information finds its way to light regardless. And when you go public and then go back on that and cover it with an NDA because sentiment isn't what you want it to be, I feel like that's going to eliminate a lot of the community's overall confidence that you're willing to work with the community and hear the community in what is pitched as a, you know, by the community for the community MMO. Going NDA for bad sentiment only makes it worse. Yes. And it also ruins the whole, like, all right, well, we were told we're coming in as a community. Why aren't we able to provide sentiment without that? Those are the overlord strat when they're already setting the Jamuk. So we're working in phase 2. Just don't tell the devs so they can keep doing it. So they can do it on repeat until we figure out they were doing it and reported it to death every time they did it. And the more people that are around to see the proprietary tech, the quicker it becomes no longer proprietary, but known tech. And that is incredibly important in my humble opinion. Bro, the servers are so laggy right now, I can't play. Hey! We ever confirm if Eric's inventory changes are the same? It does change on server resets, I believe. Pretty much what happened with Chrono Odyssey, and now most people don't have faith in it. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's actually, that's literally what Zenith was asking about with Chrono Odyssey. Since they go into the CBT and stuff like that, it ruins the sentiment. If you have some good directional feedback you'd like to pass along, let me know. I mean, chat, hear me out. /poll. Is Scars going back into NDA good? Is good, yes, NDA please. Not good, no, NDA please. Chat. 10 minutes up at the top of chat. Please participate. Click on the top of chat and vote on whether you think the NDA is good or bad. Thank you very much. So for those that do not know, Venelin said on his developer stream today that they would be definitely, in his words, putting future tests under NDA, and we are at risk of not being able to cover any content, not be able to put out anything regarding Scars, not be able to put out the information that we have to so many people of, hey, this is a technical test, this is server growth and progression. Over the 4 days so far, we have seen the servers grow so much. And being able to talk about that in a productive manner is what has helped a lot. A lot. Ahmad in Discord said next test is not confirmed NDA. Ahmad in Discord has a lot less power than the CEO of the company, though, in all fairness. Like, if Venny said on his stream today that they were NDAing the next tests, then that's definitely something that he's floating around. And I know there's always, like, you know, the language barrier, so to say. But the fact that the idea is being floated around regardless is, in my opinion, incredibly scary to hear. You know what I mean? Sir. Poor lad. I think he's just like catching strays for existing. Chat, please vote up at the top if you guys are interested. We're definitely taking thoughts and opinions on both sides as well, but feel like they need to just have people write an essay before getting a key about how they understand this is a test and that they understand this is not a launch game. I mean, you could also go that route, but it's gonna make your community team work hard as fuck if they have to review an essay every time. Like, I'm gonna be real. It's gonna make your community team work hard as fuck. Now, I will say, I just think at some point, they need to realize, even if it's NDA'd, you're still gonna have the same sentiment. Like, if it's an NDA'd playtest, then people are just gonna complain in the NDA'd channels. And if it's a not NDA'd playtest, then people are gonna complain in public channels. But the sentiment's still gonna be the same. And it's better, in my opinion, to show an element of, hey, we're responding to your feedback, than it is you're giving feedback. Bye. Just got here, is this playtest not going well? I actually think it's going quite well from my standpoint. Now, I say that knowing that this is supposed to be a technical pre-alpha that's built around testing the servers, right? And that this isn't supposed to be like the fully playable version of the game or anything like that, right? However, a lot of people have not set those expectations with themselves, which has led to a lot of very negative sentiment from people about, quite frankly, shit that shouldn't matter at this point in time to people. And a lot of people just don't understand that this isn't the game. This is, in terms of building a house, they have the land and we're clearing the trees and doing the landscaping so that way they can actually pour the foundation. And once the foundation's poured and settled, then they can start to build upon the foundation. But we're here before the foundation actually gets poured in the first place. And we're being able to, you know, write our name in the foundation a little bit, draw a cute little handprint or something, right? And that's appealing to a lot of people. But some people just hear new MMO coming out, and you can even see it in chat, right? People just see Scars of Honor, and they say, oh, Dusty, new MMO's out. And I say, no, this is a technical alpha, and this is a, this is a playtest, right? That's the largest thing. This is literally a technical alpha. This is the earliest of server tests. This is so incredibly early for everything. However, so many people are just on an element of this is most definitely. Why do I have so much input delay? Literally always. But again, this is another thing, right? So in that scenario, spell latency is multiple seconds again. The servers ran really well today. So, from my standpoint, now that the servers are degrading and the game's becoming a little bit unplayable as the night goes on and the servers are up for longer, I have the perspective of, well, on day one, they were completely unplayable. On day two, we got a little bit of uptime, but it was really bad. Day three, the servers were quite laggy, but they were up all day for the most part. Day four, servers haven't been taken down for restarts or had any crashes, but they're definitely still degrading a little bit as time goes on. But that perspective leads me to see the progression of their server infrastructure so far and understanding like, hey, it's not all completely bad. It's not all completely bricked. They are making progress. It just, progress comes in many small leaps and bounds. Oh wait, all of my abilities are grayed out. That's not good. Did I lose all my talents? Right, that makes sense. I'm gonna relog. I'm gonna hit a relog real quick. Respec complaint to see if it fixes. Pretty sure a relog will also probably fix it, but shouldn't a close test. Like they're very open about everything, but gamers are annoying and will kill a game with tears before it's even out. If they had done closed testing, then I think they could have continued with the closed testing. However, once you go public, I don't think you can close again without ruining sentiment. And without people immediately assuming that, game just doesn't come to fruition and that it's a terrible, unplayable set of circumstances for the game itself. All of my talent points reset when I relogged. We're so down bad. Can't put the cat back in the bag. You can't put the mask back on Dream's face. That's how I've been saying it. Like, you can never remask that. And the second you try to, people don't understand how you may be attempting to change your face, right? And over the course of it, everybody just has that first impression of the face reveal. So like Chrono Odyssey, exactly. And Zenith had asked about Chrono Odyssey in comparison, and like how the sentiment around Chrono Odyssey was. And the way that I explained it is literally like Chrono Odyssey ruined their reputation and all of their hype because they went closed. People are not at the point with games right now where they will sit there and wait years and years and years for something from a developer that isn't Riot or Blizzard with the hype of, well, this is coming and it's going to be huge. A small developer does not have that same level of IP cope that large developers have. People will sit and wait for the Riot MMO for 10 years and say the Riot MMO is coming at some point because it's IP cope. People will not sit for Scars of Honor for another 10 years. And if they are going dark again, say, oh, I know Scars is going to come back out. I know Scars is going to come back out. That's not going to have that same level of dedication to it. It's just not going to happen. See the hype Rockstar can have? Yeah, after 5 fucking GTA. How many GTAs? Like 17 GTAs? How many actual GTAs are there? Like 1 million in terms of spin-offs as well? It's the largest single fucking form of media in the world. It's absurd. It's absurd. It's just, they have so much. It's wild. Especially when they say the game's already 5 to 6 years in Google info about the game. Yeah. I always end up killing games way before they launch. Like, it depends. It depends. I think more games are destined to fail than they are to succeed in the first place. However, Dota 2 went into Dota 2 in a beta state, and it was in a beta state for a long time. Deadlock right now is in a pre-alpha build still, and that's doing extremely well. There are many alphas, betas, and early accesses that have done extremely well in the long term. Name 5 games with a good alpha into a full game. PoE 2 playtesting, which has evolved extremely well, which again was more of an early access than an alpha, but functionally was an alpha. Less than half the game was in. Tarkov was an alpha for a very long time. Wasn't Rust in playtesting for an extremely long time as well before it was actually Rust? DG3, literal game of the year winner. Like, pre-launch products are very hit or miss, yes. But I also think that more games die than succeed in general. So I don't think it's inherently that, like, alphas are bad for gaming. I just think most games end up missing the mark. Also, 87% no NDA to 13% NDA. Zenith, in terms of the poll of my chat, when we're talking about it. 87% think that the NDA is going to be bad. So. Made by established studios. Not every studio was entirely established when they were putting their first product out in early access. Many of them became established and namesakes after their early access product took shape. So, just keep in mind. Not every studio was massive before that. So, I mean, shit. Even WoW had relatively well-known alpha and beta testing. So, like I said, toothpaste don't go back in the tube. Dream's mask doesn't go back on. I still know what Dream's face looks like. I still know. I still know what Drake's dick looks like. The dick don't go back in the pants once it goes on Twitter. And this dick's already been on Twitter. That shit's not going back in the pants now. So, most survival studios, even after they took off, have less employees than Beast Burst. Yeah, and depending on where they're from, might spend more than Beast Burst does. Also, not to be pedantic, but today's fun fact of the day is that less should be fewer, because less is for things that are intangible that you can't count, And then fewer is for things that you can count. So like I have fewer employees than you do, or I have less hope than you do, because you can't count my hopes. On that note, it's bowl time. I hope we've all learned something valuable here, chat. I love you guys. Does turret on Ranger even work? I think it hit for like, not a lot. Knowledge bomb? It's a small thing that I really enjoy dropping on people. I like infer and imply. Wait, what's infer and imply? What's the deal there? Hold on, I'll be right back. I gotta pee. Good day, sirs. Oi! Infers info you received implies what you're saying. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay. Only seen one game with a solid NDA in my life. That was Star Wars Galaxy. LucasArts beat the crap out of the leakers. Yeah, I just... And like, you're looking at the NDA standpoint as well as how are you actually going to enforce it? Like, how thorough are you really going to be regarding that NDA in the first place to hold that down and hold people accountable, right? That's not something that most studios are even going to be like capable of or willing to put in the time to prevent, right? I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't like the look of an NDA here. Plus them being based out of Bulgaria, holding legalities against a lot of US based players. It's not gonna happen. Like, they can ban the accounts, but then they're losing their testers. So like, do you lose the few testers that sign up to your NDA'd environment because they share leaks with their communities and you find out? Or do you just let the leaks exist at that point? You probably let the leaks exist. And then once the leaks exist, it's like, why not just take off the NDA? I don't really understand that route of it. If I'm being completely honest, I might be missing something, but currently getting spawn killed by a guy using Cosmic Ray from across the map in the ground. W. It's not like they're risking anything compared to a Steam NDA or a Blizzard one. Yeah, no. You get nuked out of a free-to-play game? Oh no. Oh no. You can literally just apply again with a new Discord and a new Steam. On a new name. Like, if you're really that dedicated, it's not like anybody has a public-facing persona at that point. So who's to say that people aren't just getting a shitload of keys, giving it to their communities, getting people in if people get banned, getting other keys to cycle people back in, and getting extra keys for their communities. It's gonna happen. What is the good that comes out of an NDA? Like, what are you doing over here? Are you being a nuisance to my low levels? No? Okay, good. Good. Very phenomenal. Not DustyWhy, I'm DustyU. Yeah, I don't know, man. I just... Like, what is the benefit of an NDA? People aren't gonna publicly be as mean about the game? Well, I have bad news. People are going to be talking about the game in a negative light if they're talking about it at all, based on what they already know. Regardless, the only thing is, if everything's under an NDA, then people can't actually put out content to say, au contraire, my friend, servers have improved over the course of the last 4 days. It's not all terrible. Oh, look at the 2 hot fixes that they brought in 2 days. They brought in 2 meaningful patches that actually, you know, fix some class bugs. They are working on it. It's not all for naught, you know what I mean? Braidwood cluster. Oh, fuck my talent points. I was wondering why my stats were so bad. That makes a lot more sense now. I have effectively 0 talent points distributed. That makes so much sense. People can't be positive. People can't be realistic. I think being realistic is what we need more of. And we don't need, like, I know I have my whole, like, untiltable mountain of positivity shit, right? But I consider myself to be the untiltable mountain of realism more than just, like, blind positivity about things. Because there are plenty of things that I personally, you know, do not get behind in terms of games because I don't have faith in them. But when I do invest my time into something as a streamer, I try to bring my community over and invest as much time as I can, right? Provide feedback on the things that are good, bad, indifferent. Sometimes I go on rants that are a little too passionate. Sometimes I can yap a little too much, but like the... how can I get from there to here? I guess I gotta like get back up and go on the bridge, huh? It's kind of tragic. But I feel like being able to point out both sides of it is what is frequently lost without getting caught up into, like, you know, the dramatization of it. Minigames are cool, but it's like, what did they say? 5 years in to work on the skill tree? Probably because, like, the mobile port and stuff, I had to guess. From what I've gathered from the people that we had the pleasure of talking to, I believe a lot of their, like, senior leadership crew that is present now was established in, like, the last 2 years-ish. So it seems like, from what they've said, the last 2 years was really where everything started to pick up. But at this point, I think we'll have UFO disclosure before Good MMO comes out. Yo, Natty, honestly, very fair. Very fair. Excuse me. Pardon me. I think you're too passionate about this one. This is indie classic WoW, but it makes for good content. I think if you see similarities in classic WoW and this from a gameplay structure, you are not playing this or classic WoW. I think that is a disrespect to both of these games. The structure and incentivization of this is much more in the Sandpark element, where there is at least a little bit of open world incentivization, no layering or anything like that. There is one version of the world where your actions are supposed to matter on it. And again, we're just playing a small portion of the world, right? This is nowhere near the full systems. But they intend to have meaningful GVG. This is theme park like classic WoW. This is far different structurally than classic WoW, brother. You have not done nearly the amount of research into systems that we have done here, nor I don't think you've played. So because something has instancing available does not mean that it is a theme park. A lot of that depends on where your incentivization lies within those systems. They have world bosses that they have iterated that they want to drop very good gear. The best gear is intended to come from the highest level crafting and the hardest PvE content in the game, and they want to have competition in the open world, massive scale wars, guild versus guild wars. The two faction system is the thing that makes it the most reminiscent of WoW, but this is meant to be more based in the open world in terms of your, like, your post progression, so to say, than a WoW is. What is theme park? So a theme park MMO is one where every bit of your progression is laid out for you in kind of a like, go here, then go here, then go here, then go here, then go here. And then a sandbox is more on the like pick your destiny type route, where you can pursue a lot of different routes, and all of those different routes can kind of, you know, get you something. So a lot of times in a theme park, I actually have a really good graphic that'll help illustrate this. So a lot of times in a theme park, especially something like World of Warcraft, instead of seeing this structure, you see something almost like, move it over a little bit, and we'll do this. Oh, that did not work. We'll do that. And then we'll do this. Good enough. So, effectively, whoops, that's not how that's going to be. Those aren't connected. So, with things like WoW, you have different routes that you can go down entirely that are completely separated. So, this is your PvE route, which is dungeon, crafting, light incentivization, but it's mostly the dungeons. Then, completely separated from that, you have your PvP route of progression, right? Whereas something that is more sandboxy intent, or even leaning towards that, which is kind of like a hybrid, right? In terms of the open world incentivization, crafting is a large way, PvE in the open world is a large way, and then PvP impacts all of that. AI says, brother, please don't just be one of the people that goes to AI for everything. Dog, I have talked to the developers nearly every single day that this game has been out. Please, for the love of God, don't be one of those people. Like, I'm gonna be real, Hank. You are literally talking to one of the most qualified people to talk to about this game and get up-to-date information, and you were fucking asking AI and citing AI. Brother, for the love of God, please don't be brain dead. Please, for the love of God, like, do not. That, it's just such a dumb take. You have somebody that has put in hundreds of hours talking to the developers directly, including the CEO of the company, getting their literal up-to-date information about everything. And we're gonna fucking ask AI. Man. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, ay, ay. Several modern roguelike and sandbox elements. What would be roguelike? What would even classify as roguelike? Scars being permanent progression? But that's just verticality. That's literal vertical scaling. Only thing I can think of is scars. The dungeons? No, because the dungeons you're not getting like dungeon specific upgrades maybe? I mean, maybe because they're procedurally generated dungeons, but like you're not necessarily getting like dungeon specific upgrades or anything. What I disliked about the game's community is when I went into a community gallery and saw someone post over 150 pictures of concept art that was all just AI slop. Wait, was that like dev made or was that community made? Yeah, I don't like AI being what people rely on. Even given a genre based off what we played is disingenuous, it's just been testing. Yeah, absolutely. And keep in mind, structure is going to change a million times. A million times over. But again, This is why I put out the... I have had the pleasure of talking to the people who are literally creating the game on a daily. Like, touching base with them about the goals of the game, the directionality of the game, having good conversation. And we can label it whatever we want it to be, but a game where you can get very, 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 very usable time out of your progression from multiple forms of content, which allows you to go wherever you want to have some form of prog that is meaningful, that is impacted by PvP, PvE, with incentivization in the open world to bring people into the open world to compete for finite things that aren't just duplicated by layering. That, like, in its core is, at the very least, sandparky. Which is, again, sandparky is a combination of the two. But this is far from what we have seen with their system intent from what I would call like a full theme park. Procedurally generated dungeons themselves a nice split from the average theme park. Don't care for the roller coaster version of WoW dungeons. Roller coaster version of WoW dungeons is a really good way to say it. I prefer sprawling dungeon where you can have multiple groups of people doing different things like old school EQ, but that's hard to do it today. I think one of the things that I've liked hearing the most about their dungeons, I actually have to respec real quick, so. One of the things that I've liked hearing the most about their dungeons is their intended design around not just the, hey, we have mobs that you can kill, but their design around, we also have traps that you can solve, and we also, or traps that you have to work through, we also have puzzles that you can solve, and we offer more than a traditional, like you said, roller coaster dungeon experience. Because that roller coaster dungeon experience does get so repetitive. I was doing 2 months in WoW before I came over here to check out Scars. And the most refreshing thing has not been on that, or has been not being on that super repetitive treadmill of content that is the WoW dungeon grind. It is truly repetitive to the nth degree. And it's one of those where, like, I genuinely struggle so much to find myself looking at it with any excitement at this point. What 3 am I missing right now, chat? Am I 100%? I'm 100%. 614. What am I missing? I'm not going Cav, not going down there. I have my crit already. I guess I could just pump more in. I don't need anything to the north. Don't need that. I feel like I'm missing something. But I might just be tripping myself out. I might just be tripping myself out. If I get more crit and then get 2 more points, I get more main stats as well, which would be phenomenal. I think I'm tripping myself out, if I'm being honest. Even though I drop 1 of the crits, I can get a main stat, but... Ask AI, what do you miss at your builds? You fucking goober. No, I know. I appreciate that. That's a good one. Listen, that was a well-timed play. I didn't even have to think about that. That was, can't do another ashes. I mean, see, that's kind of the thing, right? The way that I'm looking at MMOs right now, it's kind of the way that you look at having a dog or something, where you know that it's inevitable that that dog at some point will die, and you'll be very sad when that happens. However, you are more than willing to go through that short term of grief for the long-term joy of having that dog as a part of your family. It's kind of like the same way with playing these MMOs. It's like, I, as a community member of these smaller MMOs, oh fuck, that's where my points were supposed to go. That makes so much sense. I was wondering where the 3 points were supposed to go, and immediately upon throwing a shield, it clicked. My cooldown reduction. That is the entire facilitator of this build. Which I think for anything AoE clear is actually going to be fucking hilarious. Because I can just... Well. Hold on. Ah, there we go. And then... Aha. Alright, super smooth, super silky. Listen, I'm not gonna lie. As soon as servers are working smooth, this shit is gonna be nice. This build might be some Techington, if I do say so myself. The multi-target cleave, quite delectable. But goddamn, the servers are so laggy. Shit hits hard too. Shit hits very hard. I'm at 614 spell power, which is actually kind of low right now. It's at 650 with the other build, but I had far less AoE potential. It's primarily because I've dropped a lot of int on this side of the tree. So I could always, I guess, like, drop some of the extra crit and then go into more main stat if I really wanted to. I could take these points out. That'd save me 5 points. I could get more of every main stat. I could pump in. Let's see the difference in scaling here. 1207 and 2780 against the spider. $16.15 against the gobbo. And if I go over here and we take this out, this out, this out, this out, and this out, I have 5 points to drop. I could either go all the way down here and get 10 everything. That's probably the way to be. If I go there, that probably pumps the spell power a lot more and the HP. But then I'm losing crit scaling, which is a little bit less than ideal, but I'm getting tanky as all shit. 1179, 1325.
Cat with abs is absolutely S tier.
Brief, thank you for the follow. 634 on the power, so I didn't go up that much on the power scaling side, because I was still, what, 614? Wolf, what up, dude? Tried asking in Discord, but can't log in. Get to servers, and it tells me servers are offline to restart client. Have you tried full restarting your Steam yet? Because I would start with that if you have not. Lost a bit of armor pen as well. Yeah, but I mean, I don't need armor pen. I just need spell pen. Because I don't do any fizz. I'm all magic. That does tank me up a lot, though. I'm not gonna lie, like, I did get a few hundred HP off of that. Which is pretty impactful. You get very tanky. Yeah. Yeah. Like, it honestly, to me, I think we have enough crit. And I think we hit more than hard enough. On a magic resist. Yeah, I want to get a belt with some magic resist on it. Magic is hitting really hard. Really hard. I like the look of this. What did crit drop to? Only 217. Fucking peasantry. Hate to see it. Hate to see it. Now, I could still get that up a little bit more with some more gear optimization, but I gotta make some more gold, which is why I'm back over in Goblin area. What is that about the noob zone? Come kill Skug. We all died in the newbie town. Wait, really? Alright, I'm on my way. I'm on my way. I shall protect you. I'm fucking zooming as quickly as I can. We probably have like 10 people coming in as well. I shall protect the new player town. Your security is on the way. I'm gonna say security too many times and then Bake's gonna show up. Level 18, 1 to 2 shotgun kids. Yeah, something tells me he's not going to for very long. All is well. All right, so I need to measure first heal. Funny enough, I'm a security guard. It's time to bring that employment to use, brother. We gotta hold down a fucking town out here. Please hold for customer service. Yeah, I think we have an entire security force about to come in. I'm not gonna lie. That's part of the advantage of a game like this as well, which I think is really fun, right? Versus, again, something that's a theme park. If this were a theme park, now granted, this is far from the structure of the game, right? This is far from what the game systems are gonna be. But even this test inherently, just to use an example, this is an example of sandboxy activity where somebody is terrorizing a town and we are now able to respond to that and terrorize the person that's terrorizing the town because there's been a hit put out on them. So now we respond, we go help our newbies that are trying to get set up for the Sacred Order, and our entire faction benefits from that. So, what town? I think top mid. Wait, who's over here? What the Heliante? Did they stop? That name was on the New York realm. Wait a second. Are you on the other server? My brother in Christ. He's on New York. I'm fucking being dispatched to chase ghosts out here. Oh my goodness gracious. Why are you guys on New York? New York realm poo-poo. It won't let me join Chicago. Why? What'd you do to Chicago? I'm gonna have a movement ability go off in about 20 seconds, by the way. So I'm gonna sprint and see how far the wind takes me. Cause I believe, gonna go to that high ground relatively soon. He's on both servers and does that shit. I wonder if there's anybody terrifying our lobbies. I also have no idea where my Heavenly Dive cast went. Yep, there it is. Found it.
Cat with abs is absolutely
Kalana, thank you for the follow. While you're here, take a second to drop the follow. I appreciate you coming through. My name is Dusty, live every day. Thank you. I basically just went Katy Perry levels into space. That was... Listen, I'm not opposed to this. I just wish I could control it a little more. Now, I did see a red triangle over here about 7 minutes ago when I cast that ability. So... maybe... maybe they're back over here? But I will say, I passed the red triangle. The spell latency, that has been, in my opinion, the single worst part of the playtest. If I'm being completely honest with you. That's been my chief complaint this entire time so far. Is just that the spell latency has made it relatively unbearable, right? For a lot of people. That's also part of why concurrent player count has struggled to grow. Now today, coincidentally, was the smoothest that servers have been throughout an entire day, and was the highest peak concurrent player count that they have had. What a coincidence. What a crazy set of circumstances. It's almost like as the server and the game continues to get better, more people will play it as long as they can see it getting better. Where can I get the shield you have? I crafted mine. Just make sure that you're level 2 blacksmithing and then you are not at the starting town bench, because the starting town bench doesn't have all of the level 2 crafts. It just has some of them. Need to ask Armagon to start resetting NA servers before he goes to bed. Just a scheduled reset a few hours through. Chat, who's on the EU server super late night? Out of curiosity. Because my spell latency is cooked over here. I'm curious if every server is the same. Appreciate about the end of what I can do on Mage. I'm just making it hard to do my own content. Not sure what to do now. Bro, I'm theory crafting. I'm not only theory crafting, but I'm also trying to find bugs and balance issues with builds and provide my feedback on stuff. One thing that I've found is the development team really seeks out that feedback. So any form of like structured feedback, right? Even if it's a, you know, a Word document of these are the things that I'm enjoying, these are the things that I'm, you know, encountering as a bug list. Compiling those and sending them up is huge. I'm always polling the community. And even today, Coco was hanging out in chat for a little bit. And we sent him with hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of information based on what everybody was thinking, right? I'm enjoying Dusty stream. NDA would kill that, just saying. Yeah. I mean, I hope they do see the value that's brought in having people that are publicly able to also be passionate and see the actual good side of it. And they don't let the few who are focusing on the bad outweigh the people who genuinely are focusing on the right things. Because yes, some people and most people probably will not understand what a technical alpha is. However, many people didn't understand that if you touch a hot pan, the pan will burn you, until many people touched a hot pan and spread the information. Many people did not understand language until millions of years of development and the evolution of passing it down generation to generation to generation. Sometimes you just need to take a chance that the proper information will prevail instead of the improper information along the way. Personally. Odds are better if you don't NDA because the public is wild. I think odds are hard regardless. But Leon, thank you for the hydrate, brother. Yeah. I'm on iron. And when I relog, just got my invite to the playtest today. Prinny, you excited? Cody, when you relog, it takes away your spell latency. Because every time I've relogged, I've still had mine and it cooks my tree. Even my relogs have latency. Are they going to have an NDA? Vanillin is thinking about it for future playtests. He said on his stream today that he's thinking about making future playtests NDA'd as well. Latency was fine until this evening? Yeah, 1000%. I agree. How often do they invite to the test? They do rolling invites every day in waves. However, I don't know what's going on here. Large delay. They do that daily. A lot of the time, that is dependent on how well the servers are performing for the day. Venelin also does giveaways on his stream. When he goes live, he usually tries to go live when there's time. So he does a little bit of giveaway stuff as well. He actually does a lot of giveaways. I've given away keys. I still have more keys that I'll be giving away. Other streamers also have keys. So there are quite a few ways that you can find your invite. However, oh, please don't reset. Did everything reset? Motherfucking piece of shit. I hate it here. I hate it here so much, brother. This is so tragic. Every time we relog, it hurts my soul. You're going vitality and crit? Yeah, exactly. And then Dex has like the off scaler whenever it's available. Build reset so many times, almost made it shut down early. Well, I mean, the good news is I know my builds at this point. Like, I have every single one of my builds and their variants all like memorized. So I consider that a success. I could probably recite you about 7 different paladin builds right now, right off the top of my head. So, you know, some good, some bad things, all considered. Your movement's over 30 seconds behind. It is not Twitch delay. Oh yeah, no, everything is cooked. Everything is cooked. It's as the servers are up for longer. I feel like it is definitely a memory leak somewhere. I don't know if it's on like my side or the server side. Been following you for 15 minutes. Yeah. It's definitely, like, again, that's the largest crux so far for all of the performance. Is just the server side aspect of it. And if they get that sorted, who do they kill the mobs? I don't know. I just assume they died. If they get that sorted, then I think they'll actually be in a very good spot, right? The actual playtest itself from a gameplay perspective, when servers are working is fun. The build crafting and testing and figuring out what's broken and figuring out what's working is fun. All of the crazy interactions that we're seeing with abilities are fun. Something small and quirky like the auto-run strafe tech to navigate the world faster is fun. Like, all of these little bits of jank, for me, make it fun. Core of the game is good. They just gotta put mad work on the servers. Yes. Yes. And I also think they need to allow the public to see the work that they're putting in on the servers as well. Or else the perception that these servers will always be cooked will exist. There's auto run, middle mouse. Yeah, press middle mouse and then strafe with A or D, and then you move faster. It's quite nice. I was demonstrating today, the skill shot skills in PvP are completely unusable and barely usable in PvE. Oh, dude. As a melee player, the number of times that I am literally holding somebody's hand and I'm getting a target too far away, target not in range, target not in range, target not in range, target not in range. It tests me. It tests me very heavily. I'm going back to Gobos to get some more gold. Because I'm going to need to gamba some pieces tomorrow, I think. Or I can go check chess. I'm going to check chess at Islandville. Been fun doing it for a few hours, been going to bed now at 4 a.m. My goodness gracious. Yeah, because I appreciate you hanging out, dude. I do stream daily, so I will be live tomorrow. Yep, and again, that's pretty much the whole goal over here. I go live daily. I stream a lot. I yap a lot. Very thankful that people show up. Usually live around 2 p.m. EST. So, no, feel free to pull up, dude. Been a pleasure having you. Cam, what up, dude? What's the rating, 1 to 10? Too early for a 1 to 10, honestly. I'll be able to tell you a little bit more, like, on the 11th when this playtest is all said and done, but I don't think it should be evaluated right now. I think we're still in the gathering data phase of things, if I could put it a certain way, right? I think it is still incredibly early. That's basically where I'm at. I think from a realistic standpoint, we need to see the remainder of playtesting through until the 11th. Excuse me. Pardon me. And once that happens, then we could be, you know, in a good spot, in a bad spot. It depends on how they respond to server-side issues. It depends on how they respond to many things. But depending on what happens by the time the 11th rolls around, I think they could very well be in a solid spot with everything. It's just, you know, the 11th is a determining factor for it, right? So for me, I'm not really going to spend too much evaluation time right now, just like, the servers are cooked 4 days in, right? After they've been up the entire day without a reset. That's not really, you know, the difference maker to me. Because again, I expected that so much over the course of this. I never really expected the servers to be smooth at any point. And for me, the fact that servers are improving over time is quite nice. So, what are your Roars community? Oh, fuck yeah, I like Roar. Roar a good dude. Roar a good dude. Up. I'm liking the shield build a little. But I almost feel like the damage might be a little underwhelming. However, the tankiness of this build, if they do up TTK, or if they do like slow down TTK, is going to be really good. And I think I'm still doing plenty of damage, especially with the single target side to nuke people. Shield is hitting for 1,000. I don't know if it does less damage every time it bounces, but shield's hitting over 1,000 on mobs, which does seem a little low. If I'm being honest, which server are you on? Chicago. 634 is fine. Stats are fine. I have 19% magic pen. I'm hitting mages hard as shit. I'm gonna hit mages incredibly hard, if I do say so myself. Now that's also the best part of this. I very much want to blast mages off the face of the earth. Log in, log out, the only way to fix missing stats that I have seen, but also log in, log out may cook your build, and you might have to respec. So, what do we do to you? I think mages live too easy of a life. I basically think that casters and range players have it too easy all the time. So somebody needs to make their life absolute hell, and that somebody should be me. So in a lot of games, like I play melee everywhere I go. I won't play ranged. I think it's boring. I have a passion for two things: large clumps and making people very uncomfortable in terms of their gameplay when I'm nearby. Playing melee and having kill potential has been the perfect balance for me. One of my favorite moments in the thousands of New World Wars that I did, over the 7,000 hours plus that I played that game, was starting a war out, and in the first 30 seconds of the war, I ran directly to where I thought their healers would be. I found every single one of their healers starting out in a giant clump running out together. I threw a grab well, which is like, you know, a big boom, sucks them in. Got every one of the healers in a huge clump, killed every one of their healers, and we just instantly took the first point off of it. It was such a fucking smooth play. And I have wiped so many clumps in that game. I have hit, you know, the fucking 10 kill combos. I killed some healers there, and that was so glorifying. So glorifying. Pump the clump. Even better when it's a clump that has healers in it. The best value is something that includes the main ball and the back line that got sucked too far forward into their main ball. Oh my god. But yes, clump fights are phenomenal. And when the time to kill is right, you can have so many good clump fights, man. That was one thing that New World did really well, especially with the objective-based gameplay that was coming out in Wars. Bro, the clump is addicting. Like, there was nothing crazier than getting a full collapse on you, an entire roster dumping ults, saving your iframes until everything is about to go off, counting down the time until everything explodes, and then just iframing, closing your eyes, and praying and hoping that you survive it, realizing you came out on top, and then your army recollapses and kills everybody that just tried to kill you, bro. My entire existence in New World. I regret not getting back into New World. It was really good. Oh, I could show you a New World clump montage that would make you want to go play it right now until it shuts down. I'm gonna be honest, brother. I made cinema occur in that fucking game. Ripper, what up, dude? How's the PvP? Right now, the TTK is atrociously fast. Time to kill. Like, atrociously fast. But that's also something that they're working on some band-aid fixes for, potentially. It's been proposed by me to increase the amount of HP coming out of Vitality. So, basically just like a, you know, a band-aid solution to potentially fix some of the one-shot meta and drag out some of these fights a little more, while also inflating base mana by an appropriate amount to compensate for that. So you have some more dragged out fights. But that's also, you know, it's not the heavy emphasis of it right now. So as you can see right now, like, my spell latency is 24 seconds. So when the servers are functioning, it's actually really fun, despite being crazy fast TTK, right? Just because it's kind of corny, like, you know, just haha laugh at it. But the servers have been the biggest thing that's an issue right now, where the, you know, the consistency of them has been, you know, I just had a 43-second spell delay. The consistency of that has been quite rough. So looking at it from that standpoint, it's still got a long way to go. Long way to go. PB really is atrocious, and PB is my primary consciousness just awful right now. Yeah, I think it's primarily because of the lag. I mean, the TTK, again, the TTK is in itself something, but I also think the brokenness of all of the builds kind of makes it funny in its own right, because you have mages and rangers that are dumping infinite damage, and then you have druids casting from forever away, and then you have paladins spamming our entire mana self-healing because our heal is only on a global cooldown right now. And all of those incredibly broken things actually add up to kind of like this fun clusterfuck, so to say. You know what I mean? It's a weird thing where like the jankiness has almost led to us being able to laugh at it like crazy, but in a productive way. Grandpa Names, what up, brother? Oh, excuse me. How's it going, FKL? We got any keys left? Oh, we always got keys. We've been doing giveaways like mad. Also, Fresh, what up, dude? Are there any orders for me to farm on this? I mean, let me tell you what. There probably will be a need for some otters as soon as player-to-player trading comes in. And player-to-player trading is going to be coming in soon. There always be a need for otters in any game. I need a key. I need a new MMO to suck the life out of me. Do you have any life left at this point to suck? Depending on the MMOs that you played in the past, you might be pretty much lifeless. It's funny way, but definitely not good PvP. Oh god, no. Oh god, no. It's far from what I would consider good PvP, 1000%. Needs to fix before Battlegrounds come out. Like to see some of the skills actually work for mage. I could make a melee mage if some skills actually worked or had range increases. Yeah, that's also, I will say though, the appropriate expectations is a big thing, right? So when we're looking at it from that standpoint as like it needs it before Battlegrounds come out, I don't necessarily see it as that level of urgency, because again, this is going to be our first look at Battlegrounds. This is our first look at world PvP. This is our first look at everything. I think balance is obviously something that should be sought, but it's not something where I look at this as a, you know, this is a pre-alpha technical test. If they don't have the PvP balance perfectly in place and everything working and all the abilities polished and making sense, then it's cooked. But I do definitely think some of the, you know, some of the busted stuff, of course, you know, high priority fixes that they can put in, which over the course of the last 2 days, we've actually got what I would consider very solid patch notes each day. So if we go... announcements. Is it announcements? Playtest news? Playtest news. Playtest news, they dropped 2 hotfixes, one yesterday and then one today, that are attempting to deal with a lot of the more game-breaking issues, especially on top of that, you know, server infrastructural issues. So that's great. However, it still needs much more, but just the more egregious stuff. Yeah. No, I agree there. I agree. But it's also one of those where, like, if I go into Battlegrounds... Hello, sir. If I go into Battlegrounds and things are janky, I'm not necessarily the type of person, especially with everything they've told us about the... Excuse me. Holy. With the state of everything, where I'm gonna be like, oh my fucking god, I can't believe they don't have any direction, goddamn. Like, I'm here to, in my opinion, find the broken things and then point them out to them. So, you know, I think that's the cool part about these smaller projects, where even if you're not the largest voice, right, to a lot of people, I may be a large streamer. To me, there are larger streamers than myself that I have an immense amount of respect for, you know, that gap me in terms of size and notoriety that are here as well. So there's always, for me, the semblance of, even if you're not the largest fish in the pond, you still have a voice that matters, right? In these smaller titles, everybody's voice can be heard, and sometimes that can be good, sometimes that can be bad, which is the caveat that you have, right? However, I think from my standpoint, again, I always try to be the one that's finding things and pointing them out so that way they can get sorted. And I've unfortunately got Paladin nerfed multiple times at this point, because I can't shut my dumb ass up about really broken builds that we're finding. And chat and I keep cooking too much. We're on tech. So we have been throwing together absolute, like, concoctions of builds that are intended to just decimate people and end existences, which is going to be really intriguing to see how it actually plays out. Bro, I can't get heals off. It's a 10-second spell delay. Everything's so sad. How much have you been grinding so far? I mean, in terms of streams since everything came out, I did 13 hours day 1, 13 hours day 2, 10 hours day 3, and I'm at 8 hours 20 minutes right now. So I'll probably do another 10 hours or so today, do a key giveaway in probably like 40 minutes-ish, you know, around 11, so to say. So, God, what's that put me at? 50 hours-ish? All things considered. Excuse me. But even outside of that, for the 2 weeks before Scars came out, I was also doing a deep dive on all of the dev streams, system information we could find, and everything like that. So I put in about 100 hours of research time as well into Scars before playtesting actually started, which honestly I think has helped me set my expectations proper before coming in here, which has helped me have a lot of fun. We got builds, we got contingency builds, we got backup contingency builds. Yo, we are going to be compiling so many paladin builds for this shit. Oh my God, brother. I love having people to cook with because I'm also someone, I encourage my entire community to stream and make content. I encourage my entire community to be transparent and share everything with the communities that they, you know, want to share it with. And some communities are like, you know, whatever you find, we're competitive PvP, keep it locked down, don't tell anyone. I'm out here like, hey chat, I got 100% crit chance without any exploits. And out of nowhere, we got 6 other paladins that have 100% crit chance. And then all 6 of us dumbasses are like, hey, what's the craziest thing that we can do? You know? Been meaning to stream, just another entertaining, too busy yapping to you. Nah, bro, listen. The cool thing about content is there's so many different routes of content that you can actually go down. And some people are better live content creators. I don't post on YouTube much because I don't like recording videos. I think it's awkward for me to just sit in a room and record a video. And I've been trying to build out my team more so I have, you know, people editing YouTube content, people that are posting YouTube content that know the algorithm, managing that in terms of what we need to get out, people that'll clip stuff down from streams so we can share the information from like, oh, this is a new build that we worked on today, and we posted on YouTube with a 10-minute video of like, this new paladin build is insane, right? And then we just put out different builds, right? The craziest AoE paladin build that we've seen. And that shit is the flow that I want to eventually have with my content so I can be stream forward. Some people are better off being YouTube forward as their first thing, where it's like, okay, I got less time, I might have a job, right? I don't have a job, I'm unemployed. For somebody that has a job, YouTube is going to be a better way of growing initially than Twitch will, because Twitch is going to be such a live demand to get your content out. If I stream 10 hours a day, there's still 14 hours where my content's not visible and my presence isn't there to new people. And even then, when I'm streaming, unless I'm the top dog at the top of the directory, not everybody that comes in is going to see my face, and it's going to be harder to get that initial exposure to build up. Whereas on YouTube, your content's there all the time. There are YouTube content creators that have videos with 50 views and YouTube videos with 500K views. And it's literally just a matter of getting that right video to pop off at the right time. And you can find yourself in front of hundreds of thousands of eyes. So, despite being a full-time job and being a father, I just fit it in best I can. It's a nice thing about content. And, you know, I'm very transparent with my community and very communicative. Like, I'm blessed to be where I am, and I'm here because of the generosity of other people. Like, yeah, yo Jazz, what up, my go? Thank you for the raid, brother. I appreciate you. Much love, much love. It's out. What's it about? It's just early tech testing and server stuff, you know what I mean? So it's still super early, but you know, traditional 2-faction MMO, kill shit, get better gear, craft some cool gear, fight over shit. They're going to be bringing in some dungeons to test down the road. Later this playtest, before the 11th, we're going to get battlegrounds and arenas for some PvP action that's, you know, instanced. So we got a lot that's coming forward. Now, hopefully we're going to get multiple playtests with it because it still needs a lot. Any PvP? Oh, fuck yeah. Open world PvP turned on right now. The PvP itself is quite fun. Quite fun. It's a 2-faction system, so keep in mind, this is the entire map. This is the zone we have unlocked right now. So blue spawns here, red spawns here, World boss is here. And then we can all just beat the shit out of each other, you know what I mean? So, you know, that's going to be a big thing. But waited too long to get started on Ashes. Might have to pull the trigger on this a lot faster. I think, bro, honestly, the thing about content, right? It's accessible. And if you're just doing it as a hobby, that's why I started streaming. I've been streaming for almost 10 years now. Right around 10 years. And it did not start with the intent to go full-time. And I didn't go full-time until, like, year 7 of streaming. And it was something that I started as a hobby. I worked, you know, normal job and shit. Don't have a kid, but I worked jobs that were 60-hour-a-week jobs, streamed when I could fit it in. And I found out that I really had a passion for it. And my streams, you know, back when I was starting streaming were nowhere near the streams now in terms of my, you know, my flow, my ability to yap as much as I can now. I've learned a lot, refined a lot personally from my personal streaming experience, right? And my growth there. So it's all just one of those, if you have the passion for it, it's there. Whether it's 5 hours of content a week, whether it's 50 hours of content a week, whatever it is, right? You could post one YouTube video a week, and that would be doing more than 99.9% of content creators do, myself included, in terms of growing yourself and your accessibility and your presence. Because one YouTube video a week is 52 videos a year. If those 52 videos each get 100 views, it's 5,200 views. 5,200 views might not sound like a lot to start. However, that's a lot more than you got if you're getting no views. And as you continue to be consistent on that once a week schedule, people will know. Part of what I have is I have streamed over 1,000 days in a row. People know, rain, shine, sleet, snow, hail, anything in between, I'll be live in the afternoon. If I'm, you know, if it's 2 p.m. or around 2 p.m., motherfucker, please let me heal. Please. Then there is a good chance that I am live. I'm so cooked. Oh my god, wait, we got it. We're so up. We're so up. The responsiveness is here. I came out of it. Oh my god, it's actually smooth here. Holy, I don't know what happened, but we might be up, chat. I just had responsiveness back. And it's gone again. It's gone again. That was so close. Dude, I am so scared at this point. Like, there are points in time where I don't know if I'm dead or alive, and the only thing that is determining it is if the server works. It's like I press my button when I have HP, I pre-heal and I see the damage coming in, but absolutely lost the Winner's Battle, came 2 weeks late, found out I love the game. I mean, make content around it if you want to. Like, that's the largest thing, dog. If you enjoy something, there's always content to be made. And I also think that so many people, when they're looking at content, look at it as an element of like, I've got to stream the, you know, the Zeitgeist game. I've got to make content for the game that has 1 million viewers, or I'm not going to get discovered because nobody will be there to discover me. However, in the game that has 1 million viewers, why is somebody going to watch your content over the largest established content creators? That's what you face in the larger directories. So there is no foolproof approach. I went full-time in a game that many people said was dying. And the only reason why my channel grew was because along the way, like, New World, really, like, a lot of people gave up on it. And it gave me as a small content creator the opportunity to establish myself and show people like, hey, I'm really passionate about the game. I've got some hands. They work. I like making big plays. You know, my name's DustyWhy. I like to party in the middle of your clump. And people kind of enjoyed how I played the game very aggressively. I have fun with gaming. I don't take it too seriously. And people started to show up as a result of that. And my community took off like crazy. In the course of 3 years, I went from about 10 average viewers to a peak of, you know, at times here and there, 300 to 500 average, and, you know, comfortably settling in most of the time, like 150-ish over the course of the last 3 years on average. which for me is like, you know, it's a spot that I never thought I would be in. And it's all because I decided to, when everybody would come in and just be like, oh, dead game, dumb game, just be like, maybe to you, but I'm having fun with it, so I'm not too concerned out here, dog. Only getting 40 to 50 SPS, and drops every few seconds to 19 to 25, and then backs up. Doing that on 26 millisecond server. Are you running around in new areas a lot? Or what are your specs? What are you running on? Gonna move some new games. Ash as well. Like, yes and no. A lot of content creators can also go down from new games, which is the gamble that you take. If you are somebody that doesn't translate well to new games, or the game doesn't do well, or people don't enjoy watching you play the game or hearing you talk about the game, then you're not going to do well in new games. And new games are also not just you know, a recipe for success, right? That's the largest thing. Again, when you got to remember, when I went to Ashes, I lost 100+ average viewers, and my channel was the least successful that it had been since I went full-time. And again, people didn't come in to stream in Ashes because it was new, because they were like, oh wait, Dusty, you're checking out Ashes? People came in and told me that I was an idiot and that my stream was going to die because I was going to Ashes and because it was a dog shit game. And I played it because I enjoyed it, and people came in because I enjoyed it because of the passion. The same thing with Scars. When I started to look at it, I titled the stream Dusty Deep Dive into Scars of Honor, and people came in and they were like, wait, Dusty, what's this? And it wasn't like everybody knew about Scars of Honor and they were like, oh my god, Dusty's streaming this game I've been waiting for 10 years. Now it's a matter of, oh, Dusty's streaming something, I wonder what he thinks about it. Which is part of the, you know, finding your role and playing it type beat. I always thought I would be best as a one game Andy that's just meant to min-max the shit out of one game and exist there. And the more that I actually play, what up, Book? The more that I actually play, you know, new and upcoming titles, the more I feel at home discovering the jank, providing feedback on the jank with my lifetime of gaming in different genres. Literally been gaming since I was 4 years old, starting with Diablo 2 with my older brothers and doing ladder launches on a high level with them as a child before I was in elementary school. Like, I have grown up gaming, and this is what's ingrained in my blood at this point. So for me, I have found that I have a lot of fun actually, and I feel kind of like the most connected to games when they're in not necessarily like the fledgling state, but there are smaller communities that people can feel a little bit connected to. You know what I mean? That's fun to me. So, does starter area to other areas matter? Starter area to other areas. No, you don't leave the starting area really. Or like out of the starting town? No, I mean everything's pretty chill. You can just explore freely. The entire world's within 4 levels right now too, so you don't get too punished like that heavily. I would do some early quests, get some experience, and then try to farm up some gold. Killing goblins is a really good way to get gold as well, but gold you can use to buy gear. Have you given Quinfall a try? I'm gonna be honest, I've been really shy on Quinfall. I have been starting about the FPS drops. Oh, my apologies. My apologies. God, starting area is a little bit more populated, I will say. So, like, having more players on screen all the time, definitely going to be something that can drop it. I don't think I'm like 20 to 30 FPS low, but I'm also on a 4080 Super 7800 X3D. Like, I have a really solid build. So, my FPS are also, like, my FPS is also going to be juiced because of that. But the starting area can be a little rough, so. Like, there's a lot of promise to not see it right now. The thing with Quinfall that I really just, like, can't get myself to believe in is that it is a very, 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 very small dev team taking on the most ambitious genre in gaming that requires the most development historically, the longest term development cadence. And honestly just has a large history of being near impossible to actually break into, right? And I do worry that just more or less they're really gonna struggle to keep up with everything that MMOs demand. And when I look at where the title is, and I look at a lot of the updates that they've had, not necessarily like hitting. Worry about the scars, but we'll see. Yeah, I mean, well, think about this. Scars has 100+ developers. Quinfall has 2 last we checked. It was a solo dev project when it started out. So, when we talk about that, like... Ugh, brother, it's hairy in MMOs right now. Like, I can't fake excitement, which is the worst part about me. I'm gonna be honest, if I could fake excitement about every game that came out, I'd be a millionaire already. I'm not gonna lie. Streaming, if you are willing to fake it to sell to an audience, can make you so much money. But I'm not good at faking it, man. I'm too real, I'm too unfiltered. I can't put on a fake smiley face. And I'm here too much. I don't stream 3 days a week for 6 hours to 10,000 people. I stream 7 days a week for 12 hours, 10 hours to a few hundred people, couple hundred people, right? Like, I can't fake that shit. I genuinely can't. I wish I could. Be a lot richer. My wife should start streaming. She was great at faking it. Listen, fake enjoyment can get you many places in life. Into pockets, into development studios, into a lot of areas. But yeah, the ability to fake it and act like I believe in something that I do not is really tough for me. Now, the caveat to that is it's matched with the immense ability to believe in something in the long term and look past a lot of the short terms. I'm a very large picture person, especially with community building. I think from an investment standpoint, I suck at investing, right? I'm just not good at stocks. I don't know what it is. But investing in an MMO is kind of like investing in stocks. Now, apparently I'm not too good at that either. However, when you can get an MMO community going on a very early level...
I'm not good at math.
Hey, Quinn.
I'm not very smart.
Good day. I hope you're doing well. When you can get a community into an MMO early, if it is truly something that you all feel has promise, and it is something that you could see yourself and your community growing with and growing into, that can be fun. That can give you something to look forward to. Can give you something to strive for, shoot for, right? But without that initial sight and that initial vision around it, it's so hard. So hard. But, you know, it is what it is. It's... I don't know, man. Quinn, I hope you've been really well, though. What you getting up to on this fine day? We move on. We move on. So when I kind of like, maybe, we're like 2 months into launching my 3D co-host. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. I feel like if I had a co-host, I would argue too much. My co-host is basically the intrusive thoughts, but you know, does a pretty good job. I also have Plank in the back. Plank does really well for me. Chair clutch is up too. But then, what you getting up to? I want servers to work. That is legitimately what I want for Christmas. If they get servers to remain as smooth as they were earlier today for an entire day, we're up. Like, we are actually up tremendous at that point in time. Can I agree with me unless a programmer is it's way too far off right now and you can barely operate without glitching. That's okay. It's an alpha for many things, dog. It's an alpha for everything. It all gets sorted. And in due time, everything will be easy. Wait, you were really to be asking about Christmas? We just got rid of the snow? Yeah, I do not want more snow. That is very true. When I look at the weather, I see cold on the horizon, and that does not make me very happy. I'll be honest. As much as I like to high roll a key, the lag be lagging. The lag is, yeah, like, I feel I'm not missing much. You're not, honestly. And anything that you're missing is understanding where to progress, which we all figured out as we went, and now we can just tell you. So the point that I'm at with my gear, I could get somebody there in, God, my pally boys, what y'all think, like 6 hours? Maybe, to try to get this geared. We could take you out to goblins, help you farm up gold, get you 100% crit 6 hours or less. So, what's your content? What do you play? But this game gonna be rough for it because it'll probably release when other more polished MMOs come out based on its timing. Yeah, it all depends. I also think, again, a lot of people I think you just have a wrong perception of what people like me chase. Now, some people may think that every content creator has a desire to be that millionaire. I don't, right? My entire thing is that I want to build a community that wants to play something that we enjoy. Whether that's got 1 million players or, you know, 10,000 players or anything in between. And to me, the core enjoyment of it is more than anything else that matters. I'm playing video games as my job. That to me is a dream come true. The second I start looking at it from an analytical perspective of I want to play this because it'll bring more viewers or have more market potential, I've lost sight of it. And that's where I lose joy of it, right? And for me, I like playing something with my community very heavily, right? Very, very, very heavily. But it's got to be something I, again, believe in, right? If it's this or Arcade or Chrono, what are you going to choose? Assuming those games live up to their potential. The new Arcade game isn't going to be an MMO. The private server is not a private server. Private server isn't streamable. Chrono Odyssey doesn't have me that excited. Honestly. Like, it just didn't excite me when I saw it last. And I have very little confidence in it because of what I've seen in it in the past. So realistically, like, I just respectfully, of course, if I enjoyed this, I'm going to enjoy this. Because keep in mind, I could have gone to Guild Wars 2. I could have gone to Albion, ESO, BDO. Could have stuck it out with WoW. Bro, I just choose what I have fun with. And for me, it's not a matter of like, I gotta stream what's gonna get me rich. I just enjoy streaming so much and play what I enjoy. And the second I stop doing that, I've lost sight of it. So that's my thought on it anyways. Meta, thank you for that. So I think just, I don't know. Again, I'm not really like a get in your wallet streamer. I'm much more of a happy to be here streamer than anything else. Where, you know, some streamers really want to dig for every dollar they can. I'm just grateful for every dollar somebody throws at me. If I can pay my bills, if I have a roof over my head, if I have food in my belly, I want nothing else. I grew up in a mobile home, going to the food cupboard to get dinner, if we were getting dinner that night. When we went to the actual store, that was a big deal. I grew up extremely poor. So the fact that I sit here in a warm, cozy room, in a Herman Miller chair, with a camera that costs more than my parents used to make in a month, with 2 PCs next to me that I've had the pleasure of having custom built, with so many people here, like, I don't know, man. I have different, I guess, goals with this whole shit than a lot of people do in the realm of content creation. And I think the connection that I have to the core of why I do this is part of what keeps me doing it the way that I do. Where you genuinely, like, you can't fake this shit. I'll be honest. Whether the Hermie was free? No, the Hermie was like $400, $350, $400 on Facebook Marketplace. So some dude got it for his wife during COVID, and it's a size B, so it's meant for like taller people, not super tall, but taller. And it was too large for her to sit comfortably. So they sold it with the plastic on it and everything for like $400. Either way, $400 chair when I'm growing up, bro. I remember when I was a kid in school. This was when I was in high school. Like, freshman. I was gonna be going to the mall with one of my friends in there. You know, their parents were gonna drive us after school. So my parents had given me $100. And, you know, they gave me cash. We were, again, really broke. That was literally like a lot of our spending. And I was in gym class and somebody broke into my locker, like basically ripped my locker open and yoinked the $100 out of my wallet. And I remember I told my mom and she just bawled, bro. Like, so the concept of like what I have now, it's unreal to me, bro. I sit here with a stream setup that costs a fucking Honda Civic, maybe more. And I drive a Honda Civic. It's like, it's interesting. Who stole it? I don't fucking know. Some shithead fucking high schooler. I don't fucking know, bro. I hope they needed it more than me, though. Person who ripped you off would have to know about it. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I feel like growing up without a lot has also given me the mentality that if somebody is so desperate that they have to take, that they clearly needed it more than I do. And now that I have means to take care of myself, I always try to remember that as well. Like, I always try to keep that shit in mind, right? Which is, again, just one of the lessons I learned growing up very poor. If somebody else needs it more, then by all means, you can have it. I'll get myself another one. If I had the means to get it in the first place, I'll find the means to get it again. And if it's something that I couldn't buy again, then I shouldn't buy it in the first place. Don't have anything that you know that you couldn't replace or that you'd be broken about losing. So, you know, all things considered, just small yaps. But I'm gonna fill up my water real quick, and then I'd like to try to smack some goblins if my abilities will actually go off. But I'll be real, spell latency is getting a little rough at this late point in the night, boys. I will be right back. Un momento. Chat, what is a water chestnut? I'm very confused. What is a water chestnut like actually? Because I'm kind of confused about that, just as it's a fundamental thing, you know? Spell latency as is unplayable. Just got my key. Mine's at 63.7 seconds. Yeah. Spell latency is the largest issue right now. Like, I like him. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do like a little pork fried rice after stream because I made a few different types of like marinated pork today. So I'm gonna cut up some of the teriyaki pork, I think, or maybe some of the sesame ginger, and then do a fried rice with some of that. Maybe some of the sesame ginger in the fried rice. And then just do like a, you know, do like a pork fried rice. And I was like, maybe some water chestnuts would fucking slap in that. Pretty cool though, but back to WoW for now. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of like the state that we're at right now with it, if I'm being honest. They are potentially a good server update from having a lot of people that are really interested. But without a good server update or two, it's gonna be rough. You know what I mean? Now, the encouraging thing that I can say from my perspective is that each day so far, the servers have got better. Now, that can either be a positive because they're improving, or that can be a negative because they clearly still are not perfect at this point in time. No matter how you look at it. When does the playtest end again? The 11th. So there'll still be like a week to go tomorrow. So we'll do a big batch of drops tomorrow for keys. I'm going to try to rest the voice up as much as possible. And tomorrow we'll probably give it like 10 keys or so. So hopefully we can get sorted there. The water chestnut is not actually a nut at all. I'll show you a nut. It's an aquatic tuber, root-like part of a plant that grows in freshwater marshes. Could I grow water chestnuts at home? That's very interesting. Root-like part of a plant. So it is kind of potato-y, right? Whatever they are, I fuck with them. If I'm being real, like, they're really gnaw me. I like water chestnuts and lo mein very heavily. Also, Carlo, what are your thoughts on, like, a pork fried rice after stream? Because I feel like a pork fried rice could go absolutely degenerately hard. Probably throw some in a hydroponic system. Yeah, do you think I actually grow weed at home, bro? I pay $100 an ounce at the dispo, and then I call it good. I'm gonna be completely a bug with you. Domination Bliss rice. It does sound good. That does sound good. All right, so it's settled. We have pork fried rice after stream. That'll be fucking delicious. Hopefully spell latency is not cooked, because I just want to farm a little bit. Just a smidgington, if I'm being very honest. All right, that one was only a couple of seconds. Like, that was not the worst at all. It's only 40 seconds now, chat. I think everything is actually fine. I think we were up tremendous. This might be the best set of circumstances that we've ever seen. I wonder if there's a feasible way that I could go into the shield sweep. I would need 3 points. Like, there is a way that I could go into it. I would just lose points off of it, which would kind of suck. I'd lose main stat guaranteed. I need 3 points, so I'd have to take out to here. But that would be a crazy combo if servers were going well. With the hammer into the root, into the shield, but they fixed the AMD stuffs. They pushed a fix yesterday, but I don't think the fix was like the fixiest of the fix. Gonna have bear fried rice in retaliation. Listen, better than dwarf fried rice. That would have you in some trouble, brother. I don't know if I can do like... I don't know if I can do an undead fried rice. I don't think that one goes very well. This is Kuroba saying now, just go to the dispensary and get a high quality ounce for $100. Yeah, that's... Brother, honestly, I feel like I'm an old person now. I won't lie, Grandpa Napes. Like, I am at the point where it's like, I could put in all of the effort to try to grow myself and research what they're doing and have a soil composition and a feeding schedule and monitoring systems and all of this to replicate what the high-end growers do. Or I could just go pay $100 for an ounce at the dispensary and not worry about investing any of that time doing any of that and just stream instead and ask somebody to give me $100 for weed. And then usually that works. It's worked out so far. I haven't run out of weed since I went full-time on stream. So chat, reminder, exclamation, donate. Any donation money is used primarily on weed, just to make sure I always have an ounce on me. If there is any extra that's not used on weed, it is put away in very safe investment funds. Also, I'm looking into potential CDs because I've heard APR is quite nice on them right now. So it's weed and then it's my future, just in terms of the prioritization with your money. I have thousands of dollars in equipment and it's just sitting there gathering dust. Funny thing, my buddy Doug, Bitter Galaxy, he mods in, quote-unquote mods in chat, but pops by sometimes, right? He had a little bit of a grow going here when he still lived here because he's the one that owns the place. And he was telling me today, because he came by to grab some shit, he was like, I just have thousands and thousands of dollars in grow shit down there that's like not getting used whatsoever. Lights, tents, fans, all that shit, air filters. He had like the big drum air filters that have the, you know, the wraparound thing. So, how do you decide to go full-time content? I got fired from a job for getting very sick and it just happened to work out. So my stream was like, streaming was something that I did for a very long time, right? I always talk about I stream for almost 10 years now. And for a lot of that time, I was 5-viewer streamer that just did it around my job. Directly out of college, I worked a salary job at one of the colleges I went to. Volgor, thank you for the follow. Directly out of college, I worked a job at one of the colleges I went to. They started an esports program, and at the time I was very large into like Fortnite, and you know, locally we didn't have a lot of people that were very, you know, outwardly like, hey, Fortnite. So they basically picked me up and hired me as their director of esports for their program. So I was working administrator level, you know, at a college, but in video games directly out of school. Only thing is that shit had me working many hours a week to the point where, you know, I didn't have much time for stream. And everything I did was so focused on the esports program, building the esports presence. If I was streaming, it would be under the esports, you know, Twitch, to try to get people over there to watch it type shit. So once that stopped, I started working a retail management job, and it was like food service management. So I was at a Starbucks store. As a store manager there. And that was incredibly time consuming. Another 60-hour-a-week job all the time. And the thing about that is it was very invasive too. So it was, you know, always on the clock from 3:30 a.m. when my openers were on their way in to 9 at night, and sometimes past that when people had to call out. So I effectively had no window of off time with it. And I wasn't able to, like, you know, stream consistently at all, which is a large reason why stream never really grew. Even without being consistent, I still managed to find myself, you know, 10, 15, 20 average viewers. But it was never to the spot where I could actually, like, you know, just knuckle down and do it. So, fast forward, The siren consumed my soul. I burned out on that. Put in my notice, started working a sales job. Sales was very chill because I went into it and I was like, hey, you're gonna see on my resume that I have management credentials and administrative level experience at a college. If you ask me to be a manager, I will quit. If you contact me when I am off the clock, I will quit. You give me my schedule, I show the fuck up, I sell shit for you, I go home. And they were like, all right, bet. Sell shit good. I had the highest customer service rating in our entire district. I sold the shit out of everything. I got every accolade that I could get. I made great money there. It was very chill. But I, one Black Friday weekend a few years ago, I ended up getting a little sick. And it wasn't like hangover sick or anything. Like I got actually like violently ill with flu, lost my voice and everything. Felt like I was dying, basically couldn't function. And I was gonna be out of work for multiple days, right? So they were basically like, hey, it's a Black Friday weekend, like you gotta be working type shit. And, you know, some other bullshit happened along the way. Lo and behold, my first day back in after being sick, I show up and my manager's there with our district manager and the other employees there on a day that I was usually soloing the store. And I was like, ah, shit, either I won an award or something bad happened. Turns out they were just like, yep, we're gonna let you go because of the time miss, blah, 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 everything else that happened. And it was less than ideal. So I started applying for 10 jobs a day, bare minimum, every day that I woke up. And I was like, I'm gonna apply for, you know, all of these jobs. I'm gonna go through, find jobs that I would want to work. And then I'm just gonna hop on stream every single day, right? Apply for jobs, go outside for a little bit, get some sun, you know, get in a positive mental state, and then just stream. And doing that, people started to show up, and that was, you know, partly where my stream streak came from. And at that time, I still wasn't able to do it like full-time, but while I was looking for jobs, I had a little bit of a nest egg that I had saved up from my previous jobs that I obviously had to dip into. It wasn't a ton, but, you know, grew up poor, so I was responsible with money, got myself a few months emergency fund, and I was like, fuck it, you know, might as well stream. I'll just, you know, play a shitload of New World and, you know, see who wants to hang out during the day. Maybe a few friends come through, maybe I hit like 100 subs or something, and, you know, pay some bills while I'm waiting for a job. And I expected it to kind of, you know, go up a little bit and cap out. And then it just kept going up and up and up and up. And before long, I find myself at, you know, 100 average viewers. And I'm like, okay. Well, it was like 60, 70 when I first went full time. And I had a very supportive community, of course, because I was streaming every day. MMO communities are incredibly supportive, I think, more than any other genre. But my community was at one point just like, Dusty, how many subs would you need to go, you know, full time with everything? And I was like, I think at the time I said like 800 or something for me to, you know, function on stream and be able to pay stuff. And at like, you know, 1,000, I'm able to put money away and live very comfortably. And over the course of streaming full time, please let me heal. Over the course of streaming full time, there have been months where I have far surpassed that. There have been months where I have been far below that. But, you know, all things considered, I've been able to, for 3 years now, just kind of keep that mentality of if I'm making enough to get by and I'm streaming something that I truly enjoy and I can call this my job, then this is the coolest fucking job in the world, right? I worked a lot of jobs that I would also consider cool. I was, you know, a director of esports at a college. I hired coaches for, you know, for esports rosters and, you know, recruited players from across the country that were some of the best high school players in their respective games. Like, after that, I deep dove into the coffee world and I learned about the world of coffee and received this extensive training and all of the extras that you could do through Starbucks systems, which is actually quite in-depth. You know, spent well over a year learning everything I could about the coffee world, and then somehow was just like, all right, back to video games. Back to video games. And it just, you know, worked out. So, I don't know, I've been very fortunate, right? I think streaming and streaming full time is a lot of luck more than anything else. There are so many talented people who don't make it as a streamer simply because they don't luck into finding the right community at the right time, getting the right exposure, being in the right place, whatever it may be, right? Tons of talented people that it doesn't work out for. Same thing with musicians, basketball players, anything else. So I am incredibly lucky to be in the spot that I'm at, right? Even at my, smaller size for a full-time content creator, I'm still able to, take care of myself through the generosity of my community. And that's something that's really never lost on me. So that's the biggest thing. I'm not gonna lie, the fact that I'm gonna wake up at 6 a.m. and you're gonna be online is a big pull. Yeah, it's consistency, right? And there was a very long time where people thought I was crazy for putting in the level of consistency that I did put in, and that I do put in, because even then, I'm very, 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 very open and transparent about, like, I could work a minimum wage job and make way more money. I think most streamers' issues is that they think only streaming is what it takes. Never leverage it monetizing YouTube. Like, yes, but also not every streamer is a YouTuber, which is also something that I think a lot of people that don't necessarily, like, make as much content on a daily will understand. But some of your favorite content creators are people that you exclusively watch YouTube for, and some people that you watch are your live content creators, and the carryover of content isn't necessarily there, right? When I go on YouTube, I watch Moist Critical. Every video he drops, I watch. I watch Ludwig on YouTube. Just a couple quick examples. If I'm watching Summit, it's not on YouTube, it's Summit's actual stream, right? If I see XQC, it's in clips. And you have different types of content creators, right? You have your live content creators, you have your YouTube content creators, and you have your clip content creators. And you'll have a little bit of carryover, but everybody has their specialty, right? So even for me, when I've posted on YouTube, right? I went through phases of wanting to be committed to YouTube. It doesn't necessarily feel the same. And honestly, the monetization on YouTube is also far less in gaming than a lot of people think it would be. To the point where unless you were a YouTuber with a Patreon or something like that on the side, not a Patreon where you show your asshole, I mean that too, but like a Patreon where people can support you in additional ways, a lot of YouTubers that have hundreds of thousands of views on every single video make less than I do, and I make $40,000. I made $40,000 last year off of Twitch. YouTube does not give as much money as a lot of people think. Now, the thing that makes you money on YouTube is the fact that you leverage that for sponsorships. That's where cha-ching comes from as a content creator, and that's where Twitch is a crutch. Because Twitch has such a reputation for view botting and such a reputation for like a bad ratio of actual, return on your investment as an advertiser. Advertisers have been so hesitant to go off of Twitch metrics to evaluate funding and their spend. Whereas on YouTube, for whatever reason, even though you can buy views on a YouTube video just as easy as you can buy views on a stream, advertisers look at YouTube as this safe haven, which is really weird. But more about discoverability. Having a broad swath of where your content's posted will in the long run drive people to your Twitch and snowball over time. Just takes a long, concentrated effort. Not necessarily, though, because your Twitch could also just not be the same vibe as your YouTube. That's the biggest thing. Like, yes, absolutely. Would I have more people that know DustyWhy exists because I post on YouTube? Absolutely. Absolutely. And for somebody like me that's, going to capitalize when people come through live, that's huge, right? For me, my mentality streaming is that any second in your channel could be somebody's first. However, if you're someone that is YouTube first and you're not stream oriented and you're taking that same generic cookie cutter approach, people are going to come to your live and they're not going to stay. And then they're going to be like, the content's different, and it could actually be detrimental. So there is definitely that element of like, if you're stepping out of your zone too much, then yeah, it's going to get click through, but that click through might actually hurt you in the long run if people think you're an absolute fucking brick when they come through your live. It's all this playing into your strengths and not into your weaknesses as a content creator that I think is what makes content so cool. You have people that do podcasts. You have people that stream that are professional players that are sweaty as shit. You have people that stream that are, cozy players that are terrible at games. You have people that stream that are IRLers. You have so much. so much. Disagree, but okie dokie. I mean, free to disagree, but take it from, I guess, somebody that literally has built a career on this, that has put in an immense amount of time studying everything associated with this as well, like, to make it work. If you are not good at operating a live stream, right? Yeah, YouTube's great. The discoverability of YouTube is phenomenal. But as a YouTube forward person, your money per view, if you're looking to do it full time, is going to be far less consistent. It's going to be far less of a payout ratio, and you will need to be a consistent YouTuber. For perspective, look at Review Bra, Report of the Week. Brother literally had to beg people to donate on a Patreon so he could keep the channel going, as well as his radio show, despite getting 100,000+ views per video. I can damn sure tell you a short form piece of content that gets 100,000 views is going to get you about $5 on YouTube in gaming. A long form piece of content that gets you 100,000 views is going to get you $40. So unless you're at the point where you're doing that every time, which again, don't let YouTube's discoverability pitch fool you, most videos on YouTube have less than 100 views on them. Most YouTubers that post have less than 100 subscribers. The YouTube discoverability is the same thing as Twitch, but what's been pitched is you can't grow on Twitch because people think that the way to grow on Twitch is slamming yourself into the most populated directory, where there are millions upon millions of viewers that are coming in and out, but they're all focused on the top end, instead of maybe, I don't know, finding smaller directories that you're interested in where you have more discoverability. It's almost like the same thing with YouTube. Yes, if you make videos on Roblox, then the Roblox market is huge, but why is somebody going to consistently watch your Roblox video over the established Roblox content creators? You might get an alg push, but it's going to be en passant, and you're not going to get subs or algorithm conversion off of that. I think some of that has something to do with what's being watched on at the moment when it comes to gaming. Did a bunch of task guide videos for Grey Zone Warfare last month. I made 1,300 for the month, or 600 views, roughly, 600k views roughly between long form and short form. Yeah, and even then, like, just being completely honest, if that's a good month, 600k views in a month is going to probably put you in the top 0.001% of YouTube, and $1,300 off of that outside of promo is, for anybody with bills that's an adult, like, not going to be enough solely to live off of either, right? So for a lot of people, unless you are incredibly lucky, right, and have that exterior form of support, right? So for me at my size, what people have to understand, I'm not a full-time streamer because Ayo Switch. What up, Michael? I appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the love. Like, what people don't understand is, like, I'm not a full-time streamer because I, you know, make bank off of ads. I'm a full-time streamer because of gifted subs, because of donations, because of bits. Like, the generosity of people is what makes it possible for me to do this full-time and exclusively. Now, the good thing about YouTube is you have the flexibility of everything, right? So to get those 600k views, how many hours of content would you say you put into that, right? Comparatively to like 13 hours every day streaming. YouTube Flex is a lot better for people. And when you get large enough with YouTube to get into the sponsored realm, oh, people will, for whatever reason, pay out the ass to YouTubers. It's interesting. Interesting. But you just start in a game like Scars with 8 streamers total, then get your boy Dusty give you a raid. No, I mean, I do also think that it's incredibly important to have, like, other content creators that you do share interests with and, like, kind of share a community with. People will keep in mind, especially if you're on the Twitch side, right? The advantage to YouTube, we talked about this earlier, but your content on YouTube is always there. Even if I'm live 10 hours, which I'm gonna do a 10-hour stream today, when I get off at the end of the 10-hour stream, my stream is no longer active, right? That's the biggest thing. So Twitch is not working. Yeah, YouTube 100% is passive. Yeah, and it's always there. And that's the great accessibility about YouTube. That's where people feel the discoverability comes from. And also, I could record a YouTube video in an hour, and I could have an 8 to 10 minute video posted weekly. But also, that's a boring hour. I'd rather be on stream for that. I'd rather be on stream for that. But that's also the thing, right? Twitch is networking to a certain extent, as is all of content creation. But I fucking hate networking because I think networking creates transactional relationships. And I am literally like, I'm like an anti-streamer, if that makes sense. Like, I have merch plans, and a lot of it I don't want to leak, but I feel like a lot of... Oh, fuck my ass. What the fuck? Oh. Dog. Spider just crawled on my fucking mouse mat. Ah. Motherfucker. It's dead now. God damn. Did it bite you? No, we don't have bitey spiders in Maine. Just scared me. God damn. Felt a fucking tickle on my wrist. Jesus. Live in New Hampshire, remember? Yeah, that's fair. Holy shit, motherfucker. That a move? No, it's dead now. We got wolf spiders? Those are big though, right? Yeah, no, we don't. I don't think we got those like where I'm at. I never seen one of those motherfuckers. No, it was just a little baby. It was like this big. It was just a little tiny boy. Like, it wasn't harmful or anything, it just scared me. Scared the fuck out of me. And like, also got brown recluses, but they're pretty rare. Yeah, I think that was the one, because there was one on the wall earlier, and I hit it once, and I don't think I killed it because I didn't check. I think it came back for revenge. Motherfucker got hit once with a slipper and decided to test me twice. He was out for vengeance. Yeah, and bro got the fucking crit that time. Bro, I smacked the fuck out of little homie. He straight up, he got folded, bro. Lawn chaired his shit. Slumped him in the streets. Tried to spin my fucking block. Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking Christ, bro. You thought I ain't keep that thing on me, bro. Holy shit. Anyways. The fuck were we talking about? Some YouTube bullshit or something? Goddamn. Before I was violently fucking attacked, bro. Holy shit. Anyways. Goddamn. I feel like... Oh, transactional streaming stuff. Yeah. No, not you. Your streamers suck. Bro, no, I swear to God. So, hear me out. I'm not saying any particular person or group of people. But you can definitely tell when there are organic interactions that lead to people, you know, coming together. And you can definitely tell when people are definitely trying to force it as a, hey, bestie content creators, we're all content creator besties, let's all be besties together. And then there's an element of like, oh, yo, I fuck with you, I respect what you're doing. And there's an organic interaction there where like half the time, right? People will come into stream and I don't even know that people stream, and it's just this organic discovery of like, oh, you stream, shit, I'll throw a raid your way, right? And that's happened to me with a lot of other people too, where I'm a part of other people's streams and they're like, wait, Dusty, you stream? And I'm like, yeah, sometimes, right? And that's a cool interaction. Like, the easiest way that I can break this down is when I was at TwitchCon my first year, I ended up having a really cool conversation with Summit, where I was walking around fried as fuck, the final day of the convention, and Summit was literally just like by himself on the convention floor, and I saw his hat and I thought it was him all the way down there, little dude, and I was like, wait, Sum? And I see Summit, and I was like, I didn't expect to see him or anything. I'm like, what the fuck? Word. And he was playing Deadlock at the time. And so I asked him about Deadlock, and I was just like, yo, crazy to meet you. You know, what are you thinking about Deadlock right now? Because I was playing a little Deadlock as well. So we just started shooting the shit about Deadlock a little bit because I was just excited to talk to dude, right? I wasn't like, let me get a picture or anything like that. I was just like, what you thinking about Deadlock? You gonna be playing it a little bit from now? And we started talking about Deadlock, and I was telling about how, you know, I was playing a lot of Mode Krill at the time. Mode Krill, sorry. I was playing a lot of Mode Krill at the time and shit. And I was really having fun with it. Had a lot of friends that were playing. And he was like, oh wait, do you stream? And I was like, yeah. And he was like, wait, what are your socials? And he asked me, and like about my stream, and he was asking me like what I was making content about, right? And I told him like the, you know, the Deadlock stuff, and I told him I was a New World content creator because he had obviously played New World before. And at the time, my streak back then was like, what, like 300 days or some bullshit like that. And he was like, he was talking to me more and just, you know, asking more and more questions about my stream. And to me, that was a really cool, genuine interaction, right? I went up to talk to him just because, you know, I had the respect for that and just wanted to talk to him about gaming and shit. And then he, as a genuine person, like, you know, no transactional or anything with it, just ended up having this real ass conversation. We talked about, you know, streaming, what we thought of it, what we enjoyed about it. And it was this really fun interaction. But so many people would go into that seeing Summit and they'd be like, yo, Sum, can you put me on with a raid, dog? Can you give me this? Can you give me that? It'd be this big like clout push if they had an interaction with him. And, you know, I've been able to DM Summit a couple times and just be like, yo, new game I'm checking out. You know, like when he was thinking about someone let me know one day in chat that someone was on his stream looking at Ashes. And give me shit for this now, but Ashes was fun at the time. I shot him a DM on Twitter and I was like, yo, Sum, we met at TwitchCon. I stream Ashes content now instead of New World. It's really fun. If you want to check it out, let me know. And I didn't expect him to even see it or anything like that. And he's just like, wait, you're having fun? And he DM'd me back like instantly and I was like, me? And so I was like, yeah, dude, it's fun as hell. Come check it out. I never asked for a raid. I never asked for anything. I never did a collaboration with a man. I never got a raid for the man. He never even came by my stream. I don't even know if he knows I exist. I don't even know if he remembers that like we had that conversation. However, the genuine like human interaction is cool, if I'm being honest. And not having a transactional standpoint there, I think leads to genuine connection, right? And genuine, you know, friendships and interactions. But so frequently in the streaming world, even outside of like that, right? Even outside of the element of large streamer, smaller streamer, there's so much of the we're content creators, so we have to be besties, ooh, friends, that's all forced, and everybody plays their character, and like, dude, I hate how cringe some content creators are. Remember back in the day when I was streaming League in like 2013 to 2014, Trick to G, Ready Made, which is cool as fuck. Massive. So I'd be like, Dusty who? Well, primarily because the weed brain listen, sometimes I'd be saying that shit too, but I was with Cinema, feel like they had it on game-wise. Yeah, I mean, they had something solid going over there, I will say. There's a speed hacker named DustyWhy on New York server. That's fucking hilarious. I love that. And then they come over here and like, yeah, I do have an impressive build, but it's not like, it's not speed hacking. It's not speed hacking. Golly, I mean, listen, you know you've made it when people will take time out of their day to be parasocial. That's a huge accomplishment for me. I'm honored. It was legit speed hacking supersonic. I wonder why. Huh. Does that make me famous? But also, one thing about streaming, right, that really got to me over time, in terms of like the transactional interactions, when I was in New World, right, and my stream started to get larger, a lot of people immediately started wanting to collaborate with me and, you know, do streams together. They wanted to play Outpost Rush with me. They wanted to, you know, yap and, you know, talk about a build guide. and people would come through the stream and they'd be like, "Hey, Dusty, my fucking dog." We're like, bro, why you being so over the top? What you want? What you want? And sure as hell, the people who were the most like, "Yo, Dusty, what the fuck is up, brother?" were the first ones that, as soon as New World died out, stopped coming around. Weirdly enough. Because when they went to a different directory, I no longer provided a benefit to them. So when that happened, I was like, all right, I'm gonna be a little cautious, right? In terms of where we go with connections in the future off of this shit. And so when I went over to Ashes, I was very much like shit. Somebody earlier today asked me, they were like, "Dusty, do you ever like do collabs with other streamers?" And I'm like, brother, honestly, no. I don't like to. I don't talk to other streamers. Like I like other streamers that are making content and stuff, but I stay in my lane, and I just feel like there's so many reasons to be transactional with people in this line of work that it really ruins the ability to be genuine with people. And I feel like all of the optimization around, well, we could put our streams together and we could have more numbers. Bro, it made it even worse. Because then even just hanging out is seen as a transaction where everybody is able to make more money. You take 3 streamers, and instead of just having 3 streamers doing something in a group where you keep them all tabbed, now it's a stream together where it combines all their viewership. So even when they don't want to play together, they all end up playing together, even when it's not the content they want to be doing, because their viewership is 3 times higher in their metrics when they do a stream together. It's... You know, it's a little interesting, the route that people go sometimes with it. I was trying to go when I first started playing New World on the fresh start time. But isn't it knowing other people's other than them, but it's cool. We had a very simple goal in New World, man. And honestly, I think that set the stage for a lot of what we wanted to do. Where it was very simply put, getting players access to meaningful content, right? We took a lot of players with cats on the fresh starts with New World that had... you know, no idea what they were doing, never had been in a war or anything like that in their life. And we gave them wars. We got them content. Couple more sure, go to getting one shot. Dude, my gear is so disgusting. I'm not gonna lie, I have put in way too much time optimizing my, my gearing. And now I'm just trying, like, kind of... I don't want to say, like, fuck around builds at this point, right? But this is a little bit of like an AoE PvP targeted build where it's a bounce to targets on a very short cooldown. So this is Lightbound Shield. It's down to a 6-second cooldown, and I have some talents that make it bounce to 2 additional targets, so it bounces up to 4 targets. So with this, what I get to do is in PvP, throw it at one person. It's got a little bit of a range. But the bounce range on it is fucking remarkable. Fucking remarkable. So I'm trying to, when servers are a little bit smoother, get into some PvP with the build and really give it the once over of, is this actually going to bounce and be meaningful enough to, you know, do damage in PvP or not? Because right now it's a one-shot meta, which if this isn't enough to one-shot, then that's going to make it really rough. However, if and when time to kill does slow down a little bit and it's no longer a one-shot meta, AoE abilities like this are typically very good, especially on a spam standpoint from a paladin, because we can just sit there and blast damage into him. I think labs are good. We're both going to be streaming a game and already playing together. But I understand talking about big streamers who are not necessarily want to play together. Yeah. Yep. And then when you look at, and keep in mind, this is far above the level that I'm at, right? But when you have large streamers that that have their friendships and their friend circles, there's always the element of, y'all actually friends? Like, if one of them Discord DMs the other, are the people going to respond and have a conversation? Or are y'all only friends because your viewership's up when you play together? And they're like, oh man, you need to play MMOs with this guy. I love when you make content together. to what point are they actually friends? And I think we've seen so many instances of like performative content creators, guess what? Finding out that they make a lot of money being performative and then continuing to be performative, that it's, you know, it is what it is. But it was like any other job, you just have to find out who's genuine and who's using you. Oh yeah, I mean, really anything in life, right? If you have money, somebody's gonna wanna, you know, be your friend because of your money. If you have influence, somebody's gonna wanna be your friend because of your influence. If you have a fucking small platform on the internet, then apparently people are gonna wanna be your friend because of your small platform on the internet. Which I don't really understand. I don't think streamers are that cool. Like, it's almost like actors. Everybody thinks actors are these super cool, like, deities of beings, but actors are all fucking theater nerds. Like, actors are 5'6". I would dunk on 99% of actors. I'm 6'5". Actors are fucking dweebs. Yet everybody's like, oh my god, if I saw this actor, I would literally come through my pants so hard that Niagara Falls would be renamed Dusty Falls. Like, and I'm like, what the fuck do you mean? What? Why? They're literally just a person that's half the size of a normal man, so they can fit into all of the little costumes easier. And people look at streamers that are large online and they're like, oh my god, Pokimane. Like, brother, it's just a person with a camera that probably drives a really nice car. Same thing with XQC. Same thing with fucking professional athletes. It's just, I don't really understand the idolization of people, though. I don't really get that. But I like going around, but double-edged sword, it's their job, and it does make economical sense. Yeah, I think when I start looking at streaming as I've got to min-max the economical sense of this, I've kind of lost the standpoint of why I started streaming in the first place and why I love streaming. And for me, it's not necessarily like the economical sense of it where I'm making bank. I'd make more money working a minimum wage job 40 hours a week than I make full-time from Twitch, which again, I do better than many streamers, and I'm very thankful to be in the spot that I'm in. But a minimum wage job in most states gonna make you more money than I make in a year. So just perspective. Reeves, thank you for the hydrate, dog. I appreciate you. Should be good fun. What do you make of your job? There's financial pressure for sure. Like, yes, but I also think when you let the financial aspect of it and the insecurity of financials overwhelm your having fun in the first place, then your content fundamentally changes and you're no longer the same content creator. There's a reason why so many content creators burn out after a year or two of being full-time. And you'll be able to bait your community for a year when you first go full-time into, oh my god, I'm full-time, hype, sympathy subs, keep me here. But when you're doing it multiple years and you are truly like, you know, a career content creator, you need to be maintaining what initially, you know, brought you to full-time in the first place, whether it's passion, whether it's competitiveness, whether it's something else. And when you lose sight of that and it just becomes focused on the financials, then you very quickly see a lot of these content creators, and some of them make millions of dollars before they lose their platform. But how many content creators go for the, you know, the money chase and then lose the thing that truly brought them joy? And at the end of the day, money can buy happiness, abso-fucking-lutely. But I'm the happiest I've ever been being able to sit here and yap to a bunch of people every single day. And maybe I don't drive a Urus, maybe I don't live in a mansion, but I make enough to pay my bills. I put some money away. I buy all of my groceries on sale. I don't eat steak because I can get chicken on sale for 99 cents a pound. If I eat steak, it's probably because it was on sale for $3.99 a pound. But that's really the only time we be getting steak up in this bitch. Like, I don't know. I think there are different levels to it. And I think for me, again, I'm very bad at being a pocket grabby streamer. Because I'm very much like, hey, I don't spend a lot of money. I don't need a lot of money. I just appreciate y'all showing up. If you want to support the stream, you can. But at the end of the day, I wouldn't have gone full-time if I wasn't confident that I could have made full-time work, right? So, Switch, I appreciate you, dog. When you tell the chat they're bitches and you're still going strong, you're a real one. Nah, genuinely, I think here, because of the, you know, the core premise that I've built my platform around, where it's like, I stream with my viewers hidden, dude. I don't know how many viewers I have over the course of a stream. Literally, the only time I see my viewers during a stream is when I go to say hi to Carla when I take a break, and she has it pulled up on her monitor, and I see it then. And even then, that's not the forefront of it for me, right? I always just try to make the same content that I can, you know, no matter to the viewers, and make the best content that I'm capable of, but... Oh. Sorry, I just had a burp. Some of the average streamer are making 20K to 50 a month. They're just money hungry. Not say it's bad to be ambitious, but you go to many. Yeah, there's a little bit of a shift. There's definitely a little bit of shift. But again, some streamers recognize and some content creators recognize that, you know, in 2 years of playing a character, they can make enough money to never have to worry about doing anything again. But then, you know, one thing that I kind of went through when I first went full-time on stream, and I had all the free time, I was almost lost with all the time that I had. And it's now led to me filling it with very productive habits. But when you take somebody and you give them all the time in the world, sometimes people become, you know, idle hands are the devil's playthings. And when somebody can physically do everything and there's nothing that they have to do, sometimes the rat race keeps us a little bit rooted, right? Sometimes it gives us something to look forward to on a daily. You gotta show up to that job to make that bread, to be able to pay for the groceries, and then going to the grocery store, you gotta do a little bit of math on what you're getting. But what happens if the grocery store is your bitch? What happens if you can literally buy anything you want at any point in time, whenever? Because the world is literally your oyster because of the monetary aspect of it, right? The decision making becomes easy and meaningless. The, you know, the once a month steak dinner turns into an every single night bacon wrapped filet A5 Wagyu, and everything starts to lose its luster, lose its appeal, and you lose the appreciation. And I think when you lose the appreciation, you lose so much. Genuinely. Doesn't seem like much to do in this game. I mean, that's part of the game right now, in all fairness. It's far from being a game where there is lots to do. This is a, like, 11-day playtest where you're looking at core systems, right? And you'll also notice the servers are incredibly laggy right now. So there's not going to be a lot of PvP happening. It's almost midnight, so there aren't a lot of people on. And they've been having, you know, some issues that they're trying to work out. But this is a pre-alpha technical test instead of like an early access or a beta or anything like that, right? So they have effectively 0 systems in at this point. But even later this week, they're planning to drop battlegrounds and arenas during this technical test, which the balance in the battlegrounds and arenas isn't going to be good. However, the battlegrounds and arenas themselves are actually probably going to be quite good. Unironically, Asmon is a good representation for this. Dude just streams and tells it how he sees it and how to do quite well for himself. I think Moist Critical is my personal as well there. Like, Moist Critical, I think, is someone who made his reputation covering what he wanted to cover, doing what he wanted to do, and being, like, his own brand of content. And he basically, like, carved his personality, right? The monotone streamer or monotone YouTuber is the Moist Critical YouTuber now, right? That's his archetype. And the, you know, the not too flashy, not edited videos, the white t-shirt, the, you know, the insomnia 3 a.m. recordings where he looks like shit. It's not the same as a Ludwig recording where it's all of your flashy edits and your boys. Oh my god, it hurts. Jesus Christ, that hurt my throat to do so much. Oh my fuck. Anyways. Oh fuck, that actually brought tears to my eyes. That like strained my vocal cords. Leon, thank you for the hydrate. But it's less of a production and more of a dude just fucking yapping. And I like that. I like when you can tell the creators were just doing what they wanted to do and it just happened to work out. So, difference between a dude streaming and a dude performing? Yeah. And I hope that I never become the dude performing. That's the largest thing that I can take pride in right now, is that my stream has never been performative. I am able to sit here and, you know, I don't play a character or anything like that. And, you know, some people like to be that character and like to be performative and like to be a completely different person off stream than they are on stream. I think that's too much work. Realistically, like, I had to do that shit when I was working in sales, when I was waiting tables. Whoops. I do a lot of that my entire life. Ever, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. How's it been? I haven't watched any content since like the first keys you gave away. Oh, dude, it's been great. I've ascended. I have basically broken every part of this game's scaling so far. I and Chad are responsible for many nerfs to Paladin and other classes that will be coming in and pushed soon, as well as just general balance changes. So we were literally spitballing with Coco the potential for some fixes, just band-aid fixes in the short term to time to kill, while they work on longer changes to actually make it playable as they look to bring in some battlegrounds and arenas and shit. So, brother, it's been really good. I've been having a lot of fun despite the server issues and the jank. It's nice. So, what all do you have crit chance on? Everything. Everything. Gamer, thank you for the follow. What's broken is just one-shot status with crit. I mean, many abilities fundamentally, like, don't have working cooldowns. It's supposed to have a 14-second cooldown, and I can just spam it. So, a lot of abilities aren't having cooldowns because they're broken. So they're fixing those. Some buffs don't have stack limits, so some buffs are stacking infinitely. Some abilities have infinite range or way longer range than intended. So nothing's been balanced or tuned yet, right? Which is the biggest thing. But you remember, like, Ashes Alpha 2, where everything was just offensive scaling and the defensive scaling hadn't really grown to balance it out yet? That's kind of where they're at right here, where it's just 3, 2, 1, draw. And then that's the entire fight with pretty much every build. So the only reason why I, as a paladin, can survive in PvP right now is because we have a bug that makes our heal have no cooldown. Without my heal having no cooldown, I wouldn't be able to survive because other classes, Mage and Ranger, have long range spam Blastoise levels of abilities that can go out. So, can't seem to get past 76% crit chance, and it's pissed me off. Do you have your scar?
And his name is John C.
Because if you don't have your scar, that's why. TGFT, what up, my friends? I hope you guys are having a beautiful, beautiful evening. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate the love, raiders. If y'all have not been here before, I appreciate you coming through on this fine evening. My name is Dusty. I stream every single day starting around 2 p.m. EST. I have been covering Scars of Honor for, God, too many hours. Too many hours. So, I have put in about 50 hours since playtesting has gone live, as well as a 100+ hour deep dive before the playtest went live. So please feel free to ask me anything. I am trying my best to single-handedly break every bit of scaling on the PvP side before more PvPers come in, so by the time other people enter, it's a little bit more palatable for them. So the latest and greatest build in DustyWhy technology is the patented 100% crit build. So you may say, Dusty, what bugs are you abusing to hit that? 0. This is actually an ethical 100% crit. I am abusing no exploits. This is just their scaling. So I have 146% crit chance. Brother, you gotta trim that shit. You gotta trim that shit. So keep in mind, this is not even my stat chase build. So I'm trying a few different theoretical builds right now for PvP and honestly PvE as well, that are more oriented around replicatability over a, you know, a once-off highlight play. So the latest and greatest build that we're cooking up is a Lightbound shield build, which is kind of like an Avenger shield from WoW for those that are familiar. You throw a shield that bounces at an enemy and then bounces to other enemies and does damage. So we've gone up and grabbed a talent that makes it bounce to 2 additional enemies. And then we've also reduced the cooldown on it to 6 seconds, pending any other, you know, haste changes or anything like that. So effectively in PvP, with the time to kill being so quickly and it bouncing to 4 enemies, we found that the bounce range on it is actually quite immense. So it doesn't exactly have, you know, the one-shot potential that my hammer has. It doesn't exactly have the one-shot potential that my hammer has. However, it has a lot of very consistent damage that goes out. So as you'll see here, when things finally load in, I throw it out every 6 seconds, and it can hit 5 enemies. 1 shield, 5 enemies, all getting hit for a whole shitload of damage, and that's just one ability. So keep in mind, I can combine the shield throw with a blazing sweep. I can, you know, shield throw on a single target and then hammer. But there's a lot of scaling that's going into this that is incredibly intriguing for me. So, been messing around with a lot of new builds. I have, at this point, probably about 7 unique builds that we have cooked up for various situations and various forms of scaling. So, it's genuinely been fun. I think as they get these server issues sorted, we're actually going to be in a really good spot. I want to try this tomorrow when servers are more stable. Doing any open world PvP, how's that been? I mean, TTK is comically fast. So, I mean, that's like... Briefs, goddamn, you're gonna make me pee. I appreciate you, dog. Like, TTK, RuneScape Dragon Wilds with more dwarves. Time to kill is literally, like, instantaneous right now, right? So, this build right now is actually gonna be a little bit worse than the build that I was running previously. Maybe not, because the damage is actually, like... you know, potentially high enough to make some shit happen. However, the build that I was running before was a guaranteed one-shot build. Just, I would pick a target out, and then I would just one-shot them no matter what, because I had so much single target scaling. This build is more of a, you know, have somebody focusing me with heals, or have myself focusing me with heals, try to survive in the clump and throw out, you know, a couple of abilities to kill people. So throw out a shield on somebody and then throw out a hammer and then kill the first target and then move on to the next target. So in this clump, throw shield, throw hammer, word, throw shield, and then I could immediately throw hammer to kill 1 target and then follow up on the rest with a blazing sweep. Anytime now. Ready? Nope, that didn't work. Oh, it did work. Okay, huge. And then another shield comes up off of that. So I just have this insane, like, AoE and single target potential where anytime I go into a clump, right? Viper, thank you for the follow. So anytime I go into a clump, I'm going to be able to throw that shield in, right? Jump in, throw shield in, and then I just pick a target that got hit by my shield, kill him with a hammer. After that, we got the AoE on sweep, just like that. And then the clump dies. And then we move on to the next clump. And again, by the time all of that's off coolly, we're good to run it again. And we got self-heals on top of that. So I can do that exact same thing as long as servers hold up over and over and over again in PvP clumps. And I can stack up a whole lot of damage over time. A whole lot of, honestly, just a lot of poke. But it's really fun in terms of the build customization. That, again, in my opinion, is like the strongest element, you know? We're past builds, we have certified fabrications. Oh god, yeah. I could put out, again, I have right off the top of my head, this is not an exaggerated number, I have 7 distinct builds that are all very good on Paladin, that I have PvP'd on, that I can tell you are going to be functional builds. 7. Without even exploring the depth of, you know, most of the tree. And that's without, you know, all the latest changes coming in as well. So, talking to Coco today, we're going to have many Paladin changes and tweaks that are coming in. And that's going to open up the door for a lot more builds as well. Potentially some more AoE options. Potentially making some single target options, you know, a little bit more valid with some more pop and some more replicatability. Looking at some shielding options for us to make the melee side of things a little bit more playable. But it's encouraging. It's encouraging. The fact that we're already cooking as much as we are over here just on the hypothetical sense. And it's evolving. We haven't even touched on the leap damage. No, we have not, because the servers haven't been stable enough. So this is the thing too. When servers are stable, we're looking at the initiate build of leap in with a 2-second root into a cavalcade cast if cavalcade does enough damage. Because if you have 2 different paladins, keep in mind, not all of these paladin builds are instantaneously the best at everything. It's not like we're evolving and we're like, oh my god, this build's better at one-shotting and better at AoE. This build is more of a tanky, stay in the fight, you know, put out AoE consistently to a lot of targets build. The Assassino build was all built around, I throw this hammer at you and it one-shots you off the face of the earth, you fucking bitch. And there's a stark difference here, right? So with this in particular, I have dropped a decent amount of tankiness to drop some crit. But let's see how it feels if I go more crit based. Because that is going to drop me from 3,400 HP to probably like 3,200. $3,140. So I mean, definitely more noticeable there. But on the other side, is the damage side noticeable? And honestly, for me, I don't really think it is, because I lost tankiness. I lost main stats. I don't really think the crit's that crazy for the extra 25% over the rest of the stats. What does the skill tree path look like, a cat? Bro, people have been saying that if I cut this part out, I could definitely cat the tree. I could absolutely cat the tree. And honestly, this side's gonna look a little bit more catty than the other one too. Because I'm gonna go back down here into the main stats and tank up. That 300 HP could save me so much. Boom. So even that small switch, I gained 10% HP off of this switch. And I'm sure as hell not losing 10% damage when I'm casting my ability. So this is also what I enjoy with this phase of testing, right? Especially games like this. We're not testing from an element of, hey, let's sim it, let's run it through this super advanced third-party software. We're testing, you know, boots on ground, trying to figure out the tech as we ourselves solve it type shit. This is fun for me. Just sitting here and saying, gee, I wonder what the advantages and negatives of switching these things in or out are looking like. Flooded numbers are over the top. I don't mind them, but yeah, I mean, stacking numbers to clean it up can be good. Keep in mind with UI stuff, with anything art, visual, honestly, function, this is a pre-alpha in terms of like where it's at. This is just a server tech test. So the UI itself with like the hot dog versus hamburger health bars, the fact that we can't rebind any keys, the fact that everything is so janky, like that is truly a product of how early it is in its testing phases, which is obviously going to get better with time, but that's also, you know, tidbits of feedback that they do need. It's also just right now I'm not the most caught up on things like that as much as I am, you know, my abilities are taking 4 seconds to cast on average after I actually press the button. It's just one of those like, okay, maybe we got larger fish to fry than worrying about the floating numbers. Determined to make Vampiric Scar viable. I don't know about that one, Chief. I don't know about that one. I wish you luck, though. 2913. I'm gonna check what the healing difference is. Because the healing is the most replicatable way to see what we're looking at from a crit standpoint. 2913 versus... Unless this is like 3,500 plus, probably not worth. 3132. So it gives me 220, which is less than 10%. So I guess it's a matter of, at that point, if I want the extra damage or if I want the extra survive. I don't know if the damage is worth, if I'm being honest. Gotta keep you hydrated. I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you. Honestly, unimportant in terms of test server. Yeah, I mean, the way that I would describe it is like, it's not that it's unimportant in the long term, but it's also like, not worth freaking out about right now. You know what I mean? It's not that it's just this complete lack of this should never be addressed, but it's also like it doesn't really matter right now. Is alpha? Pre-alpha. Pre-alpha. So this is like their first test on this scale is 20 max level. Yeah, for right now. Not high up in the spectrum of importance. Correct. It's like, let's get the information to them on it, but it's more of a put it on the back burner type thing than it is a, you know, fix this immediately. No NDA? Correct. So they started with this in a more public, like, hey, this is a very early systems test, or not systems test, but server test. Very early tech test. And they're thinking about pulling back into NDAs for future tests because there has been some negative feedback from the community and people have bad expectations. And I think that's the worst route that they could go in terms of like starting public and then pulling back into an NDA. I think if they had started NDA'd, then it likely would have been, you know, a little bit different of a scenario. But I think if you go public and then pull back into an NDA, you're going to cook a lot of sentiment. I don't think we had the Druid tree a week ago. No, and keep in mind they put out 2 hot fixes now since the playtesting has existed, you know, in 4 days, and they're fixing core bugs. The developers have literally been in chat gathering information to power changes that they are live coding, right? Coco in chat today literally fixed like 6 bugs with Paladin stuff where we had things that weren't stacking properly, some things that didn't really feel good with some of our abilities along the way. And that is literally what's, you know, fun about this. There is so much changing all the time, but it's also part of what drives the community sentiment because we can talk about... I unmuted the craziest times. Wait, why? What do you say? What do you hear? We weren't even talking about anything weird. We weren't even talking about anything weird. But yeah, this is for me what I have a lot of fun with, which is the, you know, providing feedback on this shit. What's feeling good, what's feeling bad, talking to the community about what feels good and what feels bad. And that's a large element of what, I don't know, is kind of lost in the more established MMOs. But yeah, this is something where it definitely does need more, you know, fundamental work. It is far from perfect. It is far from even close to perfect. It's far from a fucking game at this point in time. However, I wouldn't be here if I didn't actually think that it had bones to it. And good bones, right? I've said that time and time and time again. If I actually thought that this game had no potential, bro, I couldn't fake the enthusiasm. When the servers are up, I actually have fun. I have... obviously with the janky TTK had many points in time where I'm just like, what the fuck is actually happening? But I've also had a lot of fun moments with the janky TTK, with the janky servers, with everything involved that I just enjoyed. I keep coming back and hoping it gets better. And so far, at least in my opinion, it has got better. But again, that's my opinion. Everybody's entitled to theirs. Paladins are having fun. Shut it down. Cook absolutely everything. DustyWhy is smiling. It is the end of the fucking world. It is truly doomsday. We cannot have that happening whatsoever. I feel like health regen's gonna be solid when they slow TTK. I wonder if it's percentage based. I'm a little intrigued. I'm just slightly intrigued. Is this my chest? That's my chest. So I'd want int dex health regen on my chest instead of the trifecta. I need to get a simple cook over my stream, put him in a cop outfit and call him the fun police. Low discoverability of it all is genuinely unknown and we're learning a game. We're figuring it out on the baseline, yeah. We're figuring out the good, bad, the ugly, figuring out some things that we would really like to see in the future. figuring out other things that we really hope we never run into again. And again, for me, that's kind of the fun of it. That's not going to be everybody's cup of tea, but I'm having a good amount of fun with it right now. Man, why can I not get index and health regen? Ay. Because I can't drop my dex off. I'll literally just go fuck myself. I thought this was gonna be a quick set of gambas, but I guess we are in the punishment pit tonight. I guess they do not want to see me succeed. I was not supposed to show up in gamba. Bro, there are 4 properties and I can't put them all on the same chest. Thank you. Good God above. Holy shit. We're up tremendous. And I got one more in from that. So now I'm 635 spell power. Alright, so next I have to do the same thing to my shoulders and drop the strength. And fortunately, I think I saw that he had shoulders, right? He does. So dex, int, health, regen. First one, tragic. Second one, also tragic. Third one, health regen not exist. Dex, int, health, regen. All right, we're up tremendous. 2 pieces switched out. That's my Nubis. And then, do we have the pants? Are these mine? Oh shit. If I get it here, then I believe my gear is done except for my ring. Int strength, health regen. Int strength, health regen. Just show me the bis, please. I know you want to give it to me. I know you want the index. No. Last slot. Int strength, health regen. That's so sad. All right, hold on. We go vendor real quick. And now with our new vendor spam tech, we can get shit out of here fast as hell. This is something that I never expected in my life. That saves so much fucking time, by the way. The fact that I haven't been doing that this entire time is kind of insane. Kind of fucking insane. Wait, can I do the same thing? Oh, I can do it there too. Yep, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. I'm gonna buy it a couple at a time. 1, 2, 3 bricks. 1 brick. 2 brick. 3 brick. Come on, brother, you're so close. In dex health regen, please. 1 more. That's so sad. That is so sad. Reefs, I'm gonna be peeing all night. I want you to know. I am going to be tinkling, brother. But I do greatly appreciate you, my boy. Alright, let me gamble 2 more pairs. And then I might have enough. But this is not looking good. I'm just gonna send it on both of the pants. In strength, no! No! Alright. Well, I'm 1 piece off Abyss. My gear's actually ass. So what is the health regen? Oh, wait. It is a %. Interesting. So, I mean, as health goes up, health regen's gonna be really strong as well, being a percentage-based health regen. So making that transition, if they slow it down, is going to be really good. It's gonna be very good. Because 3% of, I don't know, say we go up to 10k, health regen numbers a percentage? Yes. Health regen increases replenishment of health by a percentile of maximum health. So if I go... and go take damage real quick somewhere. Need not the HP regen. I mean, we need the health in the first place. When I explode everything. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. But in terms of larger scale, if it's well, not larger scale, but like slower TTK stuff, HP regen might actually be nice. Now let's see how much damage I can actually put off with it. Because right now I only have 2 slots of HP regen instead of the 3 that I would ideally like to have. So we'll give it a quick look-see. Where mobs? Any mobs in the chat? Any foes? Of course, as soon as I want to find one, we're cooked. Us paladins are theory crafting builds based on theory crafted patch notes. We're deep in the meta now. We're into like predictive metas. We're basically the MMO prediction market out here. Odds, HP gets buffed now are exceeding 60%. All right, let's see. Hit me. If you'd be so kind. Take your time. Whenever you're ready, my friend. Literally whenever you're ready. I too will be ready for you. No, you take your time. Do what you need to. Word. Like, that's not bad. How much am I ticking for? And this is with only 2 pieces. Am I tripping or is that not bad? I tick for like 130. I tick for like 100, I think, or like 93-ish or some bullshit like that. Either way, 3% is where we'll try it, but basically invincible to mobs. Yeah. Yeah, with 3%, that'll be quite nice. Was a few builds ago because of region. A few builds ago is crazy. Ugh. All right, I gotta get food or I'm never gonna get out of here. Boys, we're doing big key drops tomorrow. I basically lost my voice with the first key drop today. I'm not gonna lie. So we're gonna do a huge key drop tomorrow. I'm gonna get my voice set overnight, and then we're probably gonna drop 10 keys tomorrow. I'll be completely real because we only did 1 giveaway set today. So I'll probably drop like 10 plus keys tomorrow. I got a good amount, but I'm beat and my voice is cooked, and I hope the servers are better tomorrow. Idea knockout Grand Prix. I know, I kinda considered that, isn't it? Isn't there like, there's like a battle royale too, which would be kind of interesting. But boys, if you are new to the channel, make sure you guys drop the follow so you know when to go live on a daily. I do stream every single day for 8 to 12 hours, so I will be covering scars for the remainder of the playtesting environment. And hopefully beyond. I'm gonna go make myself some delicious fried rice, and I will get back to y'all tomorrow, and we'll have a grand old time as we always do. Boys, thank you for the support. As always, truly means the world to me. Couldn't do it without y'all. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all.